Chapter 171. A dozen seconds later, a thin figure appeared in front of everyone. The boy took out an old mask from his pocket and put it on. He carried a huge spare tire on one arm, tilted his head slightly to one side, and greeted Wuruozi cheerfully from a distance. "Captain, long time no see. I heard from Wugui that your name is Wuruozi now." Liang Ren was stunned when he heard this, but he understood the meaning in an instant. Qingya died 4 years ago. At that time, the Abyss Squad was still in the hands of the acting commander who created it. 4 years ago, Wuruozi had no name, just number 1. Later, Liang Gian gave her a surname, Xiao Wu. Then 2 years ago, after the Abyss Squad was destroyed in the Undead Zone, Xiao Wu woke up in the hospital, and she officially named herself Wuruozi. So even if Qingya met the last batch of Abyss Squad members in the Undead Zone 2 years ago, and witnessed their deaths with her own eyes, she only knew that number 1 was called Xiao Wu by the new teammates, and did not know her name. Wuruozi nodded, "Yes. Come here and install the tire." Qingya responded reflexively, "Got it." After that, he quickly cleaned up the aliens around him, then ran to the armored vehicle with the tire on his shoulder, took the tools Ji-chan handed him from the car window, squatted down and quickly changed the tire. At this moment, Sui Yuexing's dull eyes had not moved away from Wuruozi. Wuruozi looked at him, and her shy demeanor appeared again. She said a little embarrassedly, "You need to communicate with Qingya like this. It's very important. If you don't speak in an imperative tone, he will think I'm not serious. This is how we used to get along in the team. He is used to me like that, I just forgot." Ji-chan quickly adapted. She remembered Wuruozi said that she used to be number 1. The names of the team members were all serial numbers, so she was puzzled by the name Qingya. "Why are you number 1 and he is Qingya?" Wuruozi explained, "When we are on a mission, everyone is called by code name. Qingya is number 27. Later we found that other hunters had nice names in private. A girl mentioned that she wanted to give us names. That's how Qingya got the name. I didn't let her name it. The girl's name is Xiantan, number 24, and she also died in the Undead Zone." 2 minutes later, the tire was changed. Qingya flipped to the roof of the car, half of his body hung upside down in front of Wuruozi's window, and said with crooked eyes, "Captain, you just said you miss me, it's so scary, or it's the right time to roll." Wuruozi pulled down the window and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to take off Qingya's mask. Qingya didn't hide, but her hand paused in the air for a few seconds and fell quickly. She asked other questions. "How did you get a spare tire?" Qingya explained, "Last time, a large group of teams came, and Wugui followed a team. Before leaving, the team's spare tires were not used up, and Wugui came over. In addition to the tires, she also asked for a lot of things, almost taking the car away. Who knows, it will really come in handy. Starting from last night, Wugui and I have been following you, just in case. She carried a lot of things, and I carried the tire. Your team's luck is really bad. Shadow Wolf is the first alien species in the Undead Zone who learned to control the resurrection time, and you ran into it right after the meeting. Xiangtan and Xiao followed the other teams. Qilian and Xingnian went to clean up the metal tree. The tree was the offspring of 2 species. When we killed its parents, the metal tree was hidden very tightly. It had been buried underground for more than a year, and could not come out. This time it finally appeared, and they rushed to clean it up. It died several times, but it was finally killed. Now all the alien species in the Undead Zone have basically died more than once except... Anyway, there are tens of thousands of alien species here, but there are also tens of thousands of animals. We and the animals patrol at high intensity every day, constantly testing the fatal points of each alien species. Now we can be called the old overlord of the Undead Zone." Song Shanai kept frowning while listening. "Since the alien species here cannot be killed, why are you trying this?" Qingya pouted with disdain. "Oh, you are so stupid. I saw you from a distance outside the church before, and I thought you looks very smart," he explained. "If the metal tree it cracks, would you still be chased like a lost dog? You don't have to run around when you see it next time. Just kill it and run slowly when it revives." Liang Ren nodded to him. "Thank you. I troubled you all these years." Qingya was stunned for a moment and immediately waved his hand. "No trouble, no trouble. Just be nice to my captain. Take her to eat more delicious food, take her to play everywhere, praise her more, and don't bully her. That's how you thank us." Wuruozi glanced at Qingya for a long time, and suddenly said, "You have changed a lot." "Qingya, really? It's all because of your teammates, especially Xingnian, who is super talkative and a buddy, and Qilian, who is very caring about his sister. After spending a long time with them, I have become a nagging person. Besides, you have changed a lot, more than 2 years ago. Speaking of this, Qingya suddenly couldn't find an adjective. After thinking for a long time, he reached his hand into the car window and patted Wuruozi's head. You are happier. But as soon as his hand touched Wuruozi's head, he quickly withdrew it. I touched the captain's head. I never dared to think about it before. We prepared a gift for you. Can you tell me which number you like best now? Wuruozi thought for a while and answered him. 34. Qingya straightened up and sat back in the car. I don't like this number. Wuruozi, who cares about you? Qingya, Wuruozi asked him. Why doesn't Wugui come out? Qingya, think too much. She is worried that if she comes out, you will be moved by the scene, recalling the friendship of the comrades in arms, and will not want to leave the undead zone. This is her shortcoming. She is particularly good at flattering herself. I am much more innocent. I simply think I am ugly, and I am afraid that you will laugh at me. Wait for me to get her out later. Qingya comforted Wuruozi. I will communicate with the animals over there, and she will understand what I mean. You have a new life now. It's great. They must be willing to come out. When the two talked, they did not avoid anyone, and the content of their conversation was not deliberately sensational. They even said it with a smile, like friends who had not seen each other for a long time, chatting about family matters, especially Qingya, whose expression was lively and did not look like a dead person at all. But everyone felt very uncomfortable listening to it. At this time, Shiru had already started the car and shuttled through the forest. Qingya talked to Wuruozi while shooting to clear the alien species around. Liang Ran used mental power to assist, and the gunshots and golden light were mixed together. 10 minutes later, a tiger roar suddenly came from the distant jungle. Qingya raised his eyes. Wugui is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl riding a brown tiger appeared in front of everyone. She wore a rough mask, carried a silver bow and arrow, and had neat black short hair. When she saw the armored vehicle, she jumped off the tiger's back and walked slowly towards the car. As soon as Wugui stood firmly in front of Wuruozi's window, Wuruozi leaned out and hugged him tightly. The cold mask was attached to Wuruozi's face, and the wind blew their hair. Qingya said sourly, so enthusiastic. Even if you want to reward according to merit, you should reward me first. I am the king of animals now. After a few breaths, Wugui took the initiative to push Wuruozi away. She asked Wuruozi, are you happy now? Wuruozi replied seriously, happy. Wugui nodded, that's good. You are going to the big supply point I mentioned to the team before, right? Xiang Tan, Xiao Zhou, and I have killed the alien outside the supply point twice. It is not particularly difficult to kill, but it resurrects too quickly and is difficult to contain. It will be very troublesome if you are not careful. When the other teammates come back, they and I will be responsible for killing it repeatedly. You hurry up and move the supplies, try to move them in one round, and then leave quickly. Speaking of this, Wugui turned his head and looked at Wuruozi. Will you come to the undead zone again in the future? Wuruozi told the truth, not in the short term. After returning this time, there will be enough fuel tanks in the Hope Zone. There is no need to look for them for the time being. Ran is going to find an opportunity to end the apocalypse. Wugui didn't know this. After hearing this, her eyes lit up instantly. She and Qingya looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. That's great, Wugui said. Hurry to the supply point, and you guys hurry back. After that, she quickly walked to the brown tiger, turned over and rode on it. Soon the brown tiger started running. Wugui squinted his eyes and shot arrows one by one, accurately hitting the fatal points of the aliens on all sides. With her and Qingya leading the way, the car of the Xuanqing team was like entering an empty land, driving smoothly. Before passing a swamp, Wugui reminded, plug your ears. Liang Ran quickly found the earplugs and plugged her ears tightly. The next moment, she saw countless slender throats extending from the swamp. They kept surging like seaweed, and the broken ends above kept tearing, as if they were screaming at the top of their lungs. 5 minutes later, the car passed through the winding swamp. Wugui threw away the things in her ears. Seeing her actions, everyone followed suit. Liang Ran couldn't help but sigh. It feels like being admitted as a student. Ji Chan was at a loss. What does this mean? Liang Ran. It's the feeling that Wugui and Qingya give people. Ji Chan suddenly realized. A gentle feeling. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a boy of 17 or 18 years old carrying a girl of similar age on his back chased after them. As soon as they saw the car, they started shouting, Wait, Wait for us. Xingnian and Qi Lian. Xingnian quickly introduced himself. He was obviously a speed mutant. When he saw the car finally stopped, he quickly put the girl on his back. I could have come faster, but I ended up helping several teams along the way, which delayed us for a long time. Thanks to the bird leading the way, we are here to see the lively and cute version of the captain. Wu Gui, you didn't lie to us, are you? You are really lively and cute? Wu Gui was killing aliens at the moment, and turned his head in a busy manner. Really? And he has grown taller. Qi Lian is a girl with bangs, round face, round eyes, and some flesh on her cheeks. She looks very cute. She jumped to Wu Ruozi's window and asked curiously, Xiao Wu, how tall are you now? Wu Ruozi replied, 1.62 meters. Qi Lian laughed immediately. I am still 1.63 meters. You haven't grown taller than me in 2 years, it's embarrassing. Chapter 172. With the escort of the Abyss team, time passed quickly. Liang Ren felt that he had not checked the communicator for only a short period of time, but it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and he was very close to the destination. Shiru, it's safe now, I don't feel tired, and I don't need to rest at all. I continue driving. In the early morning, Shen Ai will switch with me for 2 hours, and I can take a short rest. Then we will reach the supply point tomorrow morning. But Liang Ran rejected this proposal. It's unnecessary to arrive too early. There are too many fuel tanks at the large supply point, and it is difficult to contain the alien species that keep resurrecting. The more people arrive at the same time, the better. We are already very fast, and we will rest as usual tonight. Qingya heard this on the roof of the car and nodded in agreement. That's the truth. The more people, the better. It's hard to handle with too few people. First, the supply boxes can't be moved out in one round, and second, there is no manpower to help us. Oh yes, I forgot something. I said it. Qingya leaned down and knocked on Wu Ruozi's window, saying, it's probably because we didn't fuse well with the external resurrection material. The resurrection speed of the undead zone aliens is a few seconds faster than ours. Don't underestimate these few seconds, because this tiny time difference can make many things that can be completed impossible to do. Wu Gui and his team have tried it. Although they can cooperate to kill the powerful aliens guarding outside the large supply point, they can only kill them once with serious injuries, because the aliens revive very quickly. After resurrecting with full status, Wu Gui and his team have no chance to fight. But if they die together, the aliens will revive faster, and they can catch up with Wu Gui before she is resurrected, and continue to seriously injure her bones to prevent her resurrection. So to fight this powerful alien species, we can only use different people to attract its attention, and fight round after round. When the first group of people died, we changed to the second group. When the second group of people died, we changed to the first group again. It's like a perpetual motion machine, and we can't stop at all. If we could take a break in the middle, or if we could keep the supplies forever, we would have helped you move the fuel tank to the white fog. Ji-chan asked, can't the small animals help? Qingya shook his head. We tried, but there are too many plant alien species here. We will be discovered wherever we go. When we attack the supply point, other alien species will follow. We tried twice, and each time they surrounded the outside of the supply point tightly. Both sides kept dying, and no one got any good. Later, we gave up. This is also the reason why Wu Gui didn't let that team go to the big supply point before. Because of the small supply points, it is much easier to attack. First take all the things from the small supply points. If it doesn't work, then attack the large supply points. In short, Qingya concluded, don't think Wu Gui said it easily, but tomorrow will definitely not be easy. Fighting alien species is a fierce battle, and breaking out of the siege is also a fierce battle. But as long as you can break out, you can leave. Ji-chan nodded heavily. I understand 2 steps. We will not relax our vigilance. At midnight, Wu Gui, who was leading the way in front, stopped. She turned her head and said, rest here. We don't need to sleep. We will clean up the alien species around. We will try to keep quiet. Remember to leave someone to keep watch. Tomorrow needs to be in the best condition, so Liang Ran didn't take on the job of keeping watch. After Shiru parked the car, everyone drew a lot and fell asleep on the car seats one after another. Liang Ran was the second person to keep watch. After being called by Ji-chan, she stretched her shoulders and neck. Ji-chan did not return to her seat immediately, but squatted beside her, obviously having something to say to her. Liang Ran asked softly, what's wrong? Ji-chan leaned close to her ear and whispered, I just saw the skin on Qingya's face suddenly fall off. The bones inside are exposed. He is hiding behind a tree now. I don't know what he is doing. Liang Ran reacted for a few seconds and tapped Ji Chan's forehead. Don't worry about it, go to bed. Ji Chan covered her forehead and whispered, I didn't think much about it. I just think it's pitiful that he is in a hurry to hide. After that, Ji Chan stood up, ran back to her seat, and fastened her seat belt. Liang Ran turned his sight to the outside of the car. Xingyan was standing on the tree at this moment, looking around with the light of the fluorescent vines. Wu Gui and Qi Lian cooperated very well. As long as there were alien species trying to come over, they would be quickly killed. After being killed too many times, those alien species did not move forward and consciously retreated into the shadows. Soon, Qingya came out from behind the tree. There was a lot of blood on his collar, but if you look closely, you will find that there are still some internal organs on his shoes, as if he had vomited out his lungs. Those internal organs were black and rotten. Qingya raised his face and looked at Liang Ran through the car window. He showed an annoyed look, hesitated for a while, walked quickly to Liang Ran's window, and asked in a low voice, Is it not frightening you? Liang Ran pulled down the car window and replied, No. What's the matter? Is it a side effect of this area? Qingya replied readily, Almost, after all, people can't be resurrected after death. After dying once in the undead zone, you become a part of this area and need to abide by the rules here. For example, you must die once a week. If you are not fatally injured before the time is up, your body will fester and die. This process is quite painful. I was too excited to see the captain alive today, so I forgot about it. I just went behind the tree and committed suicide. Now I'm fine. He smiled optimistically. It's much more comfortable to do it yourself. It's quick and easy, and can be solved in a second. Liang Ran pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. Seeing Liang Ran's expression, Qingya was a little confused. He said quickly, It's okay, it's not a big deal. There are so many dead hunters. Some of them can't even leave their last words. Compared to us, we are much better, and the undead zone is very lively and festive. You think so? He comforted Liang Ran. Even if we live well, in fact, there are only so many people we get along with every day, and there are so many good friends, and we can't add more people. It's just that life is a bit more exciting now. We just want to see the living captain again. Ah, the end of the world actually has a chance to end, like a dream. Qingya climbed into the car, coiled the poisonous snake at the rear of the car around his neck, and blew the wind in the forest. Liang Ran felt the shadow above, and subconsciously said, If. Qingya seemed to know what she wanted to ask, and rushed to say, If everything can end, we won't stay in this world. Bad, good, poor, rich, we don't want to live too much. We have discussed that we need to have a good rest. Liang Ran sighed lightly, and said nothing more. She knew that this was not meant for her, but for Wu Ruozi, who was pretending to sleep. The Abyss team had no future. They talked about the future, and then gave up the future on their own initiative, in order to comfort Wu Ruozi. Liang Ran had imagined that if the high-dimensional body could come back to life and correct everything, then he would not be so anxious. He was anxious because the matter was done, and many things could not be changed. In fact, the high-dimensional body could not change the destruction of their own tribe. They could not save their tribesmen, otherwise there would not be only 7 or 8 left, guarding a huge cemetery, and feeling lonely drifting in the sea of stars for hundreds of millions of years. Qingya urged Liang Ran to roll up the car window. An hour later, Wu Ruozi opened her eyes. She said lightly, It's my turn to keep watch, then knocked on the car window, and chatted with Qi Lian outside. Liang Ran rubbed his neck, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep quickly. But just as she gradually fell into a deep sleep, and her brows were getting flatter, a gnawing sound suddenly came from outside the window. It was hard to tell whether it was gnawing leaves or soil, or the sound of earthworms drilling holes in the soil, but it made people's throats itch. Liang Ran opened his eyes instantly. She looked forward, and at this time a black fog was rushing in from a distance. The fog was full of twisting black worms. They gnawed each other, and made dense swallowing sounds. When Liang Ran looked at them, she felt that they were very much like a school of fish in the deep sea, suddenly gathering together. Even just looking at them, it made people feel suffocated. Wu Gui's voice came from afar, Close your eyes. Close your eyes. But this reminder was a little late. For some reason, Liang Ran found that she couldn't close her eyes no matter what. Even if she bit her tongue and her mouth was full of blood, she couldn't close her eyes. Instead, her eye sockets opened wider and wider, staring at the group of worms, and she couldn't even shift her sight. Wu Gui rushed to the front of the car and blocked the windshield. Soon the other 3 also ran to block the glass. But the glass was very large. No matter how hard the 4 tried, They could see the group of worms through the cracks in the glass through the light of the fluorescent vines. Liang Ran moved her fingers with difficulty. She wanted to mobilize her mental power, but as soon as the golden light flashed, she was surrounded by fatigue and fell weakly on the seat. Through the cracks in the car window, Liang Ran clearly saw the worms quickly swimming into the shape of eyes. They seemed to absorb light and attract everyone's attention. After a few seconds, the worm eyeball slowly lifted its eyelids. A chill suddenly hit her back. Liang Ran's eyes began to become bloodshot, and tears seemed to flow out. She was sinking and her consciousness began to become unclear. Just as she bit her tongue for the second time and tried to stay awake, she suddenly heard the sound of humming and humming from outside the car. The sound of running, like a person who is not good at running, is sprinting 100 meters. A middle-aged man's voice rang out. "You kids are too unreliable. These worms like to run around everywhere recently. I told you to be careful. At critical moments, we still have to rely on professional researchers. Let's get out of the way." After saying that, he jumped onto the car of the Xuanqing team. His bloated body blocked the exposed glass tightly. 2 minutes later, Liang Ran was finally able to move. She tried to turn over, starting from her toes, and gradually regained control of her body. The moment she recovered, she immediately ran to the main driver's seat, turned off the lights, and pulled down the curtains on all sides. Soon Wu Rosie recovered. Then it was Ji Chan. Everyone stayed in the quiet and dark car without making any sound. After more than 10 minutes, the 5 people in front of the car finally moved away. It was obvious that the relationship between Qingya and the middle-aged man was average, and they were a little embarrassed at this moment. Ji Chan glanced at the man a few times and always felt that he was very familiar. Liang Ran explained, 4 or 5 years ago, he entered the undead zone with the Dawn team and died here. We've seen the video. After the middle-aged man jumped out of the car, he was obviously a little complacent. He coughed, stood in front of the car with his arms crossed, and moved his eyes left and right, waiting for everyone's praise. Qingya complimented perfunctorily, "Brother Chen is the best." Xingyan nodded gently. "That's right." Qi Lian took a step forward and introduced the man to everyone. "This is a narcissistic, arrogant, self-talking and preaching uncle. We don't like to play with him, but he is a good person." Chapter 173. Liang Ran rolled down the window and thanked the other party. Uncle Chen stroked his bald head. "You're welcome." After that, he turned around and began to lecture Qingya. "You are the oldest in the team, but you are the most unreliable. Last week, didn't I just tell you about the recent movement trajectory of the dream worm?" Qingya whispered back, "This place is not within the range of your trajectory." Uncle Chen, Anyway, it's almost the same, it's only a dozen kilometers off. The undead zone covers such a large area, and a dozen kilometers is within the reasonable fluctuation range. Don't argue with me. Qingya pouted, "Okay. You are the best." After Uncle Chen finished teaching Qingya a lesson, he walked to Liang Ran and stuffed his backpack to Liang Ran. "I heard that their captain is now a researcher. I see that you are quiet, and seem the most reliable. That person must be you, right? Help me carry these things back to the Hope Zone. Don't get me wrong, my name is Chen Balian." Liang Ran looked down at the bulging backpack and asked, "Can I see what it is?" "Look if you want." Liang Ran opened the backpack and found piles of paper inside, each of which was filled with small words that were not much bigger than an ant. Chen Balian explained, "I brought paper and pens in just in case. There were too many things I wanted to write, so the font was a little small. You can use a magnifying glass to see it when you go back. It contains the characteristics and fatal points of special alien species in the undead zone. For example, the dream worm just now, even if you know the fatal point, it is difficult to fight. You have to prepare in advance, otherwise you will be wiped out. You could have gotten this thing earlier, but the team came so suddenly." Chen Balian showed a discouraged expression. "At that time, I was doing research in a corner. For peace of mind, I dug many pits underground to write. The children and I were tired of each other, and we didn't move around. Qingya's communication with animals was limited in range, so they couldn't find me in a short time. So until that team left, I didn't know that the hunters came to the undead zone. I really regret it. Fortunately, another team came, haha." Chen Balian patted his backpack. "My chance to clear my name has finally come. I heard from Wu Gui that the acting commander made me cry. The video of crying and running after the car has been made public. I really admire those old dogs at the headquarters. Remember to mention me to others when you go back. I am not a useless person who insisted on following Liang Dian back with tears and snot. I was one of the top 3 researchers in the institute that year, and the researcher that the Chinsi team named to take with them." Liang Ran replied seriously, I will write a long article to talk about you. Chen Balian patted Liang Ran's shoulder with satisfaction. You look reliable. I can't fight, I can't clear the way for you, and I don't like being killed by aliens. I hide in the nearest pit first, bye. After saying that, he ran back along the way he came, and soon disappeared in the woods. Sui Yuesheng couldn't help laughing. This person is quite amazing. Liang Ran casually pulled out the top paper, and quickly browsed it. The first alien species recorded by Chen Balian was the dream worm. Alien name, dream worm, I named it. Alien form, countless swimming black worms. When they appear, they will quickly form the shape of eyeballs, and slowly open their eyes in the void. Dangerous level, 4.5 stars. Alien ability, the patterns on the worms have a strong hypnotic effect. As long as the hunter sees the specific appearance of the worms, he will be hypnotized instantly, and cannot move his eyes away. When countless worms form eyeballs, this hypnotic effect will reach its strongest. The hunter will quickly fall into a deep sleep, and cannot be awakened by external forces, and die in a nightmare. Attack method. When the worm aliens fly over, there will be a gnawing sound. When you hear the sound, don't look up, close your eyes immediately, and shoot at the sound. These worms are easy to kill, but you can't look at them. The undead don't have to worry about dream worms, because they can't dream, so they won't be affected in any way. If you want to look at each other, look at each other. At this time, Xingnian's voice sounded outside the car window. Xiangtan and I died because of this thing. Liang Ran looked up. Xingnian was squinting his eyes, trying to see the words on the paper clearly. Uncle Chen protects these materials like a child. We haven't read them much. I took a few peeks secretly. Liang Ran laughed. Xingnian was a boy who looked like a high school student. He was very well behaved, and had short light blonde hair. He looked much more reliable than Xingya, but he was very interesting. At 5 in the morning, Wu Gui called everyone. Pack up and set off. Xingya raised his hand. Wait, a few birds told me that 3 cars will be here in 10 minutes. I called many small animals to search everywhere at night, and drive the previously scattered teams here. If we wait until 6 o'clock, there will be about a dozen teams. Wu Gui nodded. Then wait a little longer and gather here directly. It will probably take a while. Xingya shrugged. This team is the fastest. The slowest ones are quite far away from here. They were chased by the aliens, and made a big circle. It doesn't matter. Liang Ran stuck his head out and replied. Did the other teams run into trouble? Xingya grinned. Those teams are fine. Many animals escorted them throughout the journey. 2 teams ran into special alien species directly. Fortunately, Xiangtan and Xiao were nearby and helped them to contain the alien species. Otherwise the 2 teams would have been wiped out. There were teams in the previous batch. There were too many 200 teams in the previous batch. Some of the alien animals could not be fought. They could not speak or remind us, and we really could not take care of them. Xingya sighed, and did not continue. Just as Xingya said, 10 minutes later, the 3 teams met with the Xuanqing team on time. Some teams had animals on the front of their cars, but some did not. The high-flying birds hovered above these cars, doing their best to ensure the safety of the hunters. At 6 o'clock, more than a dozen teams arrived at the location of the Xuanqing team. At 9 o'clock, 50 teams stopped around the Xuanqing team. At 12 o'clock noon, the last few teams came from all directions. Xiangtan and Xiao jumped down from the roofs of 2 cars. Xiangtan was a girl with a high ponytail, violet eyes, and some freckles on her cheeks. She looked lively. Xiao was a shy boy who didn't like to talk much. When he saw everyone, he whispered hello and lowered his head to look at the grass in a daze. Now, the members of the Abyss team are all here. The 100 teams that set out to the undead zone this time are also here. Wu Gui was about to lead the team to set off, when a sound of running suddenly came from the forest. Xingya laughed. Oh, they adapt so quickly. I didn't believe it when the bird told me. As soon as he finished speaking, a little rabbit jumped out of the bushes, and then a dozen hunters appeared in front of everyone. There were no cracks on these people, and they had obviously died not long ago. They were the hunters who died in the undead zone last month. The leading girl nodded to Liang Ran. Hello, Director. They couldn't go back to the Hope Zone, and they didn't know that Liang Ran had won the election. Ji Chan hesitated for a few seconds and corrected in a low voice. Now he is the commander. The girl was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. Hello, Commander Liang. She stood up straight and said seriously, we have been a little depressed recently and are not used to the living environment here. Now we have adjusted and can fight. Liang Ran took a deep breath and thanked the group again. Ever since entering the undead zone, Liang Ran felt as if she had been saying thank you all the time, but other than that, she didn't know what else she could do, so she could only keep repeating her thank you. The tiger roared, and Wu Gui rode on the brown tiger and ran forward. The cars of the Xuanqing team followed closely behind. 100 cars made a huge roar, countless birds circled above, and the wolves followed. The ground shook violently. Liang Ran looked back and saw the huge elephants. They made low sounds, stepped on the grass, and followed closely in the distance. Following them were countless alien species. Vines of different colors wandered among the trees, surrounding the convoy. The alien species in the air were parallel to the flying birds, and there was no end for a while. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a flying bird suddenly landed on Qingyao's shoulder, and the boy's face changed suddenly. He quickly called Wu Gui. The alien species guarding the large supply point has changed. It's that one. Wu Gui immediately kicked the brown tiger's abdomen lightly, and stopped where he was. The two of them exchanged a quick conversation for a while, and Wu Gui turned his head and said to everyone quickly, "You also know that the reason why the large supply point here has not been destroyed is because the aliens want to attract humans over. The alien originally guarding this place is an eagle alien, with a speed comparable to that of an A-acceleration mutant. Its tail is like 3 long whips, with great power and very strong lethality, but compared horizontally with the aliens guarding outside the large supply point, it is still easy to deal with. But now there is a very troublesome alien guarding outside the supply point. But this is also unavoidable. After all, there are so many teams here, and we are exposed to the eyes of the aliens throughout the whole process. They know where we want to go. Let me confirm with you now, are we still going to this large supply point?" Wu Gui's eyes swept over, and before Liang Ran could speak, everyone answered, "Go, why not? Even if we change places, they will follow." Yes, the situation in the Hope District is very troublesome now. Changing to a larger supply point farther away will delay it for another 2 days. This is indeed the case. You can't hide. Now it's not them who pick on the aliens, but the aliens who pick on them. No matter where they move to, it will be difficult to fight. The aliens will try their best to prevent them from capturing the large supply points. Ji Chan leaned back in her chair, looking a little indignant. "Sometimes I'm really speechless. These fuel tanks are useless to the aliens. Their only purpose in obstructing us is that they don't want us to live well. No wonder they are being executed collectively." After hearing everyone's reply, Wu Gui nodded. She introduced the troublesome alien. This alien is not easy to describe. It has no special abilities, but it has countless heads, and each head can fly. Before yesterday, it and the metal tree were the only 2 aliens we hadn't killed. The metal tree was hidden too deep, and we couldn't find it. After it appeared yesterday, it had been killed and officially entered the rules of the undead zone, and it needs to die once a week. Now there is only this alien left. Chapter 174. There are 2 powerful alien species outside the supply point now, and we can't rely on the Abyss team to delay them. The animals are responsible for the many ordinary alien species outside. The 5 members of the Abyss team are divided into 3-person and 2-person teams, taking turns to kill the whiptail eagle alien species. They have killed this alien species before, and know how to restrict it. In addition, they have to fight the multi-headed alien species by themselves. At this time, there is still half an hour to reach the large supply point. Liang Ran asked his teammates, "Are we going to delay that alien species?" Song Shanai wiped his axe and put it on his legs. "Isn't this nonsense?" Ji Chan also raised his fist. With great ability comes great responsibility. After discussing with everyone, Liang Ran stuck his head out and said to the other teams behind, "We are going to delay the multi-headed alien species. But there are too many heads of that alien species. We can't handle it, and we need 3 teams and the remaining undead to join us." Qin Ge, who was not far behind, immediately rolled down the car window. "We," Liang Ran thought. After a few seconds, he refused. There may be some dangerous alien species hidden in the supply point. The Yunlu team will escort other teams to move supplies. This matter is more important than delaying the alien species. We can't make any mistakes. Qin Ge nodded. "Okay." At this time, an undead suggested to Liang Ran, "You can call 2 more teams to fight multiple alien species together. We just died not long ago, and we are not very proficient in controlling our bodies. The resurrected body is different from the normal body. It is a bit stiff. When we are in a hurry, we will suddenly trip ourselves. We are afraid of being held back." Liang Ran understood. "Then can you help us guard the armored vehicle?" The leading girl nodded. "No problem." 5 minutes later, the division of labor was completely completed. The Abyss team held back 1 alien species. The Xuanqing team and the other 5 teams held back another alien species. The Yunlu team led the team into the supply point and hurried to move the supplies, while the other undead and small animals defended the car while resisting the attacks of ordinary alien species. The car continued to move forward. More than 20 minutes later, Wugui waved his hand, and Shiru immediately braked the car. Wugui quickly said, "We are almost at the supply point, so the car will stop here. Leave one person in each car to drive, and the others get off and proceed according to Liang Ran's division of labor." Shiru stayed in the car, and the others got off quickly. Soon hundreds of people gathered in the forest. The alien species that followed immediately launched a fierce attack, but were blocked tightly by the animals surrounding them. Soon, a sound of sprouting was heard. Several very tall and thick trees slowly let their branches grow. 2 minutes later, a large number of cars were covered by green branches and leaves. Those branches formed an airtight net that covered the sky to prevent sudden attacks from alien species in the sky. Qingyao explained, "Some very old plants in the old world also have intelligence, but because they cannot express it, humans cannot see it. After this place became an undead zone, their roots were deeply rooted in the polluted land, and they were repeatedly polluted to death. Later, they gradually mutated. In fact, some animals also mutated after dying many times, and their claws became sharper, and their running speed became faster. However, the number of mutant plants is very small, and there are just a few in this area. This is why Wugui suggested coming to this supply point before." Song Shanai asked curiously, "What does the tree sound like?" Qingyao thought for a few seconds and replied, "Merciful and gentle, like the voice of my mother in my imagination." Wugui then hit Qingyao's head from behind. "Stop. Let's go if everyone has no problem." Qingyao immediately shut up. "Yes, let's go." Liang Ran spread his mental power, and saw the 2 alien species that Wugui mentioned a few hundred meters away. The whip-tailed eagle was just as Wugui described. When it spread its wings, it was nearly 5 meters horizontally, and its 3 steel whip-like tails were 3 meters long. When flying in the air, those long whips cut through the air, producing a very loud sound of breaking through the air. If a human body was hit by this thing, it would probably be broken into 2. But if compared with the alien species next to it, the whip-tailed eagle seemed a little inferior. It was a black spherical object that was many times larger than the whip-tailed eagle. Countless heads were crowded on it. Some were human, some were from animals, and some were from alien species. All of these heads were severely decayed, the eyeballs melted, the teeth disappeared, but the skin was still there, the thin skin hung on the dry bones, the face was distorted, the mouth and eyes were wide open, as if making a silent roar. Liang Ran's mental power carefully scanned the hundreds and thousands of faces, and saw fatal injuries on some heads. She instantly understood what was going on. These heads were creatures that died decades ago. At that time, the undead zone had just landed and had not yet completely merged with the planet, so the creatures that had just died did not gain the ability to be immortal. After these creatures died, no one collected their bodies, and they fell into the soil. Later, they were dug out by this alien species, and used as part of their own abilities. Its ability is probably to manipulate dead heads. Anyone's head will do. Liang Ran roughly told everyone about the image of this alien, and asked Wugui, when it attacks, are there lines connecting the heads, or are there lines connecting the heads to the body? Wugui shook his head, no. It's just a complete head floating next to you. It's easy to resist if more than a dozen of them surround you. We have tried many times, but we can't get close to the body of the alien. But now there are so many hunters, we can definitely do it. Kill it, and it's over. The first dead creature takes a long time to resurrect. If we kill it in time when everyone moves the fuel tank out, then everyone can concentrate on rushing out of the encirclement. The mission is basically over. Liang Ran adjusted the light on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. I hope everything goes well. There was a constant tearing sound around, and the blood of animals was splashing. Everyone didn't delay any more and rushed out of the woods quickly. The moment they stepped into a vast grassland, the 2 aliens finally came into everyone's sight. Wugui whispered, the supply point is behind the multi-headed aliens. Liang Ran immediately side-eyed. Qinggu, we will cover you to the supply point first, you take the main force down. After that, she immediately controlled a wall to smash the multi-headed aliens. Instantly, countless heads flew towards the hunters. According to the plan, 6 teams, a total of 36 people, fought with these heads. Liang Ran mobilized most of his mental power and split into countless palm-sized walls to quickly block the heads, temporarily separating a passage for Qinggu and his team. Qinggu and his team ran to the supply point while cleaning up the few heads that crossed the wall and came to their side. 2 minutes later, Chingu pushed aside the weeds on the ground, found the round door of the supply point, and jumped down first. As the figures disappeared one by one on the ground, the small walls suspended in the air also slowly dissipated. Liang Ran shook his head, took out his pistol and began to deal with the heads that filled his sight. Without the obstruction of the wall, the pressure on everyone increased suddenly. Almost everyone was surrounded by 20 heads. If they were not careful, they would be completely entangled. In comparison, the speed mutants were relatively easy. If they were entangled, they could just walk around the heads quickly, but the strength mutants could only fight. After crushing more than a dozen heads, Ji-chan began to crush the heads that had just been resurrected. These heads were extremely fast, and it was difficult to aim with a sniper rifle. Otherwise, it would be much easier with Ji-chan's long-range assistance. 5 minutes later, Ji-chan had already started to smash the third round of heads. Her hands were covered in blood. Sui Yuesheng was running around the field while cleaning up the invisible aliens coming from all directions. Song Shanai wiped her face irritably. She kicked the head that had just been chopped off at her feet away, and stepped on another head with her right foot. Everyone's fighting power is at its best right now. Although they are annoyed by being entangled, they have the upper hand. But this is now. No one dares to judge what will happen in 10 minutes or half an hour. Liang Ran looked up at the main body. It was a mass of black matter that was twisting and shrinking wildly. Sometimes it expanded to 5 or 6 meters in size. Sometimes it shrank to the size of a ball, and even shrank to the size of an eyeball. It was like a firework, or a person's 5 fingers, randomly opening and closing. The sound of air flow was heard not far away. Liang Ran's mental power swept over, and saw Wu Guizhong and Qi Lian working together to kill the whiptail eagle. At this time, the whiptail eagle swooped down from the sky, and its wings raised airflow like a substance. The 3 tail whips seemed to tear the air apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Qi Lian rolled over the grass covered with stones. The first tail whip rubbed her back and swung past. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, and the tail whip left a mark more than 10 centimeters deep on the ground. Soon, the second whip fell quickly. Qi Lian had no time to dodge when she landed, so she could only jump forward. This time, she failed to dodge, and the worn protective suit was instantly torn apart. Her spine was broken, and the surging blood flowed from her back. She lay on the ground powerlessly, and the sand and stones stuck to her wet skin. After seeing the blood, the whip-tailed eagle suddenly became extremely excited. It made a cry like metal friction, and the third tail whip swept towards Qi Lian from bottom to top. Wu Gui saw that the height was right, and immediately rushed over, and inserted the bow and arrow into the ground with his backhand, and his whole body bent in a powerful arc. In the dust, Wu Gui and the whip-tail eagle crossed each other. After jumping onto the alien, she quickly stretched out her arm to grab her bow and arrow. The sharp arrowhead penetrated straight into the soft back of the alien's head and pierced through the eyes. This alien was extremely hard and powerful. Even the accelerator could not catch up with it when it was flying fast. Its wings and tail could easily knock away bullets, arrows, and other weapons, so it could only be lured to the ground to expose the small and vulnerable area of the back of its head. At this time, the whiptail eagle had flown to a height of more than 10 meters. It threw Wu Gui down with force. Soon, its exhausted body fell from the air and smashed heavily on the grass like Wu Gui. The dazzling blood spurted up, almost dyeing the night red. Liang Ran's eyes couldn't help but tremble. 10 seconds later, the whiptail eagle recovered first. It was about to fly to Wu Gui's side and smash her to pieces before she was resurrected, constantly preventing her from resurrecting. At this time, Xiangtan, Xingnian and Xiao, who were ready, ran over quickly and attracted the attention of the whiptail eagle. Qi Lian, who was completely unable to get up because of a broken spine, took out a knife and cut her neck directly, waiting for resurrection and the next round of battle. Liang Ran looked at the efforts made by the Abyss team to help them delay time, and couldn't say anything for a while. 2 words slowly emerged in her mind. Cruel. It hurt so much. The Abyss team is so cruel to herself. If this battle can't end quickly, Liang Ran and the others are also cruel. Thinking of this, Liang Ran looked at Ji-chan and Wu Ruozi not far away. Clean up the heads around you and follow me. Chapter 175. These heads that have been dead for many years are the weapons of the black gelatinous alien. If the black body is killed, these heads will naturally not haunt everyone. The most important thing is that this alien has never died in the undead zone. Once it dies this time, it will take up to 5 minutes to resurrect. 5 minutes is not long, but it is not short either. If everyone kills it at the moment when Ge and his team move out the fuel tank, 5 minutes is enough for everyone to move the supplies back to the car. In these 5 minutes, everyone will not be entangled by nearly 1,000 heads, and they don't have to clean the heads while running, and they have to protect the fuel tank in their arms at all times. Under the cover of the Abyss team and the small animals, everyone only needs to rush back to the car and drive away from here as quickly as possible. So the question now is how to kill the body of this alien. Ji-chan and Wu Ruozi smashed the heads around them as fast as they could. Seeing that a new round of resurrection was about to begin, Liang Ran quickly ran to them and smashed several walls around the three of them to completely separate the heads. Dozens of heads hit the wall hard a few times, and when they found that they could not move, they quickly turned around and floated towards other people. Liang Ran led the two to run towards the main body while explaining his situation. Just now, I escorted hundreds of people to the supply point and created too many walls. This consumed my mental power too quickly, and most of it was emptied in an instant. I don't have enough mental power to materialize now, and the area of the wall is only enough to temporarily protect the three of us. In 5 minutes at most, my mental power will be basically exhausted. Liang Ran said quickly, I have to keep some mental power to share. Many people are injured now, and there are many invisible aliens around. So we must fight quickly and decisively. Wu Ruozi nodded immediately. Okay. Ji-chan said anxiously. But how to fight this? That black thing looks so strange. Liang Ran shook his head. We can only try various methods. Soon the three of them came to the side of the black substance. Liang Ran's hand flashed with golden light, and several needle-like golden threads pierced the main body, but those golden threads could not go any further as soon as they touched the alien body. Just like a person trapped in a swamp, those golden threads were like trapped in soft cotton, and were wrapped up. A few seconds later, a bloody smell surged into Liang Ran's throat, and she suddenly bit over and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ji-chan panicked. What happened? The mental power was broken. Liang Ran wiped the blood from his lips and whispered. After the mental power is materialized, it is no longer something ethereal and untouchable, but a physical object. Since it is materialized and can fight against the alien species, it has the strength to withstand the upper limit. Liang Ran has tested that the things after her mental power is materialized can withstand a weight of 3 tons. Once the attack of the alien species exceeds this weight, the gold wire and golden wall will be penetrated, and she will be attacked by mental power and her brain will be damaged. This is the case where the alien species attacks the golden wall completely with external force. If there is an alien species that attacks the wall with pure mental power without any external force, then everyone will compare the strength of mental power. But it is obvious that this alien species is not an alien species that can control mental power. There is no mental power in its attack, it is purely a force impact, and its strength exceeds 3 tons. Liang Ran mentioned this to her teammates before, and Ji-chan immediately understood. Its strength should be about the same as mine. I hope it won't get any higher. Ji-chan moved her wrist. I try. But just as she was about to rush over, she was quickly grabbed by Liang Ran. She said quickly, it's too soft all over, it will wrap around any nearby material. No matter how hard you hit it, the force will be unloaded, and other weapons will be easily blocked by its gelatinous surface. Wu Ruozi pursed her lips. No wonder Wu Gui and the others can't hit it. Liang ran him and said, what we need now is a high explosive weapon. After that, she took out a heavy bomb from her backpack. I try this. Liang Ran said, just like before dealing with the blood pool alien, using mental power to simulate a golden box, put in an ignited bomb, and then manipulated the box to approach the gelatinous alien, but as soon as the box approached it, it was rolled into its skin. The next second, Liang Ran launched mental interference to the alien, trying to control its behavior and prevent it from resisting, but Liang Ran's interference had just worked for 2 seconds, and her head began to hurt violently, and her mental power retreated like a tide. The moment the alien regained control of its body, the box in its body was easily crushed, and the bomb was squeezed into pieces. Liang Ran quickly wiped the blood from his mouth, took a deep breath, and pinched his fingers. Although this alien could not use mental power, or it was not yet at the level where it could use mental power to attack, its own mental power level was still high, perhaps exceeding the second level, higher than the mental power of the invisible alien, and it was the alien with the highest mental power Liang Ran had seen except for the tentacle alien. Liang Ran had just consumed too much mental power, and was backfired twice. Although his mental power was higher than that of the opponent, he could only control the opponent for a moment. Thinking of this, Liang Ran took out the second heavy bomb from her backpack. She looked around. The hunters were now extremely scattered by the heads flying all over the sky, and could not gather in one direction. If they threw the ignited bomb at the alien would be able to avoid it 100%, and the hunters who were unable to dodge would be the ones who would suffer. If the bomb was put into the alien's body by the mimic box as soon as it was ignited, the situation just now would occur, and the bomb would be crushed before it exploded. However, there was one thing that was in their favor. Liang Ran had observed that the structure of the alien's body was very strange. Its skin would spontaneously roll everything around into its body and crush it, such as dust, leaves, and even ammunition. This inclusion seemed to be one-sided. After being sucked into the body, it was difficult for it to push them out of the body. Liang Ran whispered, "Let's do this. I'd light the bomb later, stuff it into its body in the last few seconds, and then control it for a moment to prevent it from squeezing the bomb. This will ensure that the bomb explodes inside its body, so that the alien species can offset some of the force after the explosion, making it easier for others to avoid it. Help me clear the heads that are rushing over." Ji Chan and Wu Ruozi responded immediately and entered a state of readiness. Perhaps sensing the crisis, the black substance suddenly twisted violently at this moment, and it suddenly expanded from 2 meters to 5 or 6 meters. The densely packed heads no longer entangled other hunters, but all floated up and floated in the air, looking particularly creepy. Liang Ran had already put away the surrounding golden walls at this time. After simulating the box, she focused all her attention and waited for the opportunity. The hunters on the ground, and the heads in the air suddenly fell into a strange stagnation. After a few breaths, accompanied by a dizzying scream, all the heads in the sky rushed towards the main body, trying to wrap it up again. Liang Ran immediately shouted, "Stop them! If there are countless heads outside the main body, Liang Ran can't send the bomb to the alien body at all. It is safest to explode inside the body." Instantly, all the hunters moved. Arrows shot into the air, gunshots continued. Ji Chan cooperated with a hunter she didn't know. The other party used a whip to roll the heads to the ground, and Ji Chan smashed them one by one. The small animals outside discovered the predicament of the hunters. Several huge flying birds broke free from the encirclement of ordinary aliens, swooped down with loud cries, and helped hit the heads floating in the air. 5 minutes later, the ground was covered with a thick layer of blood. At this time, Lin Yi finally got out of the supply point. She carried a box of fuel in each hand. Soon Qinggu also climbed up. There were 2 scars on his face, and the protective suit was damaged in several places, revealing wounds that had not yet recovered. He carried his teammate who had fallen into a coma on his back, and looked at Liang Ran from a distance in the dark night. Just as Liang Ran had guessed before, there was an alien ambush in the supply point. But these teams won and brought out the fuel tanks. Liang Ran nodded at the other party and retracted his gaze. Now it was time. Because mental control had a distance limit, Liang Ran took a few quick steps to approach the body of the gelatinous alien. Without any hesitation, she ignited the heavy bomb in her hand. The fire line of this bomb could only burn for 12 seconds. After putting the bomb into the mimic box, Liang Ran quickly controlled it to fly towards the alien. Seeing this, the alien suddenly shrank into the size of a ball and rushed into the woods behind it. Wu Ruozi, who had been waiting there in advance, appeared immediately. Wu Ruozi narrowed her eyes and measured the distance, then jumped down from the branch, and the ribs of her umbrella stabbed the alien from top to bottom. Just as Liang Ran said, Wu Ruozi's weapon just touched the alien. Just like touching the softest candy, the sharp tip of the umbrella was swallowed and twisted off in an instant, and it was visible to the naked eye that Wu Ruozi's weapon gradually sank deep into the body of the gelatinous alien, and her weapon became shorter and shorter, as if it was refined by molten iron. But Wu Ruozi finally stopped the alien for a moment. In a flash, Liang Ran immediately controlled the mimic box to hit the alien, and its skin instantly wrapped around the box. Liang Ran, run! Wu Ruozi turned around without hesitation and ran to the flat ground. A speed mutant quickly ran over and grabbed her. It was the last 3 seconds of the fire line. Liang Ran controlled the alien for 1 second. This time, the time was shorter than before, but more difficult. The blood at the corner of her mouth could not be stopped. Liang Ran felt that she was about to spit out the fragments of her internal organs, and her mouth was full of wetness. The mental control ended, and the distance limit between Liang Ran and the alien disappeared. She was about to turn around and run away. The alien took back the control of its body at this time. It squeezed the box in its body with all its strength, but it needed 2 seconds to crush Liang Ran's materialized mental power. It didn't have enough time. No matter what, the bomb in the box would explode in its body. There was no time to waste. Sui Yuesheng rushed over quickly, grabbed Liang Ran's shoulders, and was about to take her away, but as soon as they rushed out of the woods, Sui Yuesheng suddenly stopped where he was. Due to inertia, Liang Ran lost her balance and spat out a mouthful of blood. She raised her eyes with trembling eyelashes, looking at the dream worm that had appeared in front of her at some point, and the blood in her body flowed backwards, and she could not move at all. Dreamworm. Once they look at each other, they can't speak or move. How long is 2 seconds? All this happened too fast and too unexpectedly. Liang Ran's world suddenly became extremely slow. She turned her eyes with difficulty, and looked at her teammates, who were rushing towards her not far away. Her eyes suddenly became sore. She shouldn't fall here. She wanted to die in the future, when humans had hope. If she died again at that time, there would definitely be no regrets. The roar of the explosion sounded, and Liang Ran sighed in her heart. Almost at the same time, she seemed to hear a sigh from others. A girl ran from behind the tree on her side. She threw away the worn-out umbrella ribs in her hand, and firmly blocked the backs of Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng. The scorching fire rose to the sky. Liang Ran felt that her body was rapidly withering and melting. Her face hurt so much that her skin fell off, like a burnt piece of paper. The pain was like dense needles repeatedly piercing her soul. For a moment, she almost saw her own death. Enduring great pain, she slowly raised her eyes, and saw Wu Ruozi rushing against the fire. She hurriedly injected 2 tubes of regeneration reagent into Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng, and then looked at the girl behind Liang Ran. "Thank you," Wu Ruozi said. "The 32nd me." Liang Ran was confused about this. She wanted to turn around and thank the girl behind her, but she couldn't move. Her throat was also burned. The hot air flow rushed out of her body, and her vocal cords seemed to have turned into ashes. The girl's voice was a little cold, as if she was born without any emotions. "You're welcome, Wu Ruozi." She recited the name carefully, as if she was savoring the story of the name. After a long time, or just a few seconds, she suddenly said, "Goodbye." After that, the girl patted Liang Ran's head from behind and repeated, "You too, goodbye." Chapter 176. Although Liang Ran did not understand what the 32nd me meant, she knew the meaning of goodbye forever. In fact, she had guessed what was going on when she found out that the alien species had a high mental power. This gelatinous alien species might be the core alien species in this area. It is the reason why the undead zone can be immortal. If the tentacle alien species had not stolen the high-dimensional body gene, this alien species would be the alien species with the highest mental power in the known prison. The planet level is ranked according to the mental power of each planet. The gelatinous alien species comes from a place higher than their planet, and it may even be a medium-sized planet. In short, since it comes from a higher planet, higher than humans, and higher than all ordinary alien species in this area, it is feasible for it to temporarily revive all creatures in the area by relying on its own special characteristics and the high-level substances it carries. In other words, if there is a core alien species in the undead zone, and there are no more hidden alien species in the undead zone, then from the current point of view, the probability that this alien species is the core alien species is the highest. After realizing this at the time, Liang Ran immediately looked at the Abyss team in the distance. At that time, Qingyao happened to fall from midair onto a boulder, and his whole body seemed a little twisted. He raised his cracked face, and looked at Liang Ran in the center of the battlefield. Liang Ran saw a plea in his eyes. "Please," Qingyao mouthed, "we want to get off work." Liang Ran thought a lot at that time. Her eyes quickly swept over the endless animals, the broken plant nets, and looked at the undead protecting the car. These people fought neatly, and every knife they swung accurately hit the deadly point of the aliens. When their figures intertwined, they had no concerns at all, as they had said before. They were not very good at controlling the dead body, so they could not fight the gelatinous aliens for fear of being dragged down. They are lying. So Liang Ran suddenly understood everything. These people were not afraid of being dragged down, but they could not fight. The core alien species is the source of their life. After they were resurrected from the dead, they have become substantial alien species, and cannot leave the undead zone. This core alien species is equivalent to mother for them. Their attacks are unlikely to hurt it, and will be eliminated in an instant. This is also the reason why this alien species has not died so far. Otherwise, if tens of thousands of planetary creatures here attack it together, can it really be indestructible? Liang Ran does not believe it. They also have extremely large creatures, and extremely fast creatures on their side. If they have countless trial and error opportunities, they will not necessarily lose. So there is no trial and error. When the undead realize that killing it will free them, they no longer have the opportunity to kill it. This is a powerful alien species that can only be killed by living people. If it dies, The undead zone can no longer be called the undead zone. The raging fire made Liang Ran shaky. In the sky-high flames, the dream worms had disappeared without a trace. Liang Ran finally regained control of her body. The next second, she leaned forward weakly and fell into Wu Ruozi's arms. The heads in the sky turned into fragments, like punctured balloons, and floated to the ground. A large number of hunters came with water pipes to put out the fire. Because of the effect of the regeneration reagent, Liang Ran's shed skin began to grow wildly, and her body looked like countless ants crawling. At this time, Ji Chan and Song Shanai ran over and wanted to quickly carry Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng away from this place. But Liang Ran shook her head. She tried to turn her head and look at the girl behind her. She detonated a heavy bomb, and the shock wave was unimaginably violent. If the other party hadn't protected her back in time, she would have died now. But even if the other party was a regeneration mutant, the most powerful regeneration in the Hope Zone, she couldn't withstand such destruction. The girl's whole body was burnt and bloody. Liang Ran could even see some bones through the broken flesh, but she looked calm and indifferent, as if she didn't feel any pain. When she found Liang Ran looking at her, the girl took 2 steps back, and suddenly her legs softened and she fell on her back. Liang Ran subconsciously wanted to get close to her. I didn't meet Liang Gian. The girl closed her eyes and whispered, nor did I meet you. I'm the 31st number one, and I have many friends. After saying this, her body suddenly began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her skin faded from her body, leaving only a body of scarred bones. Everything was like a dream. She didn't seem to have just died, but had been dead for many years. In an instant, the undead zone changed drastically, and all the undead and aliens who were still fighting stopped their actions. Wu Gui, riding on the whiptail eagle, fell into the air with the alien. Both of them turned into bones in midair before they even landed. She broke into countless pieces in the air and scattered everywhere. Qing Yao looked at Wu Ruozi. He stretched out his index finger and shook it, revealing a hearty smile, as if he wanted to make the other party not sad, but before he could say anything, his hand fell to the ground weakly. Xiangtan grabbed Xiaozhou's arm and jumped onto his shoulder. We will do this in the future. I will ride on your shoulders, and you will run with me, Xiangtan said. Xiao laughed, and he was about to nod, when the two of them suddenly turned into white sand, and were blown away by the surging wind. Xingnian bent down to Liang Ran. I'm sorry, I was worried that you would feel too heavy when fighting, so I didn't tell you. This is all our joint decision. See you again, if we are destined to meet again. Qi Lian happily jumped and waved at everyone. Retire, retire. The fire had been suppressed at this moment. All the hunters stopped their actions in a daze, and looked around blankly. The layers of bones blurred everyone's vision. The cute little animals piled up into a mountain of bones, and the lush trees turned into dead trees. The originally vibrant world instantly became devastated. A little squirrel ran towards the crowd holding a pine cone, as if he wanted to give humans a farewell gift. As a result, he tripped over the bones on the ground, and the pine cone rolled out, and the little squirrel could no longer run. Finally, Liang Ran's sight fell on the little wolf cub. It was curled up under its mother's belly at this time. Because of fear, its body couldn't help but tremble slightly. When it turned into bones, Liang Ran saw the gun hole from humans on its forehead. In an instant, Liang Ran's heart seemed to be shot through by this bullet. She lowered her head in pain. The pain was even worse than when the fire burned her. Something seemed to be stuck in her throat, so bitter that she couldn't spit it out or swallow it. There were still creatures falling around, and the world was raining heavily. The rain lasted for 5 minutes until everything was silent. Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng had recovered a lot at this time. Liang Ran coughed a few times, and was supported by Wu Ruozi and pulled up. Shiru drove the armored vehicle over, and she whispered. Lin Yi said, there are still some supplies downstairs. Now there are no alien species. Ji Chan and I will move some now. Liang Ran nodded and returned to his seat. Now there are no fluorescent vines. Everyone can only rely on the car lights to illuminate. Everyone drove the car to the front of the supply point, and soon the last few hundred boxes of fuel tanks were moved out. Each car was loaded with 30 boxes, exactly 3,000 boxes. There are enough supplies, and the Hope District can be evacuated. In this way, even if there is not enough fuel and supplies in the Hope Zone in the future, everyone can come directly to the Undead Zone. No one will die in this area anymore. After Shiru sat back in the driver's seat, he rolled down the window and looked outside silently. The other teams did not leave immediately. You say, Ji Chan said suddenly after fastening her seat belt, did they deliberately lead this alien species over, in order to, get rid of it? Song Shana continued her words. I don't know. But this result is what they want. Sui Yuesheng also recovered at this time. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. I understand why they insist on killing every alien species. The metal tree finally stopped hiding. They immediately rushed to find it, and died several times to kill the other party. It's all for this day. Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng are now the most seriously injured, but the two have been injected with regeneration reagents. It won't take long for everyone to see that they have been injured, so they both rejected the concerned greetings of other teams, and just said it will be fine soon, no problem. Compared to the two, the Xuanqing team is more concerned about Wu Ruozi's condition. They are worried about her emotions first, and then they are confused about the girl, who looks like Wu Ruozi but younger. The air was silent for a long time. When Liang Ran's throat was almost recovered, she whispered to the other cars, let's go back. The journey is too far. The earliest we can go back is November 23rd. I don't know how the Hope District is now. Liang Ran's voice fell, and the other cars finally began to move slowly. Everyone drove through the bones on the ground carefully, fearing that they would crush something. After passing this area, the number of bones gradually decreased, and everyone's speed gradually increased. Until finally, the car began to drive at the fastest speed. The bloody evening breeze rushed into the car window. Liang Ran took a deep breath and hugged the worn backpack in his arms. There were documents written by Chen Balian for several years. This was proof that the undead zone had existed, and it was also a medal of honor for the martyrs, who had fought one after another. Wu Ruozi turned around and asked Liang Ran, after these documents are registered, can you give me a few pages? Liang Ran couldn't refuse this, so he nodded immediately. Of course. Wu Ruozi smiled. She took the initiative to talk about her own story. That was me, who was almost 14 years old, the 31st me, and she died in the undead zone. The 14-year-old me who met Commander Liang Yin was also the 32nd me, and later this me died in the giant zone. The 33rd me entered the undead zone again. The 18-year-old me met you. Liang Ran's brain turned rapidly. She had thought before whether the girl was the remains of Wu Ruozi that fell into the undead zone. Because she had entered many times that year, the different limbs were pieced together into a body, and that body became the new Wu Ruozi. But she quickly rejected this idea. How can a severed limb carry memory? If memory is stored in the brain, then the severed limb of the girl must have a brain part, but Wu Ruozi will die without a brain. Liang Ran thought about it, and was more inclined to believe that the girl was the complete Wu Ruozi. She thought of the human cloning technology that was banned in the old world. Wu Ruozi was the original body, and the other girls were her clones. But Liang Ran is now the commander-in-chief, and she knows very well what the medical research technology of the Hope District is like. In the absence of a large amount of resources and data, the Hope District has problems even supplying basic medicines, and cannot provide so many things to develop cloning technology. Now the Hope District is far behind the old world in terms of cloning. So either Liang Ran's cognition is wrong, or this matter has nothing to do with cloning. Wu Ruozi seemed to guess what Liang Ran was thinking, and she shook her head, similar to cloning, but not quite. This is related to my gene level and my extremely special cell conditions, and has little to do with the level of technology. Also, Wu Ruozi took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself, and then continued, I'm not the original. The original died in a mission when she was 12 years old. She lowered her head, as if she was lost in memories. Later, we appeared one after another, constantly inheriting the memories of the previous one, and constantly dying in the mission, the first. 33 of me died with the Abyss Squad, but I didn't die in the undead zone. I was seriously injured and died in the hospital after leaving the undead zone, so there was no previous me in the undead zone. So those rumors have always been true. There is indeed no survivor in the Abyss Squad. Later, a new me appeared. Wu Ruozi introduced herself. I am the 34th and the last one. Liang Ran stared at Wu Ruozi, and the girl's soft voice flashed through her mind. She recalled the girl's inexplicably familiar bones in the flames, and finally understood where this familiarity came from. She whispered to Wu Ruozi, at that time in the giant zone, the bones belonging to the girl in the closet. It's yours, right? Chapter 177. At that time, everyone hid in the corners of the attic in order to avoid the detection of the giraffe species in the giant area. Wu Ruozi hid in the closet. At that time, there was a girl's skeleton in the closet. She had been dead for 2 or 3 years. Wu Ruozi quickly recovered all her memories from seeing the skeleton. She said that the skeleton was her teammate. After Liang Yin died, the Abyss Squad went to the giant area for a mission. A teammate died here. They collected the 3 skeletons belonging to the original owner in the attic and placed them neatly on the bed. Then, they buried the teammate's body in the closet, hoping that her body would not be eaten up by the alien species. Now it seems that the skeleton is not Wuruozi's teammate, but herself. She died in that attic that year. At that time, Wuruozi was seriously injured, perhaps with brain damage or a broken heart. In short, she was fatally injured and would soon die. She wanted to find a cemetery, so the Abyss team came to the quiet attic, where they found evidence that the current acting commander had taken human lives when he was young. They hid the recorder in the bed and watched Wuruozi die. Liang Ran remembered Wuruozi's murmurs when she closed the closet door. Let her stay here, she likes quiet. Across the years, the current self buried the body of the past self. At this time, Wuruozi responded to Liang Ran's words, and she nodded easily. It's mine. Ji-chan was confused, her head was mixed up with the pile of numbers. She suddenly remembered the recorder Wuruozi took out a few weeks ago, and said blankly, Then the recording in your hand about highlight killing the Abyss team. Wuruozi explained, that was recorded before the 33rd me left for the undead zone. At that time, the recorder was hidden under her skin, but the deep pollution zone changes rapidly. To be on the safe side, she buried the recorder under a crooked tree in the slums. Later, the 34th me, that is, me now, recovered my memory, and I dug out the recorder. It finally came in handy. Ji-chan still didn't understand. Why do you share a set of memories? Shouldn't everyone be a brand new person, and everyone's memory is independent? Wuruozi thought for a while and replied, This is what I said, our situation. One of the biggest differences from cloning. I can't explain it either. Maybe it's because I also have a little mental power mutation. This person died, and the mental power with memories returned to my brain cells that were dissected out, merged into them, just like returning home, so the next person has this part of the memory. Liang Ran shook his head. It won't be a little bit. Your gene level is very high. From the current point of view, people with high gene levels will generally have higher mental power strength, and it will be much more difficult for Liang Ran to interfere. Wuruozi is an S+ regeneration mutant, or even a higher level mutant. Her mental power is not low, and it is normal for her to mutate. Even Qin Ge has mental power mutations, and his sixth sense is directly related to mental power mutations. Wuruozi's next sentence confirmed Liang Ran's guess. I am not an S level or S+ level mutant. The people who studied me at the time said that if the gene level was more standardized, I would be at least 2S level, but the gene detection instrument can only measure S at most, and the headquarters can only call mutants who are obviously stronger than S level S+. Song Shanai accurately grasped the key. Who is studying you? You were studied. How did they study you? Song Shanai's voice was a little louder. What did they use to study you? Wuruozi didn't know what to say. How should I say it? Wuruozi had never seen her mother since she could remember. At that time, she had no name. She was called child by the man who adopted her. The man was Noah, in his 40s, and was the acting commander at the time. He took Wuruozi back from the baby relief center, and signed an adoption agreement. Everyone said that this little girl was lucky. Although her parents died in the mission, the new family would give her a brighter future. She grew up under Noah's care. From staring at the ceiling in the crib, to touching Noah's cheek and giggling happily at him, after she learned to walk, Noah took her to the desk and taught her to read simple words. Lucky. Noah read. The little girl lay on the desk and read softly, Lucky. Noah nodded. Child, you are lucky. This will be a word that will follow you for the rest of your life. The little girl didn't understand anything, but seeing Noah happy, she was also very happy. She opened her palms and threw herself into Noah's arms, cleverly imitating the words she heard in front of the window not long ago. Dad, Dad. Dad. That's how the little girl spoke to the man holding her. The tall man almost cried and turned his daughter around several times. The little girl also wanted to turn around. But Noah quickly calmed down. He stretched out his palm to lift the girl out of his arms, and then gently pushed her to the ground. With a bang, the child's fragile back of the head hit the small stool, and the back of the girl's head sank, and a lot of blood flowed in an instant. She cried out in pain, waving her hands on the ground to find Noah, but he stood straight and motionless. In the pain, the girl knew she had done something wrong. She kept shouting lucky, 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 and finally the pain slowly disappeared. Noah looked at the girl's plump head and laughed. He walked forward with satisfaction, and held the little girl and turned many circles. The girl did not bear grudges. She hugged Noah's neck tightly, and associated the circle with a series of things in her mind. Lucky and pain. If she felt pain, she was lucky, and she would be picked up by her father. Day after day, year after year, she grew up like this. At first, the guests at home would still care about her and occasionally discuss her. Later, Noah stopped bringing guests home, and the Hope District gradually forgot the existence of this girl. Commander Noah seems to have an adopted daughter. Why do I feel like I have never seen her? Some people would mention this when chatting. But soon someone would change the subject. Why are you so concerned about other people's children? Are you perverted? She is not yet of school age, so she must be well taken care of at home. Maybe Commander Noah couldn't bear to see the girl suffer, so he called the teacher to his home for lessons. Anyway, this girl must be living a much more comfortable life than you. This is how it is in the Hope District. Everyone is busy with their own lives, and so many people die every day. Who has the energy to be curious about a little girl? So no one knows that the girl is lying in the laboratory at this time, waiting for the first experiment in her life. There is currently only one S-level regeneration mutant in the Hope District, and she is also the head of a pharmaceutical company organization. Unless she volunteers, no one can study her. But according to past records, even if it is an A+ level regeneration mutant, their body functions cannot be used by others. After injecting their cell tissues, those cells will fight fiercely with the patient's own cells, and the patient will have a very strong rejection phenomenon, accelerating death, without exception. Therefore, the so-called regeneration reagent was just a floating theory for several years. Noah wanted to make this theory take root, so after seeing the girl's gene level in the background, he pressed the matter immediately. He did not make the other party's S-level gene public, but modified the record and went to the relief center to take the girl who had just lost her parents home. He set up the laboratory privately, with only one researcher and 2 doctors. After seeing the girl, they wanted to carry her to the bed, but the girl happily climbed on it by herself. Several people were a little stunned. The girl waved her little fist. Noah said there will be circles tonight. Needles of different thicknesses pierced into the girl's body, and various data screens surrounded her. The girl frowned in pain, but always laughed inexplicably. When extracting brain tissue, the doctor discovered the specialness of her brain. There is a circle of silvery white cells around her brain stem. I can't tell what they are, but maybe they are related to her ability. Noah, don't worry about that for now. Let's see if we can make regenerative reagents from her cells. Finally, she has grown up enough. My daughter has been disabled for many years. She has given up on herself in the hospital and doesn't want to see me. If there is a regenerative reagent, she will definitely be willing to smile. After receiving the instructions, the doctor extracted the little girl's body and found that only brain cells and myocardial cells can be used as raw materials for regenerative reagents. However, the regenerative reagent must be extracted and tested many times to ensure that there are no side effects before it can be used for patients. But the cells in these 2 parts are non-regenerative. If you extract a little bit, if you want to make a perfect regenerative reagent, the girl will die. Noah just smiled and said, "Extract?" Since then, the little girl has been lying in the laboratory for many days. The circle she expected never appeared. Her body became thinner and thinner, more and more like a piece of paper. She always wore a ventilator and stared at Noah. Tears could not help but flow out of her eyes, and finally slid down her cheeks in strings. Every time this happened, the doctor would wipe her tears away. "Please keep your emotions stable." The other party said, "You are not conducive to my blood drawing. Noah will be angry." Hearing this, the little girl stopped crying immediately. She held back her tears and looked forward to meeting Noah next time. Otherwise she didn't know what else she could think of. She had only been with Noah since she was born. Others were just passing clouds, only Noah was unchanged, and he was her only family. In the 3rd week, the doctor who kept her emotionally stable drew blood from her step by step. The blood filled bags after bags, but this time she did not leave immediately, but stopped and asked her what she was daydreaming about all day. The girl thought for a moment and replied, "I saw an uncle wearing a floral shirt in the window that day. I want to buy it for Noah. He will look younger when he wears it." Noah said before that he has fine lines around his eyes again. The little girl, lying on a bed much bigger than her, she asked the doctor seriously, "Doctor, how can I buy a floral shirt for Noah?" The doctor was stunned for a long time, and finally put her hand on her forehead. "He is not worth buying that thing. We may never meet again in the future." The little girl was surprised. "Why, I'd like you to accompany me, you make me feel very different." The doctor replied, "Noah's daughter is dead, so he doesn't need to develop regenerative reagents anymore. I'm sorry. At Noah's request, I'm going to extract the special cells in your brain now. He is sad and angry now. He wants you to die painfully with his daughter, but I hope you can be free in the future. When extracting those cells, the girl did feel extreme pain. This pain was different from the previous pain. She felt that a part of her soul was cut off, and she seemed to be separated from herself. The doctor put those cells into the culture dishes in a scattered manner. The little girl counted, and there were 33 culture dishes. These culture dishes contained not only her brain cells, but also cells from all parts of her body, with blood floating in them, bloody and beautiful. Later, the doctor left, and the others left too. The girl lay in bed for 3 days, and 2 nights until the evening of the 3rd day, when Noah and a strange man came to the laboratory and tore off the tubes on her body at will. The girl was pulled and swayed, and only a few sporadic conversations were heard. Form a secret team. Go to the contaminated area to find old world supplies. Don't go to the main warehouse, sell them to the black market. Who would complain about having too many points? With points, everything is easy. To put it in a higher level, this team is also trained to benefit the Hope Zone. Some missions are not willing to go. They can go, even the deeply contaminated area. From now on, you will be called number 1. Noah stopped talking and looked at the girl, the captain of the Abyss team. If you do well, you can call me father. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. I do. I will definitely do it well. At the age of 7, number 1 began to receive high-intensity training. She wore a mask and fought day and night in the training ground late at night. The closed room surrounded her. She never complained about the hardship or tiredness, because she had little contact with the outside world. She didn't know that children of this age were still acting like spoiled children in their parents' arms. She didn't understand her unusualness. In the eyes of a 7-year-old child, the training ground was like hell. Any alien species could knock her down. Later, there were several more children in her training room. Most of them came from the release center, had no parents, had never been to school, and had some strange personalities. They exercised together, constantly falling and getting up, and none of them felt that they were unusual. After training, everyone would return to the residence arranged by Noah. Each person had a 2-square-meter room with a bed. The sound insulation of the wall was not very good, and they seemed to be able to hear each other's breathing through the wall. Number 1 lay on the bed, expressionless and dazed. Long-term training made her gradually less fond of laughing, more taciturn, and even a little forgetful of Noah's face, but she still remembered Noah's words. These people are your teammates and enemies. The situation in the contaminated area changes rapidly. Sometimes you have to drag your teammates to take the blame for you in order to survive. Dad hopes you survive. Number 1 silently recited this sentence, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Dad hopes you survive. So happy. Dad. She didn't know that Noah's words were a lie. She didn't know that Noah hated her, hated that she didn't grow up early and become the raw material of regeneration reagents. He wanted her to live in suspicion and betrayal forever. When number 1 was 12 years old, the Abyss team was officially established. Because of Noah, they got a special order and often shuttled between contaminated areas. Compared with the team, they were more like lone rangers. No one trusted each other, but they were tied together tightly. Number 2 was a slightly fat boy. Because he was a speed mutant, the fat on his belly always shook when he ran, which looked particularly funny. He explained to others, "This is genetic and disease." I asked others, "And there are such cases where you eat very little but grow a little fat. You should stop laughing at others." Number 3 was a short girl who always spared no effort to laugh at others. "It's better to be fatter," she said. "The aliens will definitely want to eat you the most when they rush over. You must not lose weight." Number 4 would laugh at this time. He liked to watch others quarrel, and occasionally said a few sarcastic words, calling it love to watch the fun. Number 5 always sat aside, and didn't care about anything, occasionally interrupted, and occasionally looked out the window. She gave people a feeling of loneliness, as if she was hiding something. Number 1 was always used to it. She secretly gave everyone nicknames, such as Little Fatty, Laughing Spirit, Yin Yang Monster, and Lonely Ghost. Of course, she also had a nickname. Everyone called her Wooden Man. Number 1 was very dissatisfied with this nickname, but she was too lazy to say it. She sat silently on the chair with her eyes closed. Occasionally, when she saw an alien in the distance, she would randomly call someone to deal with it. Sometimes, when she encountered something difficult to deal with, she would also go to help. When she returned to the car, the Laughing Spirit would throw her a piece of candy, and the Lonely Ghost would also retract his eyes from the window, and his gaze would lightly fall on her. Time passed quickly, and the separation was also very sudden. The first one to die was the little fat guy. He was indeed targeted by the alien, and the powerful alien flew back and took him away in the air. The meat on his belly fell on the face of number 4. The person who usually loved to play tricks on others stood there blankly, and finally chased the alien with a musket, chased to the top floor, and fell together with the alien. After returning to the car, number 1 began to be dazed. Number 3 said, "Look, this is how the little fat guy died, I am not wrong." Number 5 still looked out the window. "Number 4 will definitely regret it when he dies. Why did you chase him?" Number 1 nodded, "Yeah." But she suddenly couldn't sleep that night. Tossing and turning, she slowly opened her eyes, and found that number 3 and number 5 were not asleep. Number 3 was crying for no reason, wiping her tears, and number 5 was leaning on her knees with her face covered. Number 1 thought for a long time and asked them, "Do you feel pain?" The two were in a trance for a long time, and both said yeah. So number 1 laughed, "As long as you feel pain, good things will come immediately. It doesn't matter." But good luck did not come, and number 5 died at noon on the 3rd day. When number 1 picked up her body, he suddenly raised his head and asked the question he had always been curious about. Why does she always look out the window? Number 3 answered her. When she was 5 years old, her seriously ill mother threw her outside the shelter. She was probably waiting for her mother to take her home. Home. Number 1 said, "I want a home too." Number 3 suddenly burst into tears, and the finger of number 5 in her hand fell to the ground. "I want one too." She choked and said, "The children taken away from the shelter all have homes. Why didn't anyone take me away? Am I not good looking? Am I not well behaved? Am I very bad? Why doesn't anyone want me?" Number 1 was silent for a long time. She walked to number 3, held her hand, and then took her 2 steps. "Although you are not good looking and not well behaved, I will take you away. Is this okay?" Number 3 was stunned, her snot hanging on her face, looking funny and embarrassed. After a moment, she said viciously, "No. I don't want to be taken away by you. I remember clearly that half a year ago, I almost died when I was fighting the alien, and you were sitting cross-legged in the car. 3 months ago, I was beaten to vomit blood, and you were happily drinking nutrient solution. And a month ago, her voice suddenly became low, I had a nightmare that day and cried, and you secretly wiped my tears. So where is the suspicion and betrayal?" Number 1 did not live the life Noah hoped for. By the time she was on her 19th mission in the contaminated area, she was already a qualified captain. Although she was taciturn, she would quietly observe the status of others. The Abyss squad had fresh blood, but number 1 still liked number 3 the most. She would take the initiative to jump onto the flying alien species, to buy time for others to escape. When the alien swarm came, she would stand in front of everyone, holding a bone umbrella, with her long brown hair blown up, as if she would never fall. She was only 12 years old at that time, but no one would treat her as a child. But she was also childish and cute. When she was in the wooden barrier area, she would stand among the mountains, forking the alien species in the stream while listening to the latest songs. When she was in the water pollution area, she would let her teammates stand guard by her side, and then she would gently step into the swamp to feel the process of sinking. In the end, she got out of control and hurriedly asked number 3 to pull her up. Number 1's time stopped in the last month of her 12th year. It was a rare rainstorm in the polluted area that day. Number 3 drove desperately to avoid the aliens. The black aliens pushed the car into a narrow alley. Just as it was about to leave the alley, a 3-meter-tall eagle alien suddenly rushed towards the armored vehicle from the side. The ground was too slippery, and it was too late to dodge. Number 3 subconsciously turned the steering wheel to the left, but after looking at the direction of the alien on the opposite side, she suddenly gritted her teeth and turned the steering wheel to the right, exposing the main driver's seat to the impact of the alien. There was a bang. Sticky blood dripped on number 3's face, but the imagined pain did not come. She raised her eyes tremblingly, and saw that number 1 had unbuckled his seat belt at some point, stood up from the co-pilot seat, and hugged her head tightly. At this time, the windshield was broken, and the sharp wings of the alien pierced into the girl's heart, instantly twisting her heart to pieces. "I just saw it." The girl slowly lowered her head and whispered, "You want to save me." Number 3 broke down and cried in front of the girl for the second time. She cried until she was hoarse, completely ignoring the alien attacking from the front. In the end, number 1 weakly raised the bone umbrella and inserted it into the alien's mouth. "It's okay, it hurts, right?" She comforted number 3. "Lucky things will come soon." Number 1 gradually closed her eyes. Her soul dissipated, but she always felt that something had left her body. She seemed to have returned to the laboratory when she was a child. She saw the 33 culture dishes inside, and her spirit seemed to jump into one of them, and then the cells in the culture dish suddenly became extremely active. They kept changing positions until a young embryo appeared. She died, but a new number 1 will appear. I give you my memories. You helped me take number 3 home. Chapter 178. The information of number 1's death was sent back to Noah. He said nothing, but asked the Abyss team to bring back the other party's body. The girl's body was carried back by number 3. She begged Noah to bury number 1 with tears. Noah looked at number 3's red and swollen eyes with an ambiguous expression. It seemed that something had quietly deviated from his expectations. But it didn't matter. All the deviations ended on the day number 1 died. After his daughter died, compared with the regeneration reagent, number 1's value in hunters was greater and could bring him more benefits, so Noah temporarily gave up the research. But now that number 1 is dead, her hunter value has completely disappeared. Regeneration reagents can be studied again. After several years, Noah brought number 1's body back to the original laboratory. He didn't touch the things inside, and the culture dishes were not lost. After all, they were extracted from hygiene mutants, and any discard would be a waste. Noah called the 2 doctors who had studied the girl. The physical condition of the regenerative mutant was very special. The cells in the body could still be active for a long time after death. Therefore, the 2 doctors dissected the girl, extracted all her brain cells and myocardial cells, and put them into the preservation solution. But unlike the previous conclusion, the cells in these 2 parts were completely inactivated. The doctor looked at the data on the screen in astonishment and couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be. Even if it was a D-level regenerative mutant, the cells would not die so quickly. After the doctor finished speaking, he hurriedly looked for the culture dish of that year. He walked to the next room and eagerly entered the password to see the condition of the cells in the culture dish number 1. But as soon as the light was turned on, he froze in his place. At this time, among the 33 petri dishes, there was a little brown-haired girl suspended in one of them. She closed her eyes, and her eyelashes were motionless, as if she was having a beautiful dream. The girl was only 6 or 7 years old. Judging from her appearance, she was number 1. After Noah came in, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He reacted for a long time and explained, "She is worthy of being evaluated as a 2S level mutant by you. This is simply a miracle." The 3 of them stayed here for a night. The girl grew taller and taller, her hair grew slowly, the baby fat on her face faded a lot, and her face slowly became thinner until she stagnated at the age of 12 or 13, which was the age when number 1 died. The next morning, Noah, who had not slept all night, excitedly arranged for a doctor. Let her out. The doctor hesitated for a while, but he did not dare to disobey Noah's order. He walked forward slowly and opened the petri dish. The liquid inside flowed out, and the girl fell straight to the ground. The doctor's sister, who had talked to her, took off her white coat and put it on her. She asked Noah, "Commander, what do you want to do?" Noah said concisely, "Test her vital signs and extract brain cells and myocardial cells." So the autopsy was performed again. But Noah was disappointed. Unlike the number 1 of that year, and different from all regenerative mutants, even if the girl was alive, her cells could not survive for a second outside the body. This seemed to be the price of her immortality. The girl could not be the raw material of the regenerative reagent. In anger, Noah took the scalpel beside him and killed the girl on the operating table directly. The second number 1 had not yet woken up and opened his eyes, but he lost his life. "She can still live anyway," Noah said. Just as Noah said, a few minutes after the girl's heart stopped beating, the second petri dish began to change. The third number 1 was born. After leaving the petri dish, the girl lay in bed for 3 days before opening her eyes. She stared at the light above her head for a long time before turning her head. She smiled happily at Noah. "Father, I thought I would never see you again. It seems that what you told me before was wrong. My teammates are very good." Noah gently touched the girl's long hair, and he sighed softly. "How do you understand people's hearts?" "You?" He paused and whispered, "Do you have previous memories?" The girl nodded immediately. "Yes. There are also memories of returning to the petri dish. But I don't know what happened to the second one." Her memory was dark, as if she died before her memory started working. "There was a very short period of darkness in my memory," Noah explained. "I'm sorry, we didn't know how to operate the equipment at that time, and you died before you woke up." Number 1 immediately comforted Noah. "You didn't know this would happen. Don't feel guilty, Father." At this moment, 2 doctors came forward to check number 1's body. Different instruments were running around the girl. The girl lay in bed for a day until the doctor hurried to Noah with a form. Her physical condition is not right. We tested her various signs and found that her cell condition is not that of a 12-year-old girl, but a girl in her 20s. Noah frowned. What do you mean? The doctor said carefully. She may not live long. We compared the cloning technology of the old world. The premature aging or shortened lifespan of clones may also exist in her. But her situation is very different from that of clones, so we dare not draw a conclusion. Further research is needed. The research lasted for 2 weeks, and the doctor finally made a clear conclusion. The number one could live for a long time. But the girl who came out of the culture dish can only live to 20 years old at most. Noah's eyes swept through the culture dishes. If all the girls can only live to 20 years old, how can we make the best use of her? After thinking about it, Noah thought it would be best to let her be the team's meat shield. Anyway, if she doesn't die now, she will die in the future. Noah mentioned her age limit to the number one implicitly, and the girl quickly accepted this fact. Before Noah continued, she took the initiative to say, I know what I should do. I want to protect the number 3 and others. I still have a future when I die, but they don't when they die. I don't have much future when I live, but they will have a lot of future when they live. So the number 1 returned to the Abyss team. On the day she returned, number 3 was almost scared to death. She screamed and climbed up the tree, shouting frantically, Ghosts are coming, ghosts are coming. Number 1 was speechless, but still climbed up the tree and held his hand. I will take you home in the future. She explained to him, I have high genes and many lives. I will not die. When number 3 heard this, she was excited at first, and then nervous. She quickly covered number 1's mouth and whispered, Don't let others know about this. Number 1 was puzzled. Why? Number 3 replied, Because then you will become a gecko. Number 1 was even more confused. I am a human, not a gecko. Number 3, because, she had not received any education, and the little concepts she had were also heard at the shelter, so she gave an example. There is a grandmother in the shelter. She said the geckos in the old world would cut off their tails to survive. So many children like to cut off the gecko's tail for fun, because even so, the gecko will not die, and the children will not have any psychological burden. But will the gecko feel pain? Number 1 nodded hesitantly. It should hurt. But number 1 is a person who forgets what she said as soon as she turns her head, especially things that she doesn't care about. She already knows what death feels like. She is not afraid of that feeling, but she is worried that others will be afraid. So she is willing to die for others. After all, she is stronger than the gecko. The gecko can only lose its tail, but she, except for her father and teammates, she can lose everything. The third number 1 died on his 13th birthday to protect his teammates, who were surrounded by bat aliens. The fourth number 1 died in the second week of her 13th year, when number 3 was dragged into the bushes by the python lion alien. She was half swallowed by the alien in order to save her. The fifth number 1 returned to the Abyss squad easily, and number 3 pointed a gun at her, gritting her teeth. I don't need you to save me anymore. Otherwise I will never talk to you again. Number 1 was a little flustered. But why? Number 3 replied to her with tears. Because you are also flesh and blood. The previous Abyss squad had been executing the team for more than half a year before 3 members died. Later, the missions became more and more difficult, and a member would leave almost every 2 missions. Number 1 is willing to be that person. She was only halfway through her 13th year, and 20 of the petri dishes had broken. The 20th number 1 died in the wooden barrier area, and the 21st number 1 drove back in the moonlight, but when she returned to the mountains, she saw the dying body of number 3. The short girl fell beside the tree, her hair spread out, and her whole body seemed to melt into the soil. Number 1 knelt beside her with a hollow expression. Why am I so slow? Number 3 shook her head. It's already very fast. She tried to stand up straight and hug the girl's head, just like number 1 hugged her in the storm. Don't be sad. She comforted the other party. Lucky things will come soon. At the moment when number 3 died, number 1 let out the first cry of her life. She leaned on number 3's arms, and the choking sound seemed to penetrate people's souls. Not far away, her teammates turned their backs. They said, It turns out that the captain can also be restless. A person's life cannot stand still. After number 3 died, number 1 took a long time to come out. She died several times, and the members of the Abyss team were replaced. The new teammate is called number 24. She has a lively personality, and does not look like an orphan from a shelter. She is different from the previous team members. She said that other hunters have names, so she decided to secretly name herself Xiangtan. Then she began to name the others one by one: Qingya, Xiao, Qilian, Xingyan. Xiangtan also wanted to give number 1 a name, but number 1 refused. If there is a reason for her name, then she hopes that it was given by number 3, but number 3 herself does not have a name. Xiangtan thought that number 1 was a very cold girl. She secretly muttered behind number 1, "You are not cute at all." Number 1 turned around and asked her, "What's the use of being cute?" "Xiangtan, I like cute people." Number 1 turned back expressionlessly. After number 3 died, she didn't like to communicate with others. Indifference was her way of dealing with it. Soon she died once to protect Xiangtan. When they met again, Xiangtan regretted so much that she almost knelt in front of her. She hugged number 1's calf tightly, and wiped her tears on her feet. When number 1 was about to be 14 years old, the team was sent to the deep pollution area to perform tasks. That was the first time that the Abyss team entered the deep pollution area. Qingya died there. The 31st number 1 also died there. Number 1 regretted this very much, because she usually felt that Qingya was a bit annoying. Although he had a good-looking face, he always liked to make weird faces and stick his head over in the middle of the night to scare her. She was very impatient with him. I don't know if Qingya resented her for not protecting him when he died. She wanted to save Qingya, but the alien was too difficult, so they both died there. Not long after the 32nd number 1 appeared, Wu Gui joined the Abyss squad, and then Commander Liang Gian took office. That year, number 1 was 14 years old. To be honest, number 1 was not interested in who took office. She was just a little worried about Noah. The commander sounded better than the commander, and she was afraid that Noah would be unhappy. But when she really returned to the Hope District and saw Noah, she suddenly fell silent. She hadn't seen him for a long time. It turned out that his hair had white hair, and she was curious about when she would grow white hair. This curiosity lasted until Noah was taken away by Liang Gian himself, and until Noah was killed by Liang Gian. On the day Noah died, Liang Gian found the Abyss team. When number 1 first met Liang Gian, she thought he was a strange person. She had never met him before, but he shed tears for her. She was confused, so she reached out and caught the tear. She asked him, "What kind of tears are these?" Liang Gian replied, "Painful tears." Number 1 was confused. "Did any of your teammates die?" Liang Gian shook her head, and she told number 1, "These tears are for you. No one will leave the Abyss team in the future." Before Noah died, he cleared all the research records related to the Abyss team in order to survive, but he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Because the various records were not fully restored, Liang Gian didn't know the specific situation of number 1 at all. She thought the girl in front of her could live 100 years under her protection, and she thought this was a unique and powerful captain. But it wasn't. Number 1 was a girl who was destined not to grow white hair. Liang Gian talked a lot to number 1 that day. Finally, she asked the girl worriedly if she had anything to tell her. Number 1 shook her head. "I have no secrets anymore." Seeing that she didn't say anything, the others also chose to keep silent. On the way back, Qi Lian asked number 1 why she lied. The girl replied, "I don't want her to cry again. That's a fragile commander." 3 months later, number 1 became a little witch, and no one in the Abyss squad died as Liang Gian promised. But happiness was fleeting. After Liang Gian died, the Abyss squad fell into Hai Lai's hands. The little witch who knew Liang Gian died in the giant area and was buried in the closet. Because Hai Lai had a secret connection with Noah, he knew the situation of Xiao Wu. He found the laboratory, released the 33rd Xiao Wu from the culture dish, and let her go to the undead zone after completing a series of tasks. So far, the Abyss team, which was founded 4 years ago, has become a dead team. The last Xiao Wu was sealed in the culture dish by Hai Lai. 2 years have passed. An S-level power mutant appeared in the slums of the Hope District. The headquarters decided to establish the Xuanqing team with her as the core. After repeated confirmation of the team list, there was still a lack of a regeneration mutant. Saint Fold found the headquarters, hoping that this regeneration mutant could spare no effort to protect the safety of the saint and maintain the divinity of religion. For this reason, he was willing to call on all the believers to vote for a certain acting commander in the election. Hai Lai thought of Xiao Wu. He contacted Saint Fold and hit it off with each other. After releasing Xiao Wu from the culture dish, he found the most professional hypnotist to weave a beautiful dream for the sleeping girl. After waking up, the girl was gentle and shy. She named herself Wu Ruozi based on the figure that flashed by in her memory, and went to the contaminated area again after 2 years. After the second mission, the headquarters said that a new accompanying researcher would join the team. That was the first time Wu Ruozi met Liang Ran. Although it was only the first time they met, Wu Ruozi felt that the other party was very kind. She often felt that her gentleness was a bit superficial, but she was at a loss for such self-evaluation. But for some reason, even if it was just the first meeting, she was willing to treat Liang Ran with the gentlest side in her mind. I know you. Liang Ran, right? The girl who had just woken up from the petri dish showed a beautiful smile in the sun. She tiptoed to greet the other party. Hurry up and get in the car. I've saved a seat for you. I don't have much time. Welcome to my side. Chapter 179. When Xiaowu told everyone about her experiences over the years, she had skipped her age limit, so after listening to her, although everyone was sad, they still comforted her with the future. Ji Chan cried uncomfortably and finally said, "It's okay, it's all over. Although you didn't get much happiness in the previous 33, you will definitely be very happy in this one. In the future, as long as I have a mouthful of nutrient solution to drink, you will have a mouthful of nutrient solution to drink." The thin little girl patted her chest hard, looking like a big sister. Shiru, who had never shed tears, covered her face. She held the steering wheel with one hand, and quickly wiped the corner of her eyes with the other hand. She whispered, "We will protect the last you. When we are old, we will recall the past together. Compared with a long time in the future, the experience of more than 10 years will gradually become insignificant and account for less and less." Sui Yuesheng nodded in agreement. "It's over. Let's live a good life together." Song Shanai didn't say anything. She was in a shadow. She was the first person to find Wu Ruozi strange. She was surprised by her gentleness and cheerfulness, why she wanted to be friends with everyone, why she always protected herself, and even more surprised by her occasional indifference. So she said, she was acting and didn't have a good attitude towards her. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Wu Ruozi shook her head. "Shanai, you have always been good. Suffering cannot be compared. What good life did Shanai have? She has no mother, and neither does Shanai. Her adoptive father is very bad, and so is Shanai's father. Over the years, although she kept dying, her friends were real, but Shanai had no freedom until she joined the Xuanqing team. As for herself, she once got a moment of respite in the contaminated area. It feels so good to breathe deeply." Liang Ran took out a bag of nutrient solution from her backpack and drank it slowly. Because she had experienced the burning of the fire, her protective clothing was damaged in large areas, but she suddenly had no strength to change clothes. Wu Ruozi took a coat and put it on her. Liang Ran raised his head and scanned the girl carefully. Wu Ruozi looked at her for a few seconds and suddenly looked away. She covered Liang Ran's eyes with her hands to prevent her from looking at her again. There was darkness in front of her, and Liang Ran remained in the original position without moving. She noticed something wrong in Wu Ruozi's description. Those special cells are in Xiaowu's brain. According to her description, if those cells were not extracted, she might be immortal. After the brain or heart is damaged, those cells will sense her death, reconstruct her body, and revive her corpse directly. Now, because the special cells have been extracted, her resurrection has changed. This change is off track, so there must be a price. But what is the price? Liang Ran couldn't figure it out for a while, and didn't dare to think about it. She could only subconsciously divert her attention and think about the principle of Wu Ruozi's resurrection. Xiaowu is the only mutant in the Hope Zone who has maximized her regeneration potential. Her ability in this regard seems to come from the tentacle alien, but it should come from a high-dimensional body, just like Liang Ran, Zhuang and others. Those high-dimensional bodies have extremely fast speed, unimaginable strength, bodies that will not die due to external forces, and strong spirits. Unless the high-dimensional body itself is heading for eternal death, for some reason, each of them can be resurrected infinitely. Wu Ruozi's acquisition of this part of the ability does not mean that the tentacle alien species has it 100%, because they have different development potentials for the high-dimensional body genes. But when targeting the tentacle alien species, this must be confirmed. If it can really be killed, it must be ensured that it cannot die again and will not be resurrected after a period of time. Liang Ran's thoughts just stopped. Wu Ruozi let go of her hand. The faint light re-reflected in Liang Ran's eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, and then asked the girl in front of her, "You don't have any secrets, do you?" Wu Ruozi immediately shook her head. "Ran, you don't believe me." Xiaowu's voice was a little accusatory, but Liang Ran did not give up, but continued, "I am not a fragile commander." Wu Ruozi was stunned when she heard it. After a moment, she confirmed, "There are no secrets." The journey back was smooth. After leaving the undead zone, all teams quickly entered the wood barrier zone. Everyone was in a much better mood at this moment. Ji-chan asked Xiaowu, "Have you been to other deep contaminated areas before?" Wu Ruozi replied, "I have only been to these two." After saying this, Wu Ruozi suddenly became quiet. She frowned and thought for a while, and hesitated. "Once after I died, Noah encountered an emergency, and I did not get out of the culture dish immediately. During that time, the Abyss team seemed to be sent by him to a deep contaminated area to perform a mission, and I did not follow. But when I went back later, everyone in the team was still there, but one team member casually mentioned to me that the place was too cold, and they couldn't stand it, and returned as soon as they entered the white fog layer." "I vaguely remember, Wu Ruozi said uncertainly. "It seems to be the deep contaminated area behind the radiation zone." "Is the tentacle alien there?" Liang Ran nodded. "Yes. Zhuang can see many memories now. I will ask her to look at the memory of the invisible alien after returning. Since that group of aliens occasionally go to find the tentacle aliens, the memory must contain the environment of that area." Sui Yuesheng asked, "Can the Hope Zone be moved to the Undead Zone?" "The Undead Zone is not dangerous at all now, and it can ensure the safety of non-mutants." Liang Ran shook his head. "It takes 12 days to go from the Hope Zone to the Undead Zone, which will consume several times the fuel originally planned. At present, there are only 5,000 armored vehicles in the Hope Zone. To transport 300,000 people, it is necessary to run back and forth. One round trip takes more than 20 days, and 2 months is enough. It is impossible to transfer all the people away. Originally, our fuel tanks were already very full, and not enough to support this unplanned loss. Besides, there is no infrastructure in the Undead Zone. Now there is only a piece of vacant land. We have to consider where to live, how to keep warm, and where to place the patients." Song Shanai also said, "Now the priority is definitely the sewage area. Moving to the Undead Zone is a matter for later consideration. In the future, we will send some teams to move the remaining fuel reserves in the Undead Zone back. When we add up the number, we will know whether it is enough for everyone to move to the Undead Zone." "I remember that the core device of the artificial sun is detachable?" Song Shanai asked. Liang Ran responded, "Yes. The core device is a small artificial sun, designed by the craftsmen of the year to prepare for a rainy day. It can illuminate a small area, which is barely enough. After the citizens of Hope District are evacuated, the small device can be dismantled and taken away." After speaking, Liang Ran lowered his head and quickly tapped the communicator to continue communicating with Aunt Xian. It is now November 20th, and it has been a long time since they set out. The evacuation plan for Hope District is basically complete. The warehouse has been basically transferred, the houses in the sewage area have been vacated, and the safety line has been built. She told everyone, "The first batch of evacuees are ready. We will leave tonight." Song Shanai asked, "Is there anyone who doesn't want to leave?" Hearing this, Liang Ran raised her eyes. She looked at the other party seriously and said, "There are many, most of them are from the church." Song Shanai looked very calm, as if this conclusion was completely within her expectations. "They are a group of people without anchors, otherwise they would not support St. Fold so much," Song Shanai said bluntly. "They are afraid and dare not take responsibility for their own lives, so they hope that others will take responsibility for their lives. St. Fold has revealed before that he is unwilling to leave. After leaving the Hope Zone, he will no longer have a comfortable living environment, and the things that the believers can give him will be greatly reduced. Everyone can only take away a few things, and each person can only carry 2 or 3 backpacks at most. Under the circumstances of being unable to take care of themselves, they can only give him faith, but this is the most useless thing to him. He will stay in the Hope Zone until he witnesses the moment when the alien species falls with his own eyes." Song Shanai whispered, "He has the ability to protect himself, but those believers may not have it." Liang Ran sighed lightly. Song Shanai observed her expression and asked puzzledly, "You seem very worried? But there is nothing wrong with the Hope District now. All evacuations are just for precautions." Liang Ran lowered her eyes, and after a moment, she raised the communicator in her hand. On it was a message sent by Qing Gu a few minutes ago. "Go back as soon as possible. I feel very uncomfortable." Song Shanai was stunned for a long time, pursed her lips, and her expression quickly became worried. On the night of November 22nd, the convoy arrived at the edge of the water pollution area. At present, the armored vehicles have transported back and forth 3 times, and nearly 130,000 people have evacuated the Hope District. Most of these people were the first batch of evacuees, who were selected by each family through voting. Looking around, they were all children and young adults, and in addition, there were patients who had lost their mobility in the hospital. At this time, everyone was busy in the residential area of the water pollution area. The Xuanqing team stopped the car and quickly moved the fuel tank from the trunk. Seeing Liang Ran's actions, the other vehicles opened the doors and moved thousands of boxes of fuel into the temporary warehouse. Soon, a large number of people walked from the wasteland. It was too slow to transport people back and forth by armored vehicles, so Xian Yiping picked out those who were willing and able to evacuate on foot and arranged for them to walk through the wasteland. Although they were a little tired, there was no danger in the wasteland after all. There were many mutants among the group. Everyone carried heavy bags and helped each other to walk and stop. It took 2 days to finally get here. The water pollution area was very lively. There were currently 60,000 people left in the Hope area, most of whom were elderly people. In the election last month, they gave up being the first batch and did not have enough physical strength to cross the wasteland. Liang Ran and Xian Yiping discussed it. Xian Yiping continued to maintain order here and arranged for everyone to rest properly, while Liang Ran returned to the Hope area to urge everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. After the division of labor, Liang Ran immediately got back in the car and arranged her teammates, Ji Chan, Xiao Wu, Shi Ru, and Sui Yuesheng, you stay here to protect the non-mutants. Now the aliens in the water pollution area are eyeing outside the safety line formed by the mutants, and they attack at any time. You must keep a close eye on them. You should also pay attention to safety. Shanai, drive with me back. After that, Liang Ran rolled down the window and shouted to the convoy that had just transported the evacuees, but had not yet returned. Everyone, quickly repair now, and return to the Hope Zone in half an hour. The team that had just returned from the Undead Zone also quickly emptied the car, leaving only a driver in the car. 5 minutes later, 5,000 cars assembled at the fastest speed. Dianwan stuck his head out and talked to Liang Ran from a distance. Report to the commander, no need to rest, no need for half an hour, we can leave now. Liang Ran closed the window and nodded to Shen Ai, who immediately started the car and rushed into the wasteland. It takes 9 hours to return to the Hope Zone from here. Liang Ran sat in the co-pilot seat. Her eyes fell on the 3 red moons above the wasteland and the Hope Zone. The world was calm at this moment, but because of what Qin Ge said earlier, her heart was always very tense. There were still 7 hours, 3 hours. The last hour. This tension gradually weakened as time shortened. But when there was still 10 minutes to drive to the Hope Zone, Liang Ran's head suddenly seemed to be pressed by something, and the whole person leaned forward suddenly, and breathing became extremely difficult. Song Shanai saw Liang Ran's movements from the corner of her eye and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Liang Ran shook her head, and when she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly froze in midair. Song Shanai looked in the direction of Liang Ran's sight, and her fingers trembled rapidly. This is, facing the sight of everyone, the red moons above the Hope Zone, and the wasteland suddenly lost a piece at the same time. After a few seconds, like a dog eating the moon, the blood-red moon gradually turned black. Even from several kilometers away, Liang Ran could vaguely hear the screams from the Hope Zone. It was a scream that echoed throughout the city. Chapter 180. Because she was too shocked, Song Shanai was stunned for a few seconds, and then she quickly grabbed the steering wheel and continued to rush to the Hope District. What's going on? How could it be such a coincidence? She kept talking subconsciously, as if this could dispel her inner panic. As she spoke, Song Shanai looked at the 3 red moons above her head and watched it fade rapidly. It really happened. I thought it would take at least a few weeks, months, or even a year or 2. To be honest, when Liang Ran proposed to evacuate the Hope District as soon as possible, most people agreed, but they didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Adele's prophecy didn't have a specific time, and the Hope District was indeed nothing happening now. Everyone was willing to evacuate at present, but in fact many of them were waiting and watching. Liang Ran had read related posts on the forum. There was a very popular post that suggested settling down in the water pollution area and occupying a room first. If there was no abnormality in a short period of time, everyone could move back to the Hope District to live for a while. After all, compared with the living environment in the water pollution area, the Hope District was simply a paradise on Earth. But things in the world are so unpredictable. Liang Ran whispered, the planet has given us enough warnings. Adele said a few months ago, they are falling, and it's almost there. Since the high frequency of the red moon faded in the early stage, there has been no movement for 44 years. What is fast? How can it be fast if it is measured in years? It is a delusion to think that the red moon can last for a long time. What's more, the pollution in the Hope Zone and the wasteland is getting worse and worse. which means that the entity's spiritual power under the prison is rapidly dissipating, and many pollutants are floating down through the gaps. The most intuitive thing was the sentence Qin Gu said 2 days ago. His sixth sense was not wrong. The stronger the sixth sense, the faster it will be verified. He felt unwell at the time and urged everyone to return as soon as possible. Liang Ran knew that the situation was very bad. But she didn't expect it to be so bad. She thought she could hold on for a few days. At least she could bring everyone back. The red moon faded very quickly. Now 5 minutes later, the shape of the 3 red moons was close to the crescent. They turned into a line and a point at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely. In an instant, countless alien species fell from the sky. The convoy immediately entered a state of alert, and all the transmitters on the roof were set up and aimed at the sky in the dark night. Liang Ran quickly turned on the communicator, connected the authority, and remotely entered the control panel of the artificial sun. A few seconds later, the artificial sun activated the self-protection mode and lit up in advance. The towering racks quickly folded up, covering the artificial sun layer by layer. Countless rays of light illuminated the entire dark wasteland through the tiny gaps between the racks. After seeing clearly, Song Shanai breathed a sigh of relief. She encouraged herself, "If you can see, you can fight." Liang Ran nodded. "This way, the people in the Hope District will know that we are coming soon. Those old people can't wait too long." After speaking, Liang Ran raised his eyes and looked up through the car window. At this time, countless fine black dots entered her field of vision like raindrops. After a few breaths, the outlines of the black dots became clearer and clearer, and various sharp arthropods and ugly tentacles were revealed. This group of alien species let out a piercing roar while falling, as if celebrating that they had finally broken free from the cage that had imprisoned them for decades. They completely covered the wasteland and the Hope Zone like a huge spider web. Soon, the first alien species smashed in front of the car of the Xuanqing team. The alien species did not control its body when it landed, and splashed several meters of green plasma headfirst. After a moment, it slowly stood up and reconstructed into a stick insect-like multi-legged alien species. Liang Ran immediately adjusted the projection angle of the bomb and pressed the confirmation button. The other teams responded in the same way. For a while, there were explosions and gunshots all around. Everyone rolled down the car windows and pointed their guns outside, trying to get rid of the alien species as quickly as possible. Half a minute later, Song Shanai struggled to avoid the attack of 2 alien species, ran over the body of an alien species, and drove quickly to the Hope Zone. "It would be great if Ji Chan was here," she said quickly. In order to allow more citizens to evacuate, most armored vehicles currently have only 1 hunter driving. Because of the believers, Liang Ran did not bring Shiru, who is better at driving, nor Ji Chan, who has the strongest attack power, but brought Song Shanai, wanting her to try to communicate with the believers. Now the combat power is extremely insufficient, and each armored vehicle has difficulty dodging. The aliens have just landed for such a short time, and several armored vehicles have been forced to stop, but the situation is not bad. Here are all hunters, and everyone has rich experience in dealing with aliens, so the one-sided situation that occurred when the red moon faded did not occur. Everyone fought back and forth. There is no hunter's body on the wasteland for the time being, but there are already several alien corpses. Some hunters are desperately shouting, "Leave if you can. There are people waiting for us." At this time, if you entangle with the aliens for 1 more minute, a few more people will die in this city. 3 minutes later, the car of the Xuanqing team approached the high wall, and the situation in the Hope Zone came into view. Because of the problem of the pickup batch, everyone in the Hope Zone knew that it would be their turn soon. In order to help the hunters reduce trouble, they chose to line up and gather in front of and behind the high wall, quietly waiting to get on the car. Therefore, when the aliens landed, they were under the high wall, without any shelter from the eaves. At this time, the patrol team was standing in front of the endless tens of thousands of people, and the mutants who stayed in the Hope Zone to prevent accidents all stood up. They raised their weapons and fought desperately against the aliens, protecting the non-mutants, who had almost no resistance. Most of these non-mutants were old people. They did not have the strong bodies of mutants, and they could not walk briskly in their 70s and 80s. The fatigue and aging on their faces were so real. Liang Ran's eyes swept over the group of people, and his eyes couldn't stop trembling. Under the high wall, there was an overwhelming amount of blood. She saw mutants, who had been disemboweled, and old people lying on the ground. When the aliens landed, no one was able to protect everyone. After entering the Hope Zone, many aliens were like a feast of gluttony, devouring human bodies in a whirlwind. Liang ran quickly past by the corner of her eyes. She turned her head and shouted to the car behind. Save the people here first. Let's take all the survivors under the high wall back. After saying that, she asked Song Shanai to stop the car, and her mental power instantly materialized. She controlled several walls and smashed hard at the aliens that swooped down from the air towards the crowd. While knocking down the aliens, Liang Ran urged others to get on the car. Throw away all the backpacks. Don't take the backpacks. We have to take everyone away in one round this time. There is not enough space in the car. According to the original plan, they had to make at least one more trip to transport citizens, but now there was obviously no chance. 3 backpacks could only take up the space of one person. Now, as many people as possible could be squeezed into the car, and no one could take away the relics of the first half of their lives. An old man rushed to the door of the Xuanqing team. Liang Ran immediately opened the door and pulled the old man up by the arm. The old woman was carrying a heavy bag. Liang Ran ignored her for the time being, but stretched out his hand to pull the other people who ran over into the car. After more than 10 people got on, the space in the car quickly ran out. Liang Ran took all the backpacks handed over by everyone and threw them out of the car. After the space in the car was a little more sufficient, she pulled 3 more people on. Just as Liang Ran closed the door, a mother holding a child suddenly appeared not far away. The woman's legs were a little lame, and she walked very slowly, but she still ran towards Liang Ran with all her strength. When she saw the other party, Liang Ran's hand immediately grabbed the car door and pushed it open again. She used her mental power to hastily repel the 2 aliens behind the woman, and then reached out to the woman. But the woman did not get on the car immediately, but raised her arm and desperately handed the baby in the swaddling clothes to Liang Ran. She said anxiously, "This is not my child, I just picked her up, her parents pressed her under them. She is very healthy, I've seen her, you can take her away." Liang Ran held the child with one hand and reached out to the woman again, grabbing her arm and pulling her up. "There is still room in the car, you can get in too." The woman smiled bitterly. She pushed Liang Ran's hand away, turned around, and revealed the blackened wound on her shoulder. Too many people were injured, and there are too many invisible aliens. Everyone was too late to escape and had no energy to kill them. I was already parasitized. I saved a child before I died. It was worth it. After saying this, the woman turned around and left without any hesitation. She seemed to be going back to the outer city, back to the place where she was born and buried. Liang Ran's throat rolled, closed her eyes, and slammed the car door. She looked down at the child in her arms. The child was obviously born not long ago. The whole person was fragile, with red cheeks and eyes not open. She knew why the child was here. In fact, she and Yunping told her about the relevant situation in the past few days. During the evacuation in the past 2 days, several women were about to give birth. The situation was urgent and could not be delayed. The medical equipment in the sewage area was incomplete. For the sake of life safety, they had better stay in the main city hospital. After careful consideration, these people chose not to evacuate for the time being. Today, or last night, the child's mother finally gave birth to her. Because they were anxious to go to the sewage area, the woman who had just given birth rushed to the high wall with her husband. No one expected that this would be the last day of their lives. Liang Ran subconsciously hugged the child in his arms tightly. Perhaps because he didn't hold back his strength, the child suddenly burst into tears. Liang Ran quickly loosened his grip and patted her back in a somewhat helpless manner. When other armored vehicles passed by them, they heard the baby crying. The hunter who was driving the car quickly rolled down the window and said, "The child is hungry. Give the child to me, I feed her." 5 minutes later, the child was sent back by the other party. The baby was obviously not full. She kept pursing her mouth and making sucking movements, but now time was in a hurry, and she didn't have time to eat. Seeing that the alien species rushed into the crowd, the hunter drove over and stopped the alien species, and then drove away from the hope zone with the survivors in the car. Liang Ran whispered to Song Shanai, "Let's go out first. Hand over to the team that hasn't come in yet, and ask them to take the people in the car back, and then we come back." But just as Song Shanai started the car, an old man sighed from inside the car. He was nearly 90 years old, with gray hair, wearing reading glasses, and his clothes were very old and washed white, but his waist and back were very straight. He stood up slowly, lifted his trouser legs, revealing a small black wound. "I ran too fast just now, and bumped into it. I didn't expect it to bleed." He smiled a little embarrassedly. "Please stop the car, I have to get off." Chapter 181. The old man got off the car calmly, but the people watching him couldn't be so calm. On the 5th day of Liang Ran's return journey, she had almost recovered. She immediately increased the number of mental power sharing to the maximum. As long as she had seen the person's face, she basically shared all of it. All this was just in case. But it was obvious that in the face of a disaster, no matter how much preparation was made, it might not work. Now the sky and the earth were full of invisible aliens. They hid the crowd and mixed in with the aliens. It was impossible to kill them all. I don't know how many survivors have been parasitized. They fled in panic at this time, without time to think, and the cries of pain and fear resounded throughout the city. Liang Ran watched the old man go away against the flow of people. After a moment, she took a deep breath, killed a group of invisible aliens in front of her, and then quickly said to Song Shanai, "Let's go." A few minutes later, Song Shanai drove out of the Hope Zone with difficulty. A car just broke through the alien group in the wasteland and arrived under the high wall. Liang Ran immediately opened the car door, checked the survivors in the car, and sent them to the car. She told the hunter who was driving, "Send them to the sewage area. Check if they have any wounds when they get off the car. Make sure that no parasites enter the settlement." The other party nodded seriously. "I promise." After taking a breath, Liang Ran hesitated, looking at the child in his arms, and then at the people in the opposite car. At this time, an 80-year-old grandmother suddenly said, "I hold her. I used to be a pediatrician in the old world. Although I have left the hospital for many years, I know how to take care of her. She is too young and frightened. She needs a quiet environment to rest." The old man said gently, "Especially keep warm, it's too cold today." Liang Ran immediately relaxed. She handed the fragile baby in her arms to the other party carefully. When handing over, the baby's eyelids suddenly moved, slowly opened a gap. To be honest, the baby who was born 1 day ago was really ugly, with wrinkled skin and a big head, which looked very disproportionate. Liang Ran thought she was going to cry again, and her heart suddenly beat a few times quickly, but the imagined picture did not appear. The little baby gently turned her eyeballs, looked at the world, and her eyes fell on Liang Ran, and she smiled unconsciously. The old man whispered, "Great, she could open her eyes 1 day after birth, which means she is very strong. You are the first person she saw." Liang Ran smiled, and did not reply to this sentence. If she could choose, this child would definitely choose to open her eyes earlier and take a look at her parents. That was in the face of disaster, protecting her parents under her body. After the car on the opposite side left, Song Shanai drove into the Hope Zone again. They transported back and forth like this for more than a dozen times. During these dozen times, they saw the body of the 90-year-old grandfather. He was dragged to the middle of the road by the aliens and fell on his back. He was dirty. If it weren't for the black wound on his ankle, no one could tell who he was. As the car drove along, the bodies of the aliens piled up into a small hill, and so did the bodies of humans. A mutant died standing in the middle of the road, with weapons supporting her body tightly. Behind her were several survivors hiding in the trash can. The windshield of an armored vehicle was smashed, and the hunter driving the car was bitten by the throat by the aliens and carried away in the air. The survivors who were parasitized hurried over and temporarily blocked the gap in the car glass with their bodies. The man was obviously parasitized, but he still comforted the people in the car loudly, telling them not to be afraid. He blocked the gap, and the aliens could not get into the car. Someone would come to save them. There was also a fat ant. When Song Shanai was transporting people for the 7th time, she met this fat ant in a very remote place. At that time, she was hiding with 2 old people, but there was only a little space left in the car. No matter how hard they squeezed, the 3 of them could not get in together. In the end, the fat ant took the initiative to get out of the car. Her face was a little red. "It's all my fault that I eat too much, and I'm too lazy, and don't want to walk through the wilderness. The 2 old people are so thin. If I go up, they can't get up. 2 is greater than 1. She looked at Liang Ran trustingly. "I'm still hiding here. Remember to pick me up. I'm really afraid of aliens." But 10 minutes later, when Song Shanai drove there as soon as possible, the fat ant was dead. The things in her backpack were scattered all over the ground. Liang Ran looked at it carefully, and found that there were many family photos in it. This is the countless family portrait Liang Ran has seen today. The car drove into the Hope District, and there were broken backpacks scattered everywhere. The contents of the backpacks were exposed. There were all kinds of things: clothes, nutrient solution, medicine, but the most were family photos. Because of the pain of the times, it was difficult to see intact families in the Hope District. So at this time, compared to things that were not preserved for a long time, everyone still wanted to leave with good memories and people who left. When entering the Hope District for the 12th time, Liang Ran called for 40 cars, and everyone worked together to drive to the main city hospital, where they found a group of doctors and nurses hiding in the basement, as well as several patients who had just finished surgery in the early hours of last night. There, Liang Ran saw 2 newborn babies. They were lying in an incubator, and their parents were standing by them worriedly. When they saw the hunter, they couldn't say anything, but burst into tears. A woman asked Liang Ran anxiously, "Commander, have you seen Sister Yang Qing? She went to Goqiang with her husband and the child right after giving birth. They are good people and quick-handed. We packed up a little slowly and missed the train." "Who knows?" Hearing the woman's words, Liang Ran did not lie to her. She said slowly, "She and her husband died, but the child is still alive." The woman was stunned for a long time. She opened her mouth, as if she was thinking about something, but she didn't say it. After a long time, she whispered, "The child is called Yang Chong. She discussed it with me for a long time the day before yesterday, changed dozens of names, and finally decided to call it this." Liang Ran responded to her seriously, "I know, I will register the child's name when I go back." After that, Liang Ran and others escorted the group of people to the car. Each car was crowded with 16 people, and there were more than 30 cars that were empty. Liang Ran thought for a while and instructed, "The car full of people should return to the sewage area immediately. The other cars follow me to find those believers." Liang Ran looked at Song Shanai. "Do you know their homes?" Song Shanai nodded. "I know, but they should not be at home now. Everyone has been evacuating these 2 days. The Hope District is getting emptier and emptier. The believers must be unsure. They must go to the church to find Saint Fold, but it is too troublesome to deal with them one by one. According to Saint Fold's character, he will definitely gather the believers overnight and appease them together." At this point, Song Shanai's expression turned cold for a moment. She pursed her lips, and suddenly did not show mercy to Saint Ford, correcting herself. Concentrated brainwashing. There is a large lounge on the side of the church, with many beds. Saint Ford occasionally calls believers to discuss and arrange things at night. If it is very late, the believers will rest there. They are most likely in that lounge now. Song Shanai suggested, "Go to the church first, and if you can't find it, go to the believers' homes." Liang Ran said to him. The main city hospital is not far from the church. Although there are frequent interferences from alien species, it took 10 minutes to drive there. After getting used to the attacks of alien species, Liang Ran had some energy to think. These newly landed alien species are definitely not powerful. They do not have incredible regeneration speeds, nor are they huge in size. From the current point of view, they cannot spread the disease. Compared with the alien species that landed from the other 4 red moons, these alien species are not difficult to deal with. The reason why everyone is so passive at present is that these alien species are relatively new and everyone has never fought them before, so they cannot attack their fatal points in the first place. In addition, there are too many elderly non-mutants in the city. It is really too difficult for these elderly people to fight against the alien species. Liang Ran told Song Shanai about the situation of the alien species. Song Shanai looked straight ahead and drove the car with full concentration. She whispered back, "This is the only good news today. But on the other hand, this is also reasonable." Song Shanai said, "If they are very powerful, the planet cannot stop them for so many years. The core alien species in the undead zone, and the tentacle alien species." Song Shanai speculated, there are probably alien species with high mental power in the first 4 red moons. It is very difficult for the planet to resist their landing, so it didn't stop them for too long. Liang Ran nodded. That should be the case. After the two finished talking, the outline of the church appeared faintly in front of them. After rushing to the church, everyone quickly cleaned up the alien species in the church. Some believers heard the sound and called for help in the lounge on the side. "We are here. Is it someone who came to save us?" The man's voice was full of hope. "Save us! Save us!" Song Shanai rushed over as soon as possible. She kicked the door of the lounge open with force, and her eyes flew over to scan everyone, but for some reason, her foot did not fall in for a long time, and she was completely stunned. Liang Ran frowned and hurried over. When her eyes fell on the lounge, she instantly understood why Song Shanai hesitated. At this time, the group of believers were looking at Song Shanai with horror and suspicion, and no one moved. The reason is, Saint Ford is sitting in the corner at this moment, and the weapon at hand is covered with blood. If you look closely, you can see human body tissue on it. Seeing Liang Ran appear, the group of believers looked at each other, first at Saint Ford, then at Song Shanai, and finally slowly at Liang Ran. Finally, a middle-aged man stabbed, Not long ago, the aliens rushed in. The Archbishop is very powerful, and has been protecting us. But, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the man continued, once the Archbishop couldn't dodge, so he pulled the believer in front of him. The man wanted to struggle, and the bishop stabbed him to death. It was an accident, right? Liang Ran was silent for a moment, pulled Song Shanai aside, and urged others, we can't stay here for long, get out quickly, we are going back to the sewage area now. After saying this, everyone in the lounge seemed to have a backbone, hurriedly got up, and rushed towards the armored vehicles outside. Saint Ford slowly stood up and fell behind. The moment he stepped over the threshold, he stared at Song Shanai. His already gloomy expression became even gloomier, but soon he returned to normal. He moved his shoulders, raised his feet, and walked out. But at this time, Song Shanai suddenly shook her head, and she suddenly moved as if she woke up from a dream. She said to Liang Ran, don't come in, this is a family affair between him and me. After that, she quickly stepped forward with an axe, pushed Saint Ford back to the room, and finally slammed the door of the lounge. There was a bang sound. Liang Ran was stunned and hesitated for a few seconds, but she didn't participate rashly. She waited quietly outside the door. There was obviously a fight going on in the house at this moment. The sound of cold weapons fighting was extremely dull, and there were occasional gunshots. It seemed that the father and daughter had never thought of letting each other go. 5 minutes later, nearly 400 believers got on the bus, and the door of the lounge was finally slowly pushed open. Song Shanai came out covered in blood. She turned her head gently, and looked at the huge goddess statue in the center of the church, looking at the thing she had believed in for more than 10 years. She seemed to want to cry, but she didn't cry in the end. Let's go! Song Shanai smiled and said to Liang Ran, there are no living people here anymore. Chapter 182. Liang Ran was worried about Shan Ai's safety, so she used her mental power to explore the whole time, so she understood what the other party was saying. She saw Shan Ai being forced into a corner by the Archbishop, saw the other party almost chop her throat, saw her being thrown to the ground, and saw her fight back, raising her axe and chopping off the other party's legs. But when she heard it suddenly, she was still silent for a moment. You? She wanted to ask, are you really okay? But she changed her mind when the words came to her lips. Liang Ran asked, do you need to wipe the blood off your body? Song Shanai shook her head, no. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head to look at Liang Ran, and the smile on her face faded a little. Do you think I'm scary? Liang Ran, impossible. Song Shanai continued, but you look a little confused. Liang Ran told the truth, I just think it's a bit sudden. I wanted to kill him, but I didn't think about when. Song Shanai laughed again. She raised her head slightly, and said with some pride, just now was the best time to kill him. As she spoke, the girl walked forward, her slightly bent waist slowly straightened, the axe hanging at her side, and the wind under her feet. After coming out of the inexplicable sadness just now, her current state is completely different from just killing her biological father, but a winner, a brand new person, a person who has completely come back to life. Her voice was even a little high. I have been thinking about this since I knew that my mother's death was related to him. You are not me. If you were me, you would know that this is not sudden. Song Shanai spoke very quickly. He destroyed everything I had, my body, my spirit, my mother, and the friendship I cherished so much when I was a child. These are all I have, but he left me nothing. These days, I have been thinking about one thing. Just because the genetic reagent was stolen, he ordered the massacre of Ji Chan's parents and brother. He ordered the killing of everyone on that street. Why did he kill people so casually, but I need to think so much about killing him? How should I kill him? Should I plan for half my life to kill him slowly just to clear myself, or should I face him with an axe, even if we die together, or ask you to help me wait for the day when he is brought to justice? But in this way, how can I release my life and my pain? I have been trapped for a long time. Liang Ran looked at the girl's profile, and suddenly felt that Song Shanai, who was talking so eloquently, had a strange agility, and even her complaints were full of vitality, but she did not interrupt her, but listened to her continue. After Song Shanai walked a distance toward the door, she suddenly turned around and walked towards the statue. She continued, I have observed him, and it is not difficult to kill him. There are so many believers and guards guarding him. He has not trained for many years. He is proud of his A-level power gene. He whips me with a whip every day, and belittles everything about me. But even with such high genes, if there is no skill blessing, it is actually just like that. I can't beat Ji Chan, and I can't beat those high gene mutants on the training ground, but can I still beat him even if I try my best? But those believers who support him are really troublesome. Speaking of this, Song Shanai turned his head and looked at Liang Ran seriously. This should be the reason why you haven't arrested him since you took office, right? Liang Ran nodded in response to the girl's gaze. Yes. And Xian and I have thought about it for a long time. The things in the church are very complicated and cannot be handled in a short time. Even if Saint Ford's evil deeds are exposed, a large number of believers will not be convinced. Therefore, we want to find enough fuel tanks first, and then analyze this matter and consider how to make him pay the price he deserves. After all, his crimes are too numerous to list. When approaching the goddess statue, the bodies of believers piled on the ground suddenly increased. These believers were killed when the first batch of aliens rushed into the church. They seemed to kneel in front of the goddess statue and pray desperately before dying, praying for the protection of the gods. But in the end, blood flowed all over the ground, soaking the tip of Song Shanai's shoes. Song Shanai looked at the blood on his feet, and his voice became a little lower. That's right. Once Saint Ford dies, although it's unreasonable, many believers will die with him. I've heard him give lectures to believers. He called this theory ascending to the sky. Many people believe it. If they can't find him while they are alive, they will go find him after they die. He will establish the real sun god cult on the other side. But she suddenly turned sideways and avoided Liang Ran's sight. I seem to have inherited his badness. Liang Ran frowned. Why do you say that? Song Shanai took a deep breath and explained. Because I saw an opportunity through the death of that believer. I didn't even have time to grieve for him. I didn't freeze in place because the believers looked at me with distrustful eyes. I discovered Saint Ford's situation from those eyes, so I was excited and frozen in place. I know this is very bad, but I know Saint Ford better than anyone else. Song Shanai closed her eyes and said quickly, he is eloquent and can turn everything upside down. After returning, or even without returning, he can rationalize everything in the car. He didn't speak in the lounge just because the believers had just witnessed him looking for someone to take the blame, and they couldn't accept it for a while, and were difficult to tame in the first place. If we don't kill him quickly while the believers are in an unstable mood, everything will return to the starting point. It's hard for me to encounter similar opportunities again. Liang Ran, do you understand what I said? Song Shanai made the decision to kill Saint Ford too quickly. When she found that Saint Ford finally had flaws in the eyes of the believers, she immediately took action and killed him without hesitation. She didn't seem to consider the more far-reaching consequences. Liang Ran was thinking about how to properly handle this matter, and how to deal with the subsequent troubles, while seriously responding to Shanai. I understand. You and he are completely different people, Shanai. Don't question your own goodness. Song Shanai nodded lightly. At this time, she had walked in front of the goddess statue. After looking up at the statue, she slowly squatted down and began to rotate the statue left and right regularly. At this time, Saint Ford's painful cry for help came through the door of the lounge and reached their ears. After subduing the other party, Song Shanai took out a tube of lethal reagent from the side of her backpack and injected it into his neck. This tube of reagent was prepared for Saint Ford a long time ago, and she didn't know how long it had been in the backpack. The pain he suffered when he died would not be less than those acting commanders. Liang Ran and Song Shanai ignored Saint Ford's wailing. 2 minutes later, Song Shanai stopped her movements and spun the goddess statue at a specific frequency. After a dull click sound, the oracle under the statue appeared in front of the two. It was an oracle without any words. Song Shanai explained, I discovered this secretly more than a month ago. I have always had a bad memory since I was a child, but perhaps because I wanted to remember it too much, I have never forgotten the number represented by this frequency after seeing it. Please help me push the door of the church wider later. If it is fully opened, people outside the church can see the statue. Liang Ran replied, no problem. But what do you want to do? Song Shanai smiled, replace Saint Ford. I won't let you help me clean up the mess. I can do it myself. Liang Ran watched Song Shanai take out a pen from her backpack and start writing on the oracle. She casually glanced at the beginning and suddenly found that the girl's handwriting was very beautiful, so beautiful that it was unforgettable. If she was in the old world, she could live a lot of wonderful lives with just this handwriting. Sensing Liang Ran's amazement, Song Shanai hooked her lower lip indifferently. The two wasted some time, and a new alien species rushed in. Liang Ran immediately turned around to fight the enemy, and no longer paid attention to the oracle. A few minutes later, Song Shanai stopped writing, and Liang Ran had already walked outside the church and pushed the door open. Fragmented light instantly poured into the church, passing through the smell of blood and gunpowder, the corpses on the ground, passing through the dust in the air, and illuminating the broken statue of the goddess in the center of the church. Half of the face of the statue was broken, but the remaining half of the face was still compassionate and peaceful, overlooking the mess of the world. When the believers heard the noise in the church, they all looked out the window. They had just heard St. Ford's painful cry. Some people wanted to get off the bus, but when they thought of what St. Ford had done, they suddenly hesitated. This hesitation made them not move for a short time, and they just looked blankly in the direction of the lounge. At this moment, the door of the church was completely opened. They subconsciously looked for St. Ford's figure, just like thousands of times before, but he did not come out. What came into view was a broken statue several meters high and 2 drops of blood and tears on the goddess statue. Facing the sight of everyone, the 2 drops of tears gently fell on the feet of the statue. Song Shanai was kneeling devoutly in front of the statue at this time, whispering incomprehensible whispers, like every time he asked for the oracle to come. The unknown language was extremely beautiful, like singing. After understanding what the saint was doing, the believers in the car instantly put their palms on their chests and bowed their heads to the statue. The believers who were panicking just now seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden. Their mouths kept opening and closing, speaking the language that had been circulating in the church for years, praying for the goddess's blessing and the arrival of the oracle. 2 minutes later, Song Shanai stretched out her hand to wipe the blood on the statue's instep, slowly stood up, walked behind the statue, and held the oracle in both hands. When Song Shanai raised her eyes and looked outside the church, Liang Ran was a little dazed for a while. She seemed to see through the girl's torn and dirty protective clothing, her white and gold church dress, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, and the ice blue brooch on her chest that never faded. At this time and place, Liang Ran was not only in a trance, but also the believers in the car. They subconsciously wanted to kneel down, but the space in the car was narrow, so they could only squeeze by the car window, trying to stretch out their hands, their eyes full of hope. "Saint, what is written in the oracle?" they asked. "Can our souls be saved? Can we reunite with the lost people? Can all the pain be eliminated? Will she blame us for not protecting her statue? If we leave here and abandon the church and her statue, will she still choose to continue to save us?" After hearing these words, Liang Ran retracted his previous overly arrogant thoughts. These people are not ignorant and stupid people, they are just very painful. Song Shanai slowly unfolded the oracle. She whispered, "I will never blame you, but I am about to fall asleep. Destruction is never the end, but the beginning of hope. You are not the forgotten people, but the chosen fire. The blasphemer has suffered, and the new spokesperson will guide everyone forward. Please believe Liang Ran." At this time, the door of the lounge was suddenly knocked open by Saint Fold. He stretched out his hand with a hideous face, trying to stop Song Shanai, and wanted to say that all this was a scam by the girl, but his tongue was cut off, so he could only roar helplessly and become the background in the distance. Song Shanai stood under the statue that was 70% similar to her, silently raised her eyes, and looked at the believers in the car. Although she said that this group of people was so stupid, she loved them. They were the people she had paid attention to since she was a child, the people whose forehead she had touched, and the believers she had hugged countless times. Finally, Song Shanai rolled up the oracle and hugged it to her chest. She whispered, "I exchanged the soul of the gods for your powerful soul. Believe me, there will be a hymn for pilgrims in the future." Chapter 183. Liang Ran looked at Song Shanai seriously at the moment, and found that the girl was really dazzling, and could not be looked away. After hearing what Song Shanai said, the believers looked at her in a daze. "Is the god asleep?" they asked hesitantly. "Will she still talk to us?" Song Shanai replied, "No, this is the last oracle. We will probably never hear her message again in our lifetime." After that, she walked slowly from under the goddess statue, turned around and closed the solemn door. Through the last crack of the door, she saw that an alien species broke the colorful glass window of the church. In front of the alien species, Saint Fold stretched out his hand desperately. He looked at Song Shanai with pleading eyes, his mouth kept opening and closing, and blood flowed all over the floor. But Song Shanai looked very calm. She looked over Saint Fold's dying body, and seemed to see her mother whom she had never met in the void, the mother who would plant a bunch of white roses for her, and secretly leave a letter asking her to love her more. She must have a very good mother. Song Shanai suppressed the sob in her throat, closed the last bit of the door, and then looked at the believers. "It's been a long time, let's go." After getting in the car, Song Shanai quickly started the car and asked others, "Are there any believers who are not here?" The believers had not yet recovered from the oracle of the sleeping god. After a while, someone whispered back, "No." The Archbishop. He called us all here last night. The other believers were persuaded by Xian Yiping to leave. Most of them left, and only we are left. Saint Yu. Song Shanai tilted her head. What do you want to say? The man asked. Can we see the oracle? We have never seen an oracle, it is blasphemous, but we want to see the last oracle from a distance. Song Shanai casually threw the oracle to the man, who immediately caught it in a panic. He raised his head and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Song Shanai. The gods will not be angry. Your current souls are exchanged by the gods themselves. From now on, everything you say and do will represent her, so you must be decisive, brave, and use your souls well. Don't be uneasy about such things. The man pursed his lips and slowly unfolded the oracle. All the other believers in the car squeezed over and tried to read the words on it. After a while, a woman whispered, "The words of the gods are really beautiful." Others suddenly laughed, and the depressed and oppressive atmosphere in the car suddenly disappeared. Of course, the words of the gods are beautiful. After the oracle returned to Song Shanai, she put it in her clothes, and then turned to ask Liang Ran, "Are you going to get the core device of the artificial sun?" At this time, the artificial sun was surrounded by layers of protective shells, and the shells were full of aliens. Liang Ran thought about the possibility and shook his head. The hunters are all driving, and there are too few who can spare the energy. I can't get it back today. Let's go back first. Song Shanai said him. She glanced at the surrounding situation and quickly clicked on the car screen a few times. Several bombs were immediately projected and exploded in all directions. Song Shanai took the opportunity to step on the accelerator, avoiding the attack of the aliens and rushing into the smoke. Dozens of cars were close together to protect each other. While others were not paying attention, Song Shanai suddenly secretly stuffed the oracle into Liang Ran's hand. "It's for you, don't lose it." In case Liang Ran refused, she quickly opened up other topics. "You must have trusted me and believed that I could win, so you didn't use your mental power to peek at me, right?" Since the other party had said so, Liang Ran didn't dare to refute. She properly installed the oracle and said against her conscience, "Yes, I didn't see it at all." Song Shanai, "That's good." After a few seconds, she continued, "Because I think you are very special, it seems that one day you will leave us and go somewhere else, so I occasionally think, if you disappear one day and live somewhere else, what kind of me should you remember?" Song Shanai quickly said while steering, "It can't be me who dislocated your joint when we just met. It can't be me who was covered with aliens and looked miserable. It can't be me who killed my biological father with a hideous look and was covered in blood. What you should remember is me who holds the oracle." 40 minutes later, the convoy finally drove away from the Hope Zone. The wasteland was full of speeding vehicles, and the corpses of aliens were everywhere. There were 5,000 armored vehicles coming to the Hope District. It was impossible that none of them were destroyed. When Song Shanai was driving, Liang Ran kept looking out the window and carefully counted the destroyed armored vehicles. A total of 48 vehicles. Some of the vehicles were destroyed when they were rushing from the water pollution area, and some were intercepted on the way back. The dozen people inside did not rely on hunters alone, but raised their weapons, including sticks and knives. The windows were all broken, and they stuck together back to back, desperately delaying time and waiting for rescue. When Liang Ran saw it, 4 or 5 teams had already rushed forward to help, and the believers in the team also took out their weapons and asked, "Should we go down to help too? We are all mutants, although not that strong." Liang Ran shook his head. "They can handle it." 2 minutes later, everyone helped to change the tires of the car and urged them to move forward. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed since the disaster struck. A group of people suddenly appeared in the wasteland. Their protective suits were almost soaked with sweat. As soon as they arrived, they quickly joined the battle. They were speed mutants, who came from the water pollution area. They put down the power mutants on their backs, and worked together to clear the way for the armored vehicles. With the help of a large number of hunters, everyone's pressure was reduced. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief instantly. As her sight shifted, she saw Shiru and Ji Chan inside. Ji Chan was carrying her heavy sniper rifle, like a walking humanoid weapon. Shiru stood behind her with 2 knives to clean up the trouble behind Ji Chan. When Shiru saw the car of the Xuanqing team, she raised her knife from a distance. After saying hello, she immediately wiped the sweat off her face and stabbed the alien that flew to her side. Song Shanai drove the car, passing the 2 people without looking at them, and shuttled through the wasteland at the fastest speed. When there were still 2 hours to reach the water pollution area, the first parasite who lost his mind appeared. The alien species pressed too hard throughout the whole process, and the hunter had no time to check everyone's physical condition. He could only let the survivors in the car check each other. Being parasitized is related to the safety of everyone's life, and no one would choose to cover it up. But sometimes the injury is through the clothes. Although the clothes are not damaged, the skin is broken. This situation also happens. Because they were unprepared, none of the survivors in the car were spared. Liang Ran personally killed the parasite, and finally found a very small bleeding point under his shoulder blade. With such a slight pain and such a remote location, he must not have noticed it. Liang Ran's eyes swept over the dead people in the car, and finally he sighed, closed the panicked eyes of several people, and returned to the car. When Liang Ran returned to the sewage area, Xian Yuping was supervising the hunters to check everyone's physical condition. Being parasitized by different invisible alien species has different onset times, so we can't relax our vigilance at all. Everyone lined up to enter the room one by one, took off their clothes and accepted the inspection. Because of the evacuation, Xian Yuping had been busy for 2 days and 1 night, and she hardly slept. After Liang Ran took over, she did not refuse and immediately returned to the nearby settlement to take a rest. Liang Ran stood quietly in front of the checkpoint. She saw batches of armored vehicles stop. Countless survivors jumped off the car, and their families looked anxiously in the settlement. Seeing the figures of their families, countless people subconsciously bowed their waists, and couldn't help crying with joy. But sadness and happiness coexist. 3 hours later, no more cars drove back from the wasteland. 8 hours later, the hunters finished checking all the survivors. Among those who returned to the Hope Zone, there were 32 parasites. They were suddenly happy and then sad, standing there in a daze. Why is this happening? A girl knelt on the ground, staggering, hugging her grandmother and sobbing, "My grandmother finally came back. We are the only 2 left in our family. When we voted, Grandma promised me that she would be the first batch, but she secretly changed it in the middle of the night. When I went to change it again, it was already too late." "Why did you change it?" she asked loudly in pain. "Why did you change it?" Liang Ran whispered, "Don't lose your temper with Grandma. You regret it later." The girl knelt helplessly on the spot. After a few seconds, she lowered her head guiltily. I'm sorry, Grandma, I didn't mean it, I just..." The old man gently stroked his granddaughter's hair and comforted her. "Dear, I know. It's already very good. Fortunately, this parasite takes a long time to take effect, otherwise our car would be affected with me. How can I explain to their families then?" 15 minutes later, all the parasites took the initiative to walk into the wilderness with guns, and soon the gunshots rang out, and Liang Ran's body trembled. After a moment, she turned around with her fingers clenched, walked forward a few steps, and bowed deeply to the survivors in the settlement. "This is everyone. The last citizens in the Hope Zone are 60,000. I'm sorry that we only brought back 42,000 people." As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, the cry of a baby came from the settlement. The settlement was quiet for a few seconds, and suddenly there was intermittent crying. Perhaps because they were worried about putting pressure on others, everyone cried very suppressively and wiped away the tears as soon as they came out. But it was really too sad. There were so many elderly people left in the Hope Zone, and nearly 1/3 died. Everyone wiped more and more tears, and finally the voices could not be suppressed and became hoarse. I don't know if they found that the psychological defense line of human beings was fragile at this time, and a large number of alien species that had been surrounding the safety line and watching covetously suddenly launched an attack. Everyone immediately had no time to be sad, and quickly picked up their weapons and rushed to the safety line. The battle lasted only a dozen minutes. The large number of hunters turned their grief into anger, and cleared out nearly 1,000 alien species surrounding the periphery at an unimaginable speed. In the end, everyone stood in the pile of alien corpses, stunned, and stayed where they were. "So tired," someone said. "It seems to be aimless, and never see the end." But soon someone refuted him. "It's really tiring, but I have a goal. Look at the baby." She pointed to the baby in the cradle, who had just stopped crying. "That is a new life and hope. I want the children to live better than us." Chapter 184. There are now 270,000 people in the water pollution area, and it will take a long time to resettle them. After 2 days, the survivors finally had a barely peaceful sleep in their new home. Liang Ran had no time to sleep. She counted the current material reserves in the water pollution area as quickly as possible, and covered her forehead with some worry. When the Hope District was evacuated, Liang Ran was still in the pollution area. The Hope District was temporarily under the management of Xian Yuping. According to Xian Yuping's plan, she was going to move all the materials away before arranging the evacuation. This was not a small project. It would take several days to transport the quilts and cotton clothes of hundreds of thousands of people, and the stoves for winter. It was difficult to estimate the time to transport all the materials. But because of Liang Ran's urging and the words Qin Ge sent back, even if some of the materials had not been transported, Xian Yiping immediately gathered the first batch of people and rushed to the water pollution area overnight. This decision saved most of the citizens in the Hope District, but some materials were indeed not enough. From the current perspective, fuel tanks have become the most abundant thing. Basic medicines and nutrient solutions are also sufficient, and then there are seeds. Apart from this, all paper materials have not been brought back. Although there are data backups, these are warm things, and they are first-hand materials that are full of the efforts of our ancestors. They cannot be destroyed by alien species. Because of the inconvenience of carrying, many vegetables and fruits grown in water in the Agricultural Institute were not taken away. Some utensils and machines are temporarily left in their original places because they occupy a large area, and special medicines are still in the cold storage of the hospital because of the harsh storage conditions. Of course, the most important thing is the core device of the artificial sun. In order to develop it, countless human pioneers have turned their hair white and their bodies have been damaged. Now there are few experts in this field among the survivors, and the relevant building materials are seriously insufficient. Even with the support of data and drawings, it is difficult for a second artificial sun to appear. So the most urgent thing is to send a team back to the Hope Zone and bring all these things back. At this time, Ji Chan, who had been sitting cross-legged beside her and warming herself by the fire, glanced at the paper in Liang Ran's hand and wondered, "What are you writing and drawing here? What do you mean by 10 or 20? Those supplies are easy to deal with. Let's send 5,000 teams over there, and each car will be full of mutants. With this kind of situation, there will definitely be nothing that we can't bring back." Liang Ran laughed. "You can't calculate it that way. The alien species in the wasteland and the Hope Zone are indeed not very strong. 5,000 teams can indeed bring everything back, but with so many people, someone will definitely get hurt. By then, the dense invisible alien species will be spread all around, and there will be a situation where they are not killed in time, and a large number of injured people will be parasitized. Everyone has escaped a disaster, so don't separate again because of this. Supplies are important, but human lives are also important." Liang Ran looked. Seriously, the reserves in the water pollution area are enough for basic living. It's not to the point where we will be doomed if we can't get a certain material, even the core device of the artificial sun. Liang Ran glanced at the background data of the artificial sun and whispered, "There is no huge strong-powered alien among this group of aliens. Those frames are made of extremely special materials, which are resistant to impact, fire and corrosion. Currently, only the outermost frame of the artificial sun is damaged, and the protective device can still last for a while. So it's not to the point of using a lot of lives to get back the materials." Ji Chan propped up her cheeks. "That's true." She tilted her head and sneezed twice in a row when she was about to continue talking. Ji Chan quickly wrapped her cotton coat tightly and complained, "It's really cold, and it's getting colder and colder. The temperature has dropped by more than 10 degrees in the past 2 days, like a joke? Fortunately, there are enough fuel tanks and stoves, but the stove can only heat a small area. When can we achieve heating?" Liang Ran looked up helplessly and glanced at her. "Your requirements are too high. The power grid has only been set up for a short time and is very unstable, let alone heating. There is definitely no hope this winter." Ji Chan forced a bitter smile. "Oh my god. Will the place where the tentacle alien is staying be even colder? After all, the Abyss team was frozen away as soon as they entered, and they were frozen so hard that they never went back," Ji Chan mentioned. When Liang Ren mentioned this, he said, "Ah, I forgot about it because I was busy. Go and bring Zhuangzhuang here for me. I still have some work to do." Ji Chan jumped up immediately. "Okay." After Ji Chan ran away, Liang Ran quickly finished the work. She marked 20 teams in the background. According to her plan, she was going to send only 20 teams back to the Hope Zone, not because such a small number of teams could bring back all the remaining supplies, but because her current maximum mental interference range was the interval of 20 teams. She didn't need to make the alien species in the entire wasteland and the entire Hope Zone unable to see these cars. There were tens of thousands of alien species, and her mental power was not so strong. She only needed to make dozens of alien species in front and behind unable to see the car. In this way, the alien species kept interfering, and the car moved strangely, so the supplies could be brought back without fighting. Although it required a few more trips, it could save lives and bring back supplies, but it was a bit troublesome. After marking the teams, Liang Ran updated the latest situation of the alien species on the forum. When the aliens landed, although she was rescuing people at the first time, she was always paying attention to the situation of the aliens around her. She recorded all the dead aliens in her mind and remembered their shapes and the locations of their fatal points. The same was true when she traveled through the wasteland. Including all the alien species she saw in the Hope Zone and the wasteland, she memorized the fatal points of more than 80 alien species. Now let everyone remember how to kill these alien species for safety. After all, there are still a lot of temporarily useless materials in the Hope Zone, such as alien specimens, entertainment equipment, collections from the old world, and extra treatment cabins. And the memories of every family. When all the alien species in the wasteland and the Hope Zone are conquered, there will always be people who want to go back to the Hope Zone to get some things. Liang Ran finished updating and glanced at the post, and there were exclamations below. I was at a loss when I saw the thread owner update. The thread owner is really amazing. He even remembered to observe alien species in that situation. I suspect that this thread was opened by several people. I originally speculated that the thread owner was the commander himself, but the commander was almost exhausted at that time. I heard that she and the saint ran back and forth more than 10 times. Now I only admire 2 people in the whole Hope District. One is Liang Ran, and the other is the thread owner. The above, the Hope District is gone now. We are all in the Water Pollution District. You are right. Ah, where humans are is the Hope Zone. Half an hour later, Zhuang came over. She had just woken up, and was holding a bag of nutrient solution in her hand. After drinking it, Liang Ran shared his mental power with her, and Zhuang looked at the invisible aliens outside. Her ability has improved now. Not only can she see more memories, but she has also learned to control her abilities. She is no longer forced to be the carrier of other people's memories. She will not feel depressed and collapse because of the memories that come after seeing each other. Because she can often see Xi and Long, she has become more lively. Although her legs cannot move, she smiles all day long. Everyone in the settlement likes her very much. After watching for 2 minutes, Zhuang retracted his gaze. She looked at Liang Ran and said seriously, all invisible aliens have been to that place. There are mountains covered with heavy snow in that area, and lakes spewing magma. There is almost no dividing line between icebergs and volcanoes. Because those invisible aliens are spiritual bodies, they are not afraid of cold or heat. They quickly crossed over and came to the sea at the end of the mountain. The place where the tentacle alien hides is not very deep. I just look at my memory and can't calculate the specific depth. Zhuang hesitated. About 200 or 300 meters? Hearing this news, Liang Ran couldn't say whether she was happy or worried. She was happy because 200 or 300 meters was indeed not very deep. If it was really several thousand meters, or even below 10,000 meters, everyone could only rely on deep-sea submersibles to dive. Once they left the protection of the submersible, the high pressure in the deep sea would instantly compress the human body, and the whole body would be difficult to maintain a human form. It would quickly deconstruct and deform, or even shatter. The worry is that 300 meters is too deep for humans. Although the mutants have good physical fitness, they have never fought in the water. At most, they walk around the edge of lakes and streams. Once they leave the submersible, their bodies will inevitably suffer great pain, and fighting will become a problem. Moreover, the alien will continue to swim when it sees humans. It is unknown how deep it dives. How can Liang Ran catch it? Follow it downstream. This is impossible, and there is no way to fight. Another troublesome thing is that once the mutant enters the water, the distance between everyone and the tentacle alien will be rapidly shortened. Without Liang Ran's protection, everyone's superpowers will disappear instantly. Without the physical fitness of the mutant, there is only one way to die if they are exposed in the deep sea. The only solution Liang Ran could think of at the moment was to go into the water by herself, use her mental power to form a sealed cage to protect herself, and then she would follow the tentacle alien closely, and try to force it out of the water. Without the protection of the deep sea, it would not be so troublesome. After all, its physical body is easy to break. Even if it can regenerate continuously, human weapons can repeatedly penetrate it. As for the part of the body composed of mental power, she would think of a way to do it later. If we can find its heart, all the troubles will be solved. But I don't know where this heart is. Thinking of this, Liang Ran looked at Zhuang. What does the half of the body of the tentacle alien that was previously transparent look like? Zhuang replied, it is very similar to the high-dimensional body. It is a flowing golden cloud. But the color is not so beautiful, and there are some black impurities. The little girl's expression was a little disgusted. It must be because its level is not high enough, the color is dirty, and it feels like watching a low-quality pirated copy. Hearing this, Liang Ren probably guessed what the tentacle alien was like. After it absorbed the genes of the high-dimensional body, if it had enough potential and absorbed them fully, it should have turned into a flowing cloud all over its body, and from then on, it would have upgraded its dimension, and its prisoner ID card would have disappeared, its body would have disappeared, and its organs would have disappeared, becoming a pure spiritual body. But it didn't do this, only half of its body became a spiritual body, and now its organs are estimated to have disappeared, at least half of them, but the heart that represents its prisoner identity will definitely not disappear. Hearing Liang Ren's words, Ji Chan wondered, your mental power is as high as that of the tentacle alien, but you still have a complete human form. Liang Ren thought about it, and replied, it is probably that the human body has a higher carrying capacity for mental power, not to the extent that it has to abandon its form when its mental power is improved a little. Ji Chan thought for a few seconds and asked again, if your mental power is upgraded to the 3rd level, can I still see your body? Liang Ren laughed immediately. Who knows? The situation is serious now, and everything will be fine if we can kill it. This is not the time to care about this. Chapter 185. Before leaving, Zhuang drew a detailed route map for Liang Ren. When she was drawing the ocean area, she said, I saw huge whales, groups of jellyfish, anemones and corals in the sea. These alien species are either very large or very numerous. The whale alien species can eat a large number of small alien species with its mouth open. The jellyfish alien species seem to be conductive. Some alien species will not move as soon as they touch them. The anemone alien species looks very scary. It has countless tentacles, and each tentacle looks like a pale arm of a dead person. When hungry, many alien species will jump out of the water and eat low-flying birds on the sea. They will also kill each other and eat other alien species. That sea is always surging with red waves. The tentacle alien species is mostly in a cave more than 200 meters underwater. It breathes very slowly, and only occasionally has a small bubbles rose from its tentacles. It seems to breathe through the suction cups on its tentacles. Hearing this, Liang Ren thought, we can use this to force it out of the water, such as using mental power to block its suction cups and prevent it from breathing. We see how to operate it then. Ji Chan heard Liang Ren's meaning and asked, Sister Liang Ren, do you want to take the initiative to find it? Liang Ren, my mental power can no longer be improved by mutation reagents, so even if I keep delaying and not looking for it, my chances of winning will not increase. This battle must be fought, sooner or later. In that case, it's better to do it sooner. After finishing the material matters, we can set off. Speaking of this, Liang Ren thought for a while and continued, that place has both icebergs and volcanoes, so let's call it an ecological zone for the time being. Zhuang asked curiously, do we need to bring a deep-sea submersible for this mission? I heard from my mother that the submersible is 7 or 8 meters long, and it must be difficult to carry. Liang Ren immediately said, yes. We currently have 2 small submersibles. Although they have not been used for many years, they are maintained every year in case of emergency. Therefore, their functions are still complete, and they can launch torpedoes underwater. This is also one of the ways to force the tentacle aliens out of the water. Although it is troublesome to carry, I have already arranged a modified car. When the time comes, the submersible will be placed in a huge cargo box and follow the center of the armored vehicle. Zhuang asked again, how many teams will enter the ecological zone? Liang Ren, also. I haven't thought about it yet, but it shouldn't be too many. Zhuang nodded in understanding, and she said, Mom asked me to tell you that she wants to go on this mission. She doesn't want to be absent from such a significant mission, and she also wants to contribute her own strength. Mom also said that this time non-mutants can go with them. After all, once the mutants' genes are extracted, their physical condition will drop sharply, and they will be weak and powerless, and their situation will not be as good as that of non-mutants. The tentacle alien is very fast, and can approach the mutants at any time. In comparison, non-mutants are less affected and can keep throwing bombs from the back to bomb the aliens. Liang Ren also thought about this, but she sighed lightly, and did not accept the proposal. The temperature of the snowy mountains in the ecological zone is definitely unusual, otherwise the Abyss squad would not have been forced to leave. Because of long-term malnutrition, the physical fitness of non-mutants is generally average. Even if the heater is always on in the armored vehicle, there will always be times when they get out of the car to fight the aliens, and the cold wind rushes into the car. They definitely cannot tolerate that temperature for a long time, and are prone to hypothermia. Moreover, Just after driving over the snowy mountains is a volcano with magma. Even mutants can't stand this extreme temperature difference, let alone non-mutants. Those non-mutants may not live to see the tentacle aliens. So this time, not only can we not bring non-mutants, but we must bring the hunters with the highest genetic level and the best physical fitness. Zhuang held up his face in distress. That's right, hey. At this time, Ji Chan interrupted. Sister Liang Ran, have you tested the distance range of the tentacle alien to extract mutant genes? Liang Ran nodded. 980 meters. The tentacle alien has a complete process to extract mutant genes, that is, to detect countless spiritual powers, like silk threads, and invade the mutant's body. Those spiritual powers will crush the genetic chains belonging to it in the mutant's body. Liang Ran studied a small piece of broken limb. Compared with the original body, the density of spiritual power that the broken limb can detect is limited, and it cannot surge over in an overwhelming manner, so it appears very weak. Attacking Liang Ran is like playing house, but no matter how many times the original body is larger than the broken limb, the detection length of the spiritual power remains unchanged. Those spiritual power golden threads only differ in quantity, not in length. Liang Ran had done an experiment. After the broken limb was fully activated, dozens of golden threads would spread out from the broken limb, frantically trying to attack her and extract her genes. However, when the golden threads spread to 980 meters, it was difficult to advance any further. In order to verify this, Liang Ran cut the broken limb into 2 and 4 pieces, and activated them again. The results showed that it was still 980 meters. So 980 meters is the limit distance for it to extract genes. Liang Ran calculated that this distance is also the limit distance of her mental power detection, not a meter off. As long as she wants, the surrounding scenes can be reflected in her mind within this distance, but this distance consumes a lot of mental power, so she usually only detects the situation within 500 meters. In short, as long as the mutant is more than 1,000 meters away from the tentacle alien, it will not be discovered and its genes will not be extracted. As for within 1,000 meters, it depends on the mood of the tentacle alien. If it is in a good mood, the mutant may be able to walk 4 or 5 meters in front of it. If it is in a bad mood, the mutant will become an ordinary person forever as soon as it enters the range of 980 meters. Ji Chan muttered, but everyone must not dare to bet on its mood. Standing 980 meters away, any mutant is useless. After all, you can't fight in the air. But I'm fine. This distance is within the range of my sniper rifle. Liang Ran touched Ji Chan's little head. Yes, so you are the best. Ji Chan smiled foolishly. Half an hour later, Liang Ran finished the most important tasks, and immediately arranged a team to return to the Hope Zone with her in the afternoon. After finding a team, Liang Ran quickly drank 2 bags of nutrient solution. At this time, Xian Yuping brought the clothes for the ecological zone. Liang Ran picked up the heavy clothes and tried them on. It's a bit inconvenient to move, she said. Xian Yuping said helplessly. The current materials can only do this. Wearing this clothes outside the protective clothing can resist to minus 70 degrees Celsius, and it will be very troublesome if it is lower. The mask problem is also difficult to solve. Xian Yuping explained, after all, it can't isolate all temperatures. The cheeks can be protected, but the eyes and ears can't be blocked with insulation materials. You can only apply some protective layers on the mask. Liang Ran pursed his lips. There is no other way. Prepare more heating patches, prepare enough fuel tanks, and try not to leave the armored vehicle during the mission. Xian Yuping sighed. It can only be done this way. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Ran led the team to the Hope Zone. Because he only led 20 teams, Liang Ran was interfering with the surrounding aliens throughout the whole process, so that the alien groups in front and behind could not see the trace of the car. Sometimes the aliens that were not interfered with saw the car and rushed over, but they would be immediately interfered with by Liang Ran. Those aliens landed blankly at the place where they had just seen the armored vehicle, thinking that they had hallucinations, and kept circling in place. After more than 10 seconds, they saw the shape of the convoy not far away again, and rushed over excitedly, but the car disappeared in front of them again. Many aliens collided with each other because of this incident. Because they had not landed substantially in the past 52 years, they were not greatly affected by the planet, and their mental strength had not been improved much, so the IQ of these aliens was relatively low. As long as they collided, the aliens on both sides would immediately forget about the car and fight on the spot. Liang Ran interfered with the convoy 20 meters in front and behind, while watching the fighting aliens with a telescope. The convoy drove through the wasteland, and Liang Ran memorized the fatal points of more than 40 kinds of alien species. Although the wasteland is vast, it is nothing compared to the polluted area. The area covered by the 3 red moons that just faded is not as large as the edge of the polluted area, at most 2/3, so even if there are many alien species, the types are not complicated. After the 3 red moons faded, there was a prison on the other side of the Hope area, that is, the wasteland on the other side that is not close to the water pollution area, so the armored vehicle could not contact the alien species in that prison on the return trip. As for the other 2 red moons, Liang Ran roughly estimated that the total number of alien species was between 1,800 and 2,200. Including those she had already updated on the forum, she had now memorized the fatal points of more than 120 new alien species. At this rate, as long as she traveled back and forth diligently, she would be able to understand the situation of these alien species in a month at the latest. However, this was not the most important thing at the moment. Getting supplies was the first priority, and observing the alien species was the second. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the Xuanqing team led the remaining 19 teams back to the Hope Zone. Because Liang Ran had informed them in advance, all the teams remained silent throughout the process, without changing the formation of 2 rows or acting separately, but went to the Agricultural and Planting Institute to get the vegetables and fruits that were still growing in the culture dishes. After arriving at the Agricultural and Planting Institute, the car quickly entered the underground garage that had not been breached. After entering the password, the garage door slowly opened. After everyone parked the car, they hurried into the courtyard to move supplies. The Agricultural Institute is different from the Research Institute. Even in the end of the world, it is still thriving and full of colors and fragrance. But now all these things are gone. In the center of the Agricultural Institute, more than a dozen of the nearly 100 greenhouses supported by steel frames have collapsed to the ground, and the air is filled with the stench of alien secretions. Liang Ran whispered, "It's okay, most of them are still there. And the things inside are not necessarily gone, just the sheds." As she spoke, Liang Ran bent down and crawled into the nearest collapsed shed. Then she couldn't say anything more. At this time, the fruits planted in the culture dishes in the shed had all rotted, and the roots of the vegetable seedlings curled up in the transparent nutrient tanks, as if their vitality was cut off by an invisible hand. Because the battery was not exhausted, the crooked smart display screen in the shed was still playing the slogan, "We must do our best to ensure the supply of fruits and vegetables in the Hope Zone, and support the life and health of everyone." In a loop. After Liang Ran walked out of here, she curled her lips. "It's okay, there are other greenhouses." After that, she came to the intact greenhouses again, but after checking, even if the greenhouses were intact and there was no trace of alien species entering, the vegetables and fruits inside were rotten and dead. How could it be? Liang Ran frowned subconsciously. At this time, Qin Ji's voice sounded not far away. It should be that alien species have mixed into the water pipe. Liang Ran looked in the direction Qin Ge pointed, and sure enough, he saw that the central transmission pipeline on the most side was pierced by a sharp alien limb, and there were a few drops of thick black liquid next to the limb. There were also 7 or 8 red and white feathers, and a large piece of dried blood not far away. It was obvious that 2 alien species were fighting here, and happened to destroy the entire transportation system of the Agricultural and Plantation Institute. Liang Ran closed his eyes, and said helplessly, "There is no way. I thought that this group of aliens had just landed, and had never come into contact with human society. I don't know what they can destroy to hit us hard. Who knows?" The hunter next to him cursed. "This group of aliens is really destined to be in conflict with us. I'm so angry. I go move the large instruments first." He and several hunters went to the machine room of the Agricultural Institute. Several power mutants moved several large instruments that had not been moved away during the evacuation to the truck. While others were moving the instruments, Liang Ran was still wandering around the Agricultural Institute. Although all the seeds and the mature fruits and vegetables had been taken away during the evacuation, and the current storage technology was also very complete, the fruits and vegetables in the Hope Zone were in short supply. There were not many mature fruits and vegetables taken away, and they would be eaten up soon. Relying on seeds, the situation in the water pollution zone was even worse. The water pollution was much more serious than the previous Hope Zone. It was unclear how long it would take to replant the fruits and vegetables. Moreover, Xian Yuping mentioned to her that when they evacuated, the latest crop of rice in the Agricultural Institute was being harvested. When the first batch of people evacuated, an expert from the Agricultural Institute found Xian Yuping and told her, "Rice matures in a short time and cannot be harvested too early, otherwise the grain yield will be low and the quality will not reach the best state. Therefore, The old man asked to leave a few batches later, preferably for 5 days or a week, so that everyone in the water pollution area could have a warm meal of rice in winter. But when Liang Ran counted the supplies these 2 days, she didn't see any old man bringing fresh rice. She thought it was normal that she didn't see it because she asked everyone to throw away their backpacks. But the old man didn't come to her for a long time. She asked people from the Agricultural Institute, and they all said that they had never seen the old man again. So although she knew that the other party had died, Liang Ran still walked along the corridor of the Agricultural Institute and walked to the room with a picture of rice hanging on the door. The door was slowly pushed open by Liang Ran, making a slight creaking sound. Liang Ran looked at the scene in the house and stood quietly at the door. After a moment, she took a deep breath, turned her head, and said to others, "Come and help, there are supplies here." After that, she stepped into the house. In the house, a white-haired old man in his 70s or 80s fell headfirst on the ground, surrounded by many scattered golden rice ears. Judging from his injuries, he obviously died of excessive blood loss. At this time, the old man was lying halfway in front of the low-temperature warehouse, and his hands were still stretched forward. Liang Ran squatted in front of the old man and looked at the shape of his wound. He found the barbs of arthropods on his chest, and also saw the scratches of bird species. There were also 2 red and white feathers stuck on his clothes. So the large amount of blood next to the delivery pipe she saw just now did not belong to the alien species, but to this old man. When the alien species landed, the old man had just packed the harvested rice in woven bags. He couldn't carry so many things to the high wall by himself, so he happily waited for the team to pick him up, but the red moon faded. He should be a power mutant. He immediately moved dozens of woven bags back to the storage room and waited for rescue. But soon, he heard the movement of alien species breaking in. They destroyed a small part of the shed. After the crackling sound of collapse, he probably didn't move, but who told him to see 2 alien species fighting in front of the water pipe through the gap in the door? He wanted to keep the freshest batch of fruits and vegetables and practice the slogan that has not changed since the establishment of the Agricultural Institute. Make every effort to ensure the supply of fruits and vegetables in the Hope District, and support the life and health of everyone. So he drove away the 2 alien species. After that, he dragged his seriously injured body back to the rice warehouse. The rice was easily damp when placed on the ground, so he opened the low-temperature warehouse and moved it in one by one. Occasionally, he could not control his strength, and a bag would be torn by him, and the rice ears inside would fall out, and he had no time to pick them up. When he died, would he feel tired of going back and forth like this? Liang Ran lowered his eyes. At this time, other people also came in. 6 minutes later, more than 50 bags of rice were moved out of the low-temperature warehouse. Everyone hurried back to the underground garage and headed to the main city hospital. On the way, Liang Ran whispered, 53 bags. If everyone wants to eat, it seems that we can only make the thinnest porridge. There are still some corns, and a lot of dried sweet potatoes in the warehouse. These are added to the porridge. This should make everyone full. Can we eat enough? Chapter 186. The special medicines in the main city hospital were stored in the underground freezer, and had not been invaded by aliens, so they were well preserved. The crowd packed dozens of boxes and containers, connected them to the freezer in the car, and placed them all safely in the car. Since then, the trunks of the 20 cars were almost full. Liang Ran calculated the remaining space and said, "It's not enough to take away the remaining large number of equipment in the hospital, but we can take away the core device of the artificial sun. After removing it from the artificial sun, we can continue to disassemble it. Our trunk is still empty, and can hold the most core part. Others can install shelves and parts. If the trunk is not enough, they can be loaded into the car." Hearing Liang Ran's words, everyone naturally had no objection, and all quickly got in the car and drove towards the artificial sun. After fastening the seatbelt, Wu Ruozi asked Liang Ran, Ran, how many more trips do we have to make to get the remaining things?" Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say. Originally, the fruit and vegetable seedlings in the Agricultural Institute were enough for our vehicles to move back and forth 4 or 5 times, but now we don't need to. There are not many special drugs, so we can just mix them in one trip. We have already moved them this time. The remaining equipment that was not taken away takes up a lot of space, and needs to be taken separately for about 4 trips. As for the paper version of the information," Liang Ran said bluntly, "if we take them all away, then dozens of trips are not too much, but according to the current situation, the information storage room of the headquarters has probably been broken into by aliens, and cannot be taken back. When we pass by the headquarters later, we can take a look at the situation there. But some information must still be there, such as the information in the control panel. Sui Yuesheng was surprised. The control panel of the artificial sun? Liang Ren nodded. When the designer built it, just in case, he built many lockers behind the control panel, which store the most important first-hand information left over from the old world and the end of the world. The artificial sun is the strongest place in the Hope Zone. If it is not well protected, other places will certainly not be well protected. We packed the information in the container. Except for the driver's seat, more than 100 people, each holding a box, and we will move it back this time. Sui Yuesheng concluded. In other words, after we go back this time, we only need to make a few more trips to move the equipment. Liang Ran, yes. Sui Yuesheng leaned back in his chair. It's a piece of cake. When Shiru drove past the headquarters, because of Liang Ran's previous words, everyone subconsciously looked over. At this time, the headquarters building was already covered with aliens, glass was broken all over the floor, curtains passed through the unobstructed windows, and fluttered in the wind. There were many dirty and damaged papers on the open space in front of the building, some of which were blank, and some were full of words. The aliens trampled on it recklessly, and casually trampled the crystallization of human wisdom into the mud. Liang Ran used her mental power to scan and take a closer look, confirming that these were the things in the data storage room. She sighed with regret. However, there was really no way at that time. If you want to take all these data away, hundreds of cars can be filled. People and survival supplies are the most important during evacuation. These things that have long been recorded in the system database can only be put in the back. 10 minutes later, the car finally drove under the artificial sun. Probably because the vision here is higher and farther, there is an alien every few meters on the towering shelves. The huge alien saw the traces of the convoy from a distance and rushed over excitedly. Liang Ran immediately let the convoy disperse, and everyone skillfully made an S-shaped circle and gathered together again. But Liang Ran's interference range is limited. There are always aliens farther and higher who find the traces of the car. Even if other aliens are interfered with and don't see the car, they will follow in chase. After the car circled several times, more and more aliens gathered, and everyone gradually became powerless. Liang Ran called, Ji-chan. I will cover the traces of the bullets with my mental power. They can't see it, you shoot them. Ji-chan immediately understood what Liang Ran meant. She licked her lips excitedly, pulled down the window, and set up the sniper rifle. Under the interference of mental power, the surface of the armored vehicle was like a film. The interfered aliens could not see or hear anything in the film, but the bullet was different. It was something that went beyond the armored vehicle, so even if it was interfered with, the aliens could still find it. It was too troublesome to interfere with this specifically, so it was better to directly erase the existence of the bullet. A muffled bang. Ji-chan fired the first bullet amid the aliens' roar. Liang Ran quickly covered the bullet with his mental power. Both of them kept the same speed and flew towards the alien. When the bullet was about to hit the alien, Liang Ran quickly withdrew his mental power. Under the powerful impact, the black bear alien roared angrily and retreated several steps. After standing firm, it looked around blankly, seemed to understand something, and suddenly punched the gray lizard alien closest to it. The gray lizard alien was smashed into the ground. Before it understood what was happening, it was grabbed by the black bear alien by the tail and thrown to the ground. Green blood splashed out, and the two aliens instantly formed a feud. After desperately dodging the third attack, the gray lizard species finally climbed up. It flew forward and bit the black bear species' throat. The poison had just been injected, and the black bear species was staggering and could not stand steadily. Half a minute later, the battle was over. The gray lizard species' head was crushed, and the black bear species was poisoned to death. Both species died together. Sui Yuesheng was stunned by the sight. Biao? Wu Ruozi burst out laughing. At this moment, Ji-chan and Liang Ran cooperated and fired dozens of bullets. The alien group on the artificial sun side was already in chaos. Even if they saw the car, they didn't see any bullets shot out of it, so their low IQ could only attribute everything around them to their own kind. However, this group of aliens didn't have any concept of their own kind. In their eyes, humans and weak aliens were all food and could be bullied to death. Liang Ran quickly scanned the group of aliens, memorizing the fatal points of each alien in her mind. After a moment, she made sure that no aliens followed, and then she said quickly, "Go to the left side, there is a door that can be opened." Shiru immediately drove to the left side, and the other teams immediately followed. Soon, after the Xuanqing team arrived at the specific location, Liang Ran clicked the communicator a few times, and some of the overlapping thick shelves rose instantly, revealing a space for an armored vehicle. After all the cars drove in, Liang Ran quickly closed the door. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he wondered, was this place designed at the beginning of construction? Liang Ran replied, yes. The designers at that time considered a lot about how to protect the artificial sun, how to take away the device if it was too large, and the problem of hunters coming to take things and having nowhere to park. Lin Yi sighed. What a smart group of people. Everything was easy after entering here. Everyone quickly went to the high-altitude control panel. Liang Ran swiped his ID code again in front of the control panel, verified his fingerprint, and then entered a long string of keys. After a moment, a prompt message appeared on the screen above the control panel. Hello, head of the base, I am Zhai Qiu, the chief designer of the artificial sun. Liang Ran had seen this name in the basement of a supermarket in the sewage area, where Zhai Qiu's body was buried, and eventually Song Ning was buried. That was the first time Liang Ran officially faced the death of the hunter, and it was also the beginning of her change of view on first-class citizens. Now, after several months, Liang Ran saw this name again, and suddenly had mixed feelings. Zhai Qiu wrote, let's not talk nonsense. The background will now start the artificial sun separation mode, and this process will take 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the hope zone will return to the darkness at the beginning of the end of the world. Is this the result after your careful consideration? Below this sentence, 2 options appeared, confirm and deny. Liang Ran looked at the screen for 2 seconds and pressed the confirm button decisively. The next second, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from inside the artificial sun. Liang Ran knew that the core device began to automatically disassemble and separate. Liang Ran turned around without hesitation and asked everyone to quickly move the important information piled in boxes behind the control panel. 5 minutes later, the moment the last container was loaded, the world suddenly turned black. At this time, there was no red moon in the sky, and there was no bloody moonlight in the Hope area. It was a real empty black. Liang Ran turned on the flashlight and shone it on a shelf above the control panel. On it was a 3-meter-high precision device. Along with it appeared a thick stack of paper with drawings of disassembly and reassembly steps, as well as how to use this core device to rebuild an artificial sun. Liang Ran quickly browsed through it, and when he saw the last page, Ji Chan, who was standing on tiptoe and peeking blatantly, said, his self-destruct device? The artificial sun can actually self-destruct? Liang Ran said yes, but not to this extent. Such a large device almost touches the sky. Once it explodes, not only the Hope Zone will be affected, but half of the wasteland, or even the entire wasteland will burn. At that time, not only the alien species will die, but also everything left in the Hope Zone. And there are always alien species that are not afraid of fire. At least 1/5 of the alien species can be left. This is not the real way to solve the problem. Sharu continued, it is a mutual destruction after powerlessness. Liang Ran nodded very lightly. We will not reach this point. 10 minutes later, Liang Ran slightly disassembled the external parts of the core device, leaving the last 2 meters high device that could not be disassembled. Ji Chan took the initiative to hold the thing. The group of people turned around and left the control panel without any lingering feelings. When the lift door slowly closed, Zhai Qiu's last words appeared on the screen of the control panel. Goodbye, Hope Zone. Liang Ran repeated this sentence in his mind. After returning to the ground, everyone quickly divided the work, distributed the information and parts to everyone, and then turned on the car lights and drove towards the water pollution area. Because the car lights were too conspicuous, this time not only the aliens dozens of meters away, but also the aliens hundreds of meters away could notice the car from a distance. It took a lot of trouble to get back, but with the experience of the way here, 10 hours later, everyone finally returned to the water pollution area without any danger. In the following days, Liang Ran and several teams kept going back and forth to the Hope Zone, and many large instruments were brought back. Because the cooperation became more and more handy, the composition of the team has not changed, and it has always been these 20 teams. Every time everyone returns, they will take a short break and then set off again. The driver will take a few hours to rest during the handover, and the others will take turns to rest on the road to ensure that there will be no problems due to fatigue. Every time the mission is over, the researchers in the team will gather together to watch the in-car video and clarify the fatal points of each dead alien species. Finally, Liang Ran will make a final decision and post it in the post. More and more people in the forum speculate that the poster is Liang Ran himself, but because there are several researchers with many academic achievements in the team, everyone guesses who they are. I was really curious about who the poster was at the beginning. Someone said seriously in the post. After all, without the information she sorted out and such a popular and fluid way of memory, I would never have passed the examination to become an accompanying researcher, and the second and third class citizens at the time would not have entered the main city's vision so quickly. I am still curious now, but I don't have such a strong desire to spy. She could be anyone, I just hope she can take a break. As time goes by, more alien species are recorded in detail, and everyone in the water pollution area is ready to go out and hunt new alien species. This is not only the effort of researchers, but also mutants. The mutants spontaneously formed a group of wasteland hunting teams. In addition to guarding the safety line, they go to the wasteland to hunt alien species every day. They either verify Liang Ranfa's hunting method on the forum to ensure feasibility, or try to hunt new alien species to reduce the burden on researchers. Once the hunt is successful, they will excitedly take a picture of the alien into the communicator, write down the corresponding fatal points, and submit it to the backstage of the institute. Non-mutants are also working hard. On the third day of December, a group of young and middle-aged non-mutants chose to go into the wilderness. Although they were protected by mutants throughout the journey, in addition to protection, they followed the method recommended by Liang Ran and cooperated to kill the first and second aliens in their lives. On December 5th, the non-mutants encountered an alien that Liang Ran had not recorded in the forum while hunting in the wilderness. The mutants in the car rushed forward to help, but were rejected. The non-mutants killed the new alien with guns and knives in half an hour, and then took photos to record the fatal points and sent them to the backstage of the institute. The non-mutants called this day the Second Liberation Day. Liang Ran's abolition of the level decree was the first liberation of the non-mutants. They relied on themselves to gain recognition from the mutants and showed their brave will. This was the liberation that the non-mutants gained by themselves. It was also the true liberation of their hearts. Everyone in the water pollution area got along better and better. On December 7th, Liang Ran stopped the endless trips to the Hope area. It had been nearly 2 weeks. Counting everyone's efforts, the forum has now updated the fatal points of more than 700 new alien species, which is close to 1/3 of the new alien species in the 2 Red Moon areas. After Liang Ran stopped, Qin Ge led 20 teams to the Hope area, went to the former residential area to get some things from the old world, and then returned smoothly that night. Since then, everyone has proved that even without the help of Liang Ran's mental power, they can deal with this group of alien species well. In the early morning of that day, the posts on the headquarters forum scrolled all night. One post said, "I feel that we can move back next spring." Another post said, "From being forced to leave the Hope Zone to today, it has only taken humans 2 weeks. We are not who we were 52 years ago." Another post raised confusion. "I always feel that the commander is a little anxious. It seems that there is no need to go back and forth to the Hope Zone so frequently. What happened?" Liang Ran clicked on this post when she saw it. She found that someone had guessed the problem. The core device of the artificial sun may have a problem. I am sensitive to light. It has only been a few days since it was built, and the light is a little dim. This is the fact. After bringing the core device back, Liang Ran quickly found some materials from the warehouse. Under the supervision of Xian Yuping, many mutants worked together to build a simple version, according to the drawings. The device is not very high. It is currently only about 5 stories high, but height is secondary. As long as you are willing to spend time, you can always build it. The most important thing is the range of light. At present, the power facilities in the water pollution area are completely unable to keep up, and cannot supply many large equipment for a long time. Everyone has built some new street lamps, but the light is not stable and often goes out. Therefore, the illumination of a large area mainly depends on the core device, but the illumination range of this core device is only more than 10 kilometers, which is barely enough for the people in the settlement to live. The brightness is not very strong, and the most important thing is that it is gradually getting darker. It must be admitted that the core device lacks the support of many key materials, and the light it projects is like a seriously ill old man lying on a bed, and it is unknown when it will disappear completely. If we wait like this, the core device will be completely scrapped before the arrival of winter. At that time, even if this device is reinstalled in the artificial sun, it will be useless. How long can the artificial sun in the Hope District last? Liang Ran has seen the protection value in the background. At most, there are still more than 20 days before those shells will collapse. Liang Ran is not a person who likes to wait. When she found that the situation was developing in the worst direction, her first reaction was to curb this development, or solve the current problem before the worst result came. Now the 270,000 citizens in the water pollution area are becoming more and more united, which she has never seen before. Everyone has witnessed the same disaster, experienced the same worries and fears, and now mutants can bravely kill completely unfamiliar aliens, and non-mutants can also take up weapons and strive to earn recognition from others. She can't find the fatal points of all aliens for everyone. Even if she can find them, there will be more powerful mutants in the future that hunters will need to explore on their own, so this level is enough now. It's time to set off. Chapter 187. On December 9th, Liang Ran posted a notice on the top of the headquarters forum. Considerations and notices about going to the ecological zone on the 12th. Liang Ran explained the current situation in detail. In more than 20 days, the artificial sun frame in the Hope Zone will collapse, and within 3 months, the core device will be scrapped. Humans will not be able to rely on artificial suns to obtain large light sources. In the absence of many materials, even with drawings, humans cannot create a second artificial sun. Before the next spring, humans will return to the Dark Age, and the fuel tanks will all be used to generate electricity, maintain the operation of hospital machines, and light up the lamps on the roofs of every household. But the fuel tanks will eventually run out. The Hope Zone had already mined all the underground energy that could be used in the surrounding areas in the early years, and the remaining ones were all seriously polluted and could not be used at all. As for the fuel tanks in the Undead Zone, they were not inexhaustible. Perhaps next year, or the year after, the fuel tanks will be completely exhausted, and human society will not see a single ray of light, and the treatment cabin will not be able to operate, and all comatose patients will not be able to open their eyes again. Moreover, because the range of light suddenly narrowed, the alien species that had been surrounding outside recently were ready to move, and the hunter's actions in the edge-contaminated area became more difficult. The difficulty of maintaining the safety line soared sharply. Yesterday, the first hunter died on the safety line. The hunters have been fighting on the safety line for the past 2 weeks, cleaning up the alien species around. They can clearly feel the huge trouble caused by the lack of large areas of light. They are also very clear that this person's death is by no means the end, but the beginning of the collapse of the safety line. After talking about the plight of the water pollution area, Liang Ran emphasized the situation of the ecological zone. According to Xian Chongming's reading of the invisible alien memory, the ecological environment of this place is extremely bad, including cold snow mountains, active volcanoes, and deep seas. Non-mutants cannot survive. Mutants with sea-level genes and below will feel strong discomfort. Therefore, this mission is composed of all mutants. The genes must reach B-level or above, and they must be good at swimming. Once they are dragged into the sea by aliens, they can float to the surface of the water by themselves. Because of the alien characteristics of this area, the mutants on this mission may completely lose their abilities. Hunters must carefully consider this when signing up. Once mutants lose their abilities, their physical condition will be similar to that of patients who have just recovered from a serious illness. Although they can walk, run, and jump, their physical condition is weak, and it will be difficult for them to recover to normal people throughout their lives. It can be said that this is the most difficult mission. Liang Ran wrote, "None of us has been there before. We don't have detailed records and videos from the pioneers. We have to explore on our own in most cases, but it must be difficult, so we need everyone's cooperation." Finally, the purpose of this mission. There is an opportunity in the ecological zone that can end the apocalypse. We have to try it. The registration form has been sent under the notice. Please download the form and enter the system backend to register. The list will be released before noon on the 11th. There are a total of 80 teams and 400 people. Liang Ran did not paint a rosy picture for everyone. For example, as long as this mission goes smoothly, she can contact the high-dimensional beings. This thing is not a 100% probability. What if it can't? If the mission does not go smoothly, what if I have to go to the ecological zone for the second and third time? Liang Ran felt that giving people strong beliefs and then destroying them was no different from killing people, so she didn't say it to death. But the phrase "there is an opportunity" was already heavy enough. Liang Ran had just issued the announcement for only a few minutes when the backend received thousands of messages, all of which were personnel registration forms. This was a very simple registration form. Name, direction of mutation, gene level, water ability. Apart from yourself, are there any laborers in the family? Can you accept the various side effects after the disappearance of superpowers? The registration form was easy to fill out, and the meaning of the questions on the registration form was also easy to guess. But everyone signed up in a rush as if they hadn't thought about it, leaving the consequences behind, just for the possibility of a slight end of the apocalypse. Liang Ran didn't review it immediately, but first looked at everyone's feedback on the forum. In addition to the enthusiastic discussion on the ecological zone and the opportunity for the end of the apocalypse, everyone was most concerned about whether 80 teams were enough, and whether 200 teams were not enough. Of course, it was possible. But Liang Ren had to consider more. This was a group of teams whose members were all above B-level genes. Among all the survivors, there were no more than 300 such teams, representing the top combat power of mankind. Liang Ren could not guarantee that the tentacle aliens could be solved in this mission. If they were not solved, it would mean that all the hunters had failed. By then, except for her, everyone would lose their abilities. If 200 teams were allowed to set off, that would be 1,000 hygiene hunters. Hope District would lose so many powerful people at once, which would be a fatal blow to mankind. Considering this, 80 teams seemed just right. Neither too few to complete the mission, nor too many to affect the future of the entire Hope Zone. After answering some questions, Liang Ren exited the forum and found a researcher in the institute who published the most articles besides her in the contacts. Recently, the two of them worked together to analyze the situation of many new alien species. Liang Ren believed in the other party's ability. So she untied her forum account and gave it to the other party. If I can't come back for this mission, can you continue to update the situation of alien species in this post? Liang Ren said, this post is very important and can inspire and motivate many people, so it can't be stopped. But the poster can be anyone. If it's not me in the future, you will be fully capable of doing it. Is it okay? The other party quickly replied to her, so this is why you don't want to disclose your identity these days. A person who has studied alien species to this extent cannot die easily. If she can be killed by an alien species, who can defeat that alien species? Humans cannot be afraid of an alien species, even if it is indeed difficult to defeat it at present. So Liang Ren had been ready to send this post to someone else since she knew she would go out to fight the tentacle aliens. The other party agreed to her request. No problem. When you come back, I will return this account to you. After that, Liang Ren asked Xian Yuping to hand over the work. To be honest, Liang Ren has always felt sorry for Aunt Xian. After all, she has such a big organization to manage, but she always troubles her, asking her questions all the time. The last evacuation work has already put a lot of pressure on her, and now she has to help manage the sewage area again. As a result, Aunt Xian seemed to be able to sense her emotions through the communicator. She criticized Liang Ren. You are just overthinking. You make me look like a human being. The more capable you are, the more work you do. I am proud of my ability. Besides, no one is more tired than you. You sleep once every 3 days on average. This is not how mental mutation works. Remember to have a good rest before departure. Liang Ren agreed with a smile. After reviewing the list for a whole day, Liang Ren sent messages to the corresponding 80 teams on time at noon on the 11th. Perhaps, he was paying close attention to the messages. In less than 10 minutes, all 80 teams sent confirmation messages. When dealing with tentacle mutants, most mutants need to stand far away, so Liang Ren prepared a lot of long-range weapons this time. In the evening, she went to check the performance of the deep-water submersible. After ensuring that there was no problem, she watched the workers push it into the giant truck. Seeing that the loading was completed, Qin Gu immediately stepped forward. He has been adapting to the feeling of driving a truck these 2 days. Qin Gu has a strong learning ability, and can get started very quickly. He drove the car equipped with the submersible on the road for half an hour, and finally opened the door, and jumped out. Very easy. He said, we have discussed it in the team. I will drive, Lin Yi will sit in the co-pilot, and the others will sit in the car to protect the submersible in all directions. Liang Ren said seriously, thank you for your help. Qin Gu shook his head, we do very little, you do the most, and the most troublesome. Everyone is drinking porridge tonight, right? Liang Ren said him. Qin Gu, there is no seasoning, I will try to make it delicious. On the night of the 11th, 270,000 people in the Hope District drank the same porridge. Dozens of pots were set up under the residential area. Qin Gu mixed the raw materials and poured water. After an hour, the soft and fragrant smell came out. Everyone gathered together and drank the food made from the 53 bags of rice. Someone joked, to be honest, this porridge is a bit watery, more like drinking sweet potato shreds. But it's very sweet. After drinking the porridge, Liang Ren returned home and had a good sleep. At 8 o'clock the next day, she put on her protective clothing, and the 80 team set off on time. This time, the light disappeared as soon as the car entered the wasteland. Because the illumination range of the core device is very narrow, everyone is destined to move forward in the dark in the wasteland and the polluted area. Shiru turned on the headlights and drove towards the epidemic area. The ecological area is behind the epidemic area. Because the vision is almost completely dark, the car is not driving fast. In addition, the alien species in the epidemic area are a bit troublesome, so everyone was delayed on the road for a long time. Everyone drove in a surrounding manner throughout the journey. The modified truck driven by Ching-gu was in the center. Everyone tried their best to protect the submersible inside. Nearly 2 weeks later, on December 23rd, everyone finally approached the edge of the rear of the epidemic area. After dealing with several thorny aliens, the convoy slowly drove into the white fog layer. Shortly after entering the white fog area, Shiru, who was driving in the front, stopped the car. She took out the heavy clothes she had prepared in advance, and put them on the outside of the protective suit. The others did the same. Liang Ran quickly wrapped his whole body, changed into warm boots, put on gloves, and opened a few bags of heating pads, and put them at hand for emergency use. 5 minutes later, it was estimated that everyone had changed clothes, and Liang Ran nodded to Shiru. The car started moving forward again. Half an hour later, the car drove out of the white fog layer. Almost in an instant, Liang Ran shivered from the cold, and a thick layer of white fog floated on her mask in an instant. It seemed that her nasal cavity became painful. Liang Ran quickly wiped the mask with her hand and looked forward. At this time, a piece of ice flour formed on the windshield, which was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shiru moved her fingers quickly. Ji-chan subconsciously stomped her feet a few times, and Sui Weisheng tore off a piece of heating pad and stuck it on his helmet. 62 degrees below zero. Wu Ruozi read the numbers on the car screen and said softly, "The temperature outside is so low, but we just came in." Shiru nodded. She was sitting in the driver's seat, and was the first to see the surrounding scenery. There are snow-capped mountains on all sides. We have to drive up the mountains. After crossing 2 mountains, the temperature will drop even more. Shiru confirmed with Liang Ran, "How much can our protective clothing resist at most to ensure that we will not be frostbitten in a short time?" Liang Ran replied, 70 degrees below zero. "Our clothes are obviously not warm enough, but the current situation in the Hope District cannot be better." Shiru said calmly, "I understand." After that, she turned up the heater in the car and continued to drive forward. Chapter 188. As the convoy drove toward the snowy mountains, Liang Ran used his mental power to look around. The surroundings were all white, without any plants or animals, and there was no life. It seemed that the world was nothing but white. The mountains in the distance were not very high, about 2 kilometers, but because the ground was covered with soft snow, the snow would sink 20 centimeters every time the wheels rolled over, and the resistance to moving forward was great, so the speed could not be fast, just a little faster than the usual walking speed. After driving for more than 10 minutes, a light snow suddenly fell from the sky, and the snowy mountain suddenly became blurred, and it was difficult to see the distance. This area obviously snows all year round, and the light snow now is just an appetizer, so Liang Ran's mentality was not affected by it. After confirming that there were no alien species around for the time being, she withdrew her mental power. Liang Ran said seriously, "Although the tentacle alien is staying in the cave in the sea, it can move to any place. The battle may start at any time, which requires a lot of mental power, so I can't use mental power to detect the whole time like in the undead zone, which consumes too much. I detect it about once every 10 minutes, Xiao Wu, you should pay more attention to the surroundings." Wu Ruozi nodded immediately. "Okay." Liang Ran exhaled slowly, and the white air quickly condensed into tiny crystals inside her mask, and was blown away by her breath. A few drops of water condensed in the mask. Liang Ran shook her head, letting the water droplets flow down the mask, slide into her collar, and disappear completely. "It's really cold, my calves seem to be a little numb." Song Shanai took out a blanket and covered her legs. Even if they expected it, they didn't expect the temperature to drop so much as soon as they entered the ecological zone, without any transition period at all. Even if they wore the thickest protective clothing, they were instantly frozen to the bone. Ji-chan muttered, "Who would have thought it would be so cold? I thought it would be at least 70 or 80 degrees below zero at the top of the mountain." Wu Ruozi whispered, "We don't need to reach the top of the mountain, our clothes will not hold up halfway up the mountain." She made a calculation. Assuming the mountain is 2,000 meters high, the temperature difference between the foot of the mountain and the top of the mountain is between 12 and 20 degrees under normal circumstances, but this is a deeply polluted area with an unusual ecological environment, and with the addition of wind and snow, the temperature difference may reach more than 30 degrees. And the temperature on the top of the mountain will reach minus 90 degrees, or even close to minus 100 degrees. At that temperature, protective clothing will not work at all. Ordinary people will die very quickly, and mutants will not last long, at most 10 minutes. There is nothing wrong with what Wurozi said. But now everyone can only move forward. In order to make this batch of clothes, Liang Ran has used all the materials that can be used, using the most advanced constant temperature technology in the Hope District. The interlayer of the protective clothing is covered with scales of cold-resistant alien species, and it can no longer be improved. If we have to wait until a more perfect protective suit is made, we don't know how long it will take to find materials, and how many years it will take. By then, the fuel tanks and survival supplies will have been used up, all the lights will disappear, the safety line will collapse, and everything will be too late. So even if we face extremely cold weather, we must try to cross these mountains. After driving slowly for more than 10 minutes, Shiru came to the foot of the first snow mountain. The slope of this mountain was a bit steep. Shiru held the steering wheel tightly, and the engine ran fast, making a violent roar. But the car had just driven less than 200 meters, and Shiru frowned. She stepped on the brakes and stopped on the hillside. "You can't drive like this." Shiru turned her head and said seriously, "The temperature is so low that the tires can't stand it. Now the slope is steep, and there is a lot of snow. You have to step on the accelerator to the bottom to drive up. The engine is overloaded. If you drive like this, the car will stop soon. And there is a lot of snow on the tires now. The snow has been compacted and firmly stuck to the tires. It's very slippery, and needs to be cleaned." Shiru is the one who knows the performance of the car best here. Her words mean that the problem is very troublesome. Liang Ran immediately said, "Then everyone stop the car and clean it up now." Liang Ran didn't need to use the headset to contact others. When the team behind saw Shiru's car stopped, they all took out the cleaning tools. As soon as Liang Ran jumped out of the car, the others followed. Liang Ran squatted in front of the tire, tapping the ice crystals on the surface with a tool, and then wiped them quickly with a rag. The biting cold wind penetrated into her body through her collar. In such a temperature, the mask had almost no insulation effect. Just 1 minute after leaving the car, Liang Ran felt her face was frozen, her eyes hurt so much, and everything she saw began to blur. Liang Ran closed her eyes for a few seconds and turned her head to look at the others. Because of the different genetic levels, the situation of other hunters was worse than hers. Some people's eyes began to be obviously red and swollen, and tears flowed down unconsciously. As soon as those tears touched the air, they solidified on their cheeks, and the ice crystals stuck to the eyelashes and fell into the eyeballs. Liang Ran glanced at the man a few times, and saw that he was blinking more and more frequently. Suddenly, a ball of crystals covered with eyelashes fell from his eyelids and hit the bottom of the mask. The boy was stunned for a moment. He raised his eyes. His eyes were a little flustered. Eyes without eyelashes looked very strange. Liang Ran opened his mouth and was about to say something, but the other party immediately laughed. "It's okay, it will grow out soon," the boy said optimistically. So Liang Ran curled the corners of his lips and nodded at him. 5 minutes later, the snow on the tires was almost cleared. Liang Ran stamped her feet quickly, trying to warm up her cold feet. After a while, she went to the trunk to take out the tools and began to clear the snow on the steep slope. The snow in this place has been accumulated for several years, forming a thick layer of frozen soil underneath. After removing the soft snow on the surface, the snow underneath was hard and slippery. Not far ahead was a slope of nearly 50 degrees. It was difficult for the car to grip the ground. It was easy to get into an accident when driving like this, so Liang Ran climbed up the slope, removed the snow, and sprinkled a few bags of sand on it. A few minutes later, Liang Ran worked with others to spread all the sand evenly, and walked down the slope carefully. But just as everyone approached the car, the wind and snow suddenly became stronger, and the outline of the mountain that was vaguely visible just now suddenly became a blurred silhouette. Liang Ran felt that everyone else seemed to have disappeared, and she was the only one in the center of the blizzard. She was blown away, and took several steps back. Soon she bumped into Wuruozi behind her, and the two fell into the snow together. At this time, the roar of the car sounded. Because the slope where everyone parked had a certain slope, it was difficult for the car to stop steadily. Now that the strong wind blew, a few cars suddenly skidded and slid down the slope. They could only desperately step on the brakes to stabilize the car. Liang Ran hurriedly shouted, "Power mutants, get out of the car immediately and hold the car. Ji-chan, go and protect the truck." Hearing Liang Ran's words, Ji-chan quickly jumped out of the car and ran quickly to the back of the huge truck. She and Qin-ge, who was in the driver's seat, worked hard together to stabilize the car. All the power mutants left the car at this time. Everyone struggled to support 80 cars in the wind and snow, but time passed quickly, and the wind and snow did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. In this situation, it is definitely impossible to go up the mountain. Liang Ran hurriedly said, "Let's go down first. There is a wind shelter 50 meters away. We will wait there for the wind and snow to pass before setting off." After saying that, she urged everyone to get in the car quickly, but just when Liang Ran stepped into the car, the wind whistled. This time the sound of the wind was obviously different. Compared with the sound of the wind, it was more like the high-frequency scream of some kind of creature. Liang Ran didn't have time to think, and hurriedly pushed Wu Ruozi in front of him. The two got in the car together, and then Liang Ran turned around quickly and slammed the door. Just as Liang Ran was panting and trying to arrange a car to leave here quickly, Song Shanai suddenly called out from behind her, "Liang Ran, you are injured. Your back is covered in blood, and your clothes are torn into many holes." Hearing this, Liang Ran turned her head immediately. At this time, the clothes on her back seemed to have been cut by a knife, breaking into many pieces of cloth, and her innermost protective clothing was also cut. Liang Ran touched it, and when she raised her hand again, it was all wet with blood. It was too cold here, and the pain seemed to be frozen. Liang Ran didn't feel any pain at all. She wiped the blood on her clothes and whispered, "There is a foreign species in the snow. The wind and snow were too strong just now, and we didn't see it. Its body must be very concealed, similar to a chameleon, and the color of its skin blended into the wind and snow." She told the other hunters about this through the headset, and then immediately spread her mental power. But after roughly scanning the surrounding 300 meters, Liang Ran did not find any traces of the alien species. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down as quickly as possible, and then carefully observed the surroundings. Under a car, Liang Ran found the first alien species. It was a pure white translucent creature, whose outline was integrated with the flying snow. Only when it moved could a vague shape be seen. When Liang Ran found it, it was moving, otherwise Liang Ran would not be able to find it all at once. After knowing the specific form of the alien species, it was easier to find the other alien species. Liang Ran soon found the second and third alien species. These two alien species hid under the snow, with 1/3 of their bodies exposed outside. As long as the car ran over them, the tires would definitely not be saved. A few minutes later, Liang Ran found more and more alien species. Finally, she was shocked to find that there seemed to be alien species everywhere, because they hid in the wind and snow, in the snow, and under the car. So although it seemed that they were in the wind and snow, in fact, some of the snow was not snow at all, but the white alien species themselves. Thinking of this, Liang Ran took out the flamethrower from under the seat. Aliens living in extremely cold places are afraid of fire without thinking, but this is a snowy mountain, and bombs cannot be used casually, otherwise it is very easy to cause an avalanche, and then the difficulty of crossing the mountains will soar. Liang Ran threw a few flamethrowers to his teammates, and then said in the headset, "Everyone, pull down the car windows, and use the flamethrowers to clean up the aliens around. It doesn't matter if you can't see the aliens, just spray fire outside the car window. They will go away if they can't stand the high temperature." And Liang Ran touched the wound on her back. At this time, her wound was no longer bleeding, but a thick layer of ice formed. A chill ran through her wound to her heart. She took the regeneration reagent handed by Sui Yuesheng and injected half a tube, and the chill in her body was cleared. "Everyone, check if you have been injured just now. The wound caused by this alien is enough to be fatal," Liang Ran said seriously. "If a sufficient amount of regeneration reagent is not injected in time, the injured may be frozen into an ice sculpture." Chapter 189. Before departure, Liang Ran distributed 5 tubes of regeneration reagent to each team. At this moment, her voice was transmitted to the ears of other teams through the headset, and everyone immediately checked their own conditions. After a short inspection, a total of 5 hunters were injured. It was not known whether it was due to pain paralysis caused by the weather, or whether this type of alien species itself carried paralysis components. Regardless of the size of the wound, all the injured hunters did not feel any pain. "Commander, there is something strange," someone said. "Although I was injured, I didn't see any invisible aliens coming." Others echoed at this time, "Yes, we didn't see any invisible aliens." "Won't the invisible aliens here parasitize human wounds?" Liang Ran thought about it and replied, "It shouldn't be. Perhaps the invisible aliens here communicate the most with the tentacle aliens. Since we entered this area, they have changed their previous parasitic methods and want to kill us with the inertia of human thinking so that we don't notice the small wounds on our bodies. In short, every time you get off the car, you must check your body as soon as possible to make sure you don't get injured." After getting the answer, Liang Ran turned on the flamethrower, aimed at the window, and began to clean up the surrounding aliens. The temperature of the flame was extremely high. As soon as it touched the snowflakes outside the car window, the snow melted into water droplets and evaporated into water vapor. 10 seconds later, Liang Ran saw a pure white alien running out from under the car. Its speed was extremely amazing, and it left almost no trace on the snow. Because the windows on all four sides were equipped with flamethrowers, it was inevitable that it would touch a flame when it got out from under the car. The moment it touched the flame, the alien species immediately let out a piercing scream, and its body quickly rotted and turned black as if it had been burned by a fire, and it sank deeply. Under Liang Ran's gaze, in just 2 or 3 minutes, the alien species melted into a pool of snow water and condensed on the ground. Song Shanai said in surprise, "This alien is easy to kill." But Liang Ran did not feel relieved. Her mental power quickly swept through the white aliens fleeing in all directions, and determined the number of aliens. More than 200. A dozen aliens were unable to avoid the flames because they hid under the car, and now they condensed into solids. But there were still 200 aliens unharmed. The attack range of the flamethrower was limited. After a short escape, they all stopped and stood quietly 6 or 7 meters away from the car, standing shoulder to shoulder, forming a layer of white wall. These aliens have no facial features and limbs. Their bodies are similar to white paper, with a certain thickness, flat and flawless, but their shapes are not as square as white paper. If you look closely, you can find that their shapes are somewhat like humans who have lost their arms. These white armless people standing together are like a very weird silhouette painting, which makes people panic. Liang Ran pursed his lips, and his brain turned rapidly. If they can use bombs it will now, these alien species are nothing to worry about, but this is a snowy mountain, and large-scale explosive weapons will trigger an avalanche, and the road here is too difficult to drive. If bombs are thrown, armored vehicles can't dodge at all. Using bombs rashly will hurt the enemy and hurt yourself. We have to use other methods. Liang Ran thought for a moment, opened the partition behind the seat, walked into the trunk and took out the fuel tank. This deeply contaminated area did not have snowy mountains and volcanoes when it was still a human society, so these ecological environments are simulated in the prison to create an environment suitable for alien species to live in. After the prison landed, the internal environment merged with the planetary environment to form snowy mountains and volcanoes. Therefore, the aliens living in the snowy mountain area must conform to the living conditions of this place, and they like cold and fear fire. So Liang Ran prepared 2 more boxes of fuel for each team when loading the car, and the ignition point was -80 degrees. Now she directly unscrewed the seal of one of the fuel tanks, opened the car door, and poured it towards the white aliens in the distance. After pouring, Liang Ran quickly took out the lighter in her pocket and flicked it a few times, but because of the temperature, the internal device of the lighter had been frozen. Liang Ran could only pick up the flamethrower next to him, turn on the fire, and throw it out of the car. All the material points in this area were pressed under the mountain by the inexplicably appearing snowy mountains, so the white aliens had never seen the fuel. Although they moved quickly to avoid the fuel, they did not leave immediately, but stood behind the fuel. The fire suddenly started, and more than a dozen of the closest aliens melted quickly before they even had time to scream. Seeing this, other teams also rushed to pour fuel out. Ji Chan looked at the twisted aliens outside and worried, "Will the fuel tank be insufficient? Next time we meet them, we won't have extra fuel tanks." Liang Ran immediately replied, "Next time we meet them, we won't be able to use the fuel tanks. The temperature on the mountain will soon drop below -80, and the fuel won't burn at that time." Ji Chan suddenly realized. She took a few quick steps to help Liang Ran pour out another box of fuel, and then closed the car door tightly. Now the snow was a little lighter. Liang Ran urged in the headset, "The aliens have been cleared almost. No need to find a wind shelter. Continue to drive up the mountain. The wind shelter is too cramped, and it is easy to be trapped by aliens, so hurry up while the snow is lighter." But no one else responded in the headset. Liang Ran frowned immediately, and she quickly took off the headset to check. As she expected, the light under the headset was not on. This headset was just like a lighter, and the internal device was frozen. Liang Ran looked at his teammates. "Are your headsets okay?" Song Shanai immediately replied, "I just wanted to tell you that there is a strong noise in my headset, which is very harsh." Sui Yuesheng said, "Mine is broken, I just found it." Wu Ruozi also looked at Liang Ran. "The sound in my headset is getting smaller and smaller, and I can hardly hear other people talking." Liang Ran closed her eyes. The aliens here are different from other contaminated areas. The substances on their bodies cannot interfere with the signal, but the temperature in the area cannot support the work of the headset. Now the headset is scrapped, and it is windy and snowy outside the car. Even if she speaks loudly with the loudspeaker, the team behind her will not be able to hear it. Some teams have even started to reverse and prepare to go back to the windshield that Liang Ran mentioned earlier. Liang Ran looked back a few times and said quickly, "Sharu, honk the horn and drive up the mountain." Now everyone's actions can only be driven by tacit understanding. Sharu nodded, honked the horn, and drove up the slope against the wind and snow. When the other team saw it, they immediately stopped, checked their headsets, understood what was going on, and turned the front of the car back and followed behind the Xuanqing team. The car set off again. For hours later, because the hillside was really difficult to drive, they had to get off the car to clean the tires after driving a section, so everyone just drove to the halfway point of the mountain. At this time, the snow gradually stopped, and the starlight fell from the black curtain. The green aurora flashed in the sky, like the skirt of a god, but no one was in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. At this time, the temperature outside the car had reached more than 80 degrees below zero. Everyone took out the thickest quilt to cover themselves. Sharu's gene level was B, and her physical fitness was poor among this group of hunters. Her nose began to bleed uncontrollably. She slowed down, opened the mask, and plugged her nose with a tissue. In just the 10 seconds after taking off the mask, her breathing suddenly became rapid, her cheeks turned pale in an instant, and then quickly turned red. "My face is getting hot." After Sharu put on the mask, she took out the regeneration reagent from her pocket and injected it into her neck. "I hope this will work." Wuruozi immediately agreed. "It will work. Hypothermia is a systemic system collapse. The regeneration reagent can temporarily protect the body system. Sister Sharu must not get hypothermia." Song Shanai's state at this moment was also obviously not right. She leaned on the seat in a daze, as if she was thinking about something very important. After a moment, she suddenly opened her mask and began to pull the zipper of her protective suit. Liang Ran immediately stepped forward and held her hand, injecting her with regeneration reagent. Sharu and Song Shanai were both B-level gene users. Since they both suffered from hypothermia at almost the same time, other B-level gene users should also have problems. Liang Ran asked Sharu to stop the car. The other teams obviously also noticed this situation. There was a noise. Liang Ran opened the car door, while observing the surroundings with mental power. She instructed, "Xiao Wu and Ji Chan, you take care of Sharu and Shanai, I will go down to clean the tires. Sui Yuesheng, you prepare some stimulant reagents for emergency use." Seeing the car of the Xuanqing team stop, the hunters, who had no problems, also jumped out of the car and skillfully cleaned the tires. 2 minutes later, Liang Ran stood up and walked towards the other tires. At this time, she suddenly saw something moving in the snow out of the corner of her eye. Those pure white aliens were so hidden that it was difficult to detect them with mental power, so Liang Ran immediately turned her head and carefully scanned every inch of the ground, but the snow in front of her was normal. At this moment, she suddenly heard the anxious voice of other hunters behind her. "Liang Ran, behind you." The sound of breaking wind came. Liang Ran did not look back, and immediately bent down and rolled to the side. The next second, 2 pure white aliens flashed past her ears. Liang Ran quickly raised the flamethrower and shot at her side. Because the situation was sudden, she didn't even have time to turn on the flame. After trying her best to dodge several times, a crisp sound suddenly came from not far behind her head. The sound was like a porcelain cup being thrown against the wall and broken into countless pieces. Liang Ran turned her head subconsciously. At this moment, the boy who had just reminded her was hit hard against the car body by the pure white alien that appeared from nowhere. His helmet cracked and fell to the ground. Blood slowly slid down his forehead. The pure white alien lay on his body, and his face without facial features was tightly pressed against the boy's face. His head swayed from side to side, as if sucking his vitality in great intoxication. But in just 2 seconds, the boy's eyes turned into transparent crystals. After Liang Ran reacted, he immediately opened the flamethrower at the alien. The boy's teammates also shouted and jumped down from the car to help, but nothing helped. In front of everyone, the boy's eyes fell out of his eye sockets, his nose also fell to the ground intact, and then his ears and arms. His shape became more and more similar to that of the pure white alien. Finally, his whole body was stuck to the car body like an ice sculpture, and thick ice formed between his weak and stiff body and the armored vehicle. Chapter 190. The boy died so suddenly that when his teammates ran to him, the alien quickly flipped over. It probably knew it couldn't escape, so it didn't run away immediately, but hit the ice sculpture badly. Crack sound. Under the violent impact, the boy's body instantly shattered into countless ice fragments, falling to the ground like glass fragments. The boy's teammates' vision was empty for a few seconds. They opened their mouths, their eyes quickly turned red, and they picked up the flamethrower and rushed towards the alien in grief. Under the attack of several people, the alien quickly melted into ice crystals. The boy's teammates didn't know what they thought of, and murmured, his eyelashes haven't grown yet. Under the starlight, the fragments reflected light slightly, and the flesh of humans could be vaguely seen. Liang Ren felt that his blood seemed to be frozen. The cold wind blew over, and the ice fragments were blown everywhere, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the human did not move for a while, the pure white aliens around him suddenly became restless. Liang Ren quickly turned his eyes away, and said quickly, there are not too many aliens chasing us, clean up the speed mutants. Everyone pay attention to protecting the helmet. Once this alien touches our eyes, the speed of freezing the human body will soar. Liang Ren had a large area of injury on his back before, but the wound only slowly froze, and did not threaten his life immediately. In comparison, the boy's death was really too fast. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a flash. Just now, the boy started to freeze from the eyes, and the alien was tightly attached to the boy's face, so its ability should be strong on the eyes. The cold air that penetrates from the eyes will quickly freeze the human, and it will be discounted when it penetrates other parts. Hearing Liang Ren's words, the hunters responded immediately. They picked up the flamethrowers, and quickly rushed towards the scattered 20 or so alien species around. Lin Yi also jumped down from the co-pilot of the truck. She blocked the way of the 2 alien species with the flamethrower, squinting her eyes, and trying to see the others' movements in the white sky. Because the alien species were very fast, and there was a large open space here, although she kept chasing, and the flames were erupting, all her attacks were in vain. Liang Ren observed the movement trajectory of the 2 alien species. At the moment when they were about to escape from Lin Yi's attack range, she quickly controlled the 2 walls to block their way. There was a loud bang. The alien species hit the wall hard. Lin Yi immediately followed with the flamethrower, and soon there were 2 pools of ice crystals on the ground. Lin Yi, just protect the truck, Liang Ren shouted to her from a distance, the submersible cannot have any problems. Lin Yi made a gesture of receiving, and returned to the car immediately without fighting. Liang Ren turned his head, and Shiru also appeared in the open space. She had just injected the regeneration reagent, and the hypothermia phenomenon disappeared temporarily. Now the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the car is not big. Compared with sitting still in the main driving seat, it is better to move her limbs to make her body functions active. As soon as Shiru appeared, the killing speed of the white alien species increased sharply. It was not because her ability was much higher than others, but because she and Liang Ren cooperated best. When helping others, Liang Ren needed to carefully estimate the speed and movement of the other party, but Shiru didn't have to be so troublesome. Shiru quickly shuttled between 5 or 6 alien species. Liang Ren controlled the wall, blocking the alien species, while serving as a fulcrum for Shiru's bounce. In the white without any other colors, Shiru held a flamethrower in both hands, like holding 2 swords, and the flames close to blue erupted. Every step she ran was accompanied by steaming water vapor. After killing 2 pure white aliens, 5 aliens rushed at her from different directions. A sharp scream came, and Shiru said without turning her head, Liang Ren. Liang Ren didn't say anything, but a wall suddenly appeared in front of Shiru. The wall deformed actively at the moment Shiru stepped on it, and the surface was sunken with a precise leverage point, and then it returned to a smooth plane after stepping on it. Shiru took advantage of the force to soar into the air, and the flamethrower drew a smooth arc in the air. The first alien turned into ice crystals in an instant. Shiru turned around on the way down, and the sole of her shoe brushed the head of the second alien. The creature instinctively opened its mouth and wanted to bite Shiru's foot, but another wall arrived first and stabbed the alien's head diagonally. Shiru jumped twice on the wall, and her body turned a semicircle flexibly in the air, killing the alien on the other side of the wall neatly. After landing, her figure flashed several times quickly, and the flamethrower pierced the body of the third alien, and ice crystals solidified on the gun body. The last 2 aliens did not challenge at all. They pounced on Shiru from midair at the same time. Shiru quickly bent down, slid to the ground with her legs slightly bent. She raised her face, and the golden wall quickly brushed past her helmet. With 2 bangs, the alien hit the wall. After Shiru slid out of the protection of the wall, she immediately supported the wall with one hand and flipped over it. 2 flamethrowers, one on each side, melted the 2 aliens into snow water before they even reacted. The battle was over, and Sharu walked towards the car with her weapon. When she was near the car, she suddenly coughed twice with her mouth covered, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Liang Ren hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Sharu waved her hand, "Nothing. I inhaled too much cold air. My throat hurts a little. The regeneration agent is still working. It will be fine in a while." At this time, Linny poked his head out of the passenger seat of the truck. She did not hesitate to praise him and said loudly, "Sharu, when can we go to the training ground to meet? You are quite powerful now, and I am itching to do it." Sharu raised her eyebrows while holding the weapon. "It's up to you." At this time, the dozens of alien species that had caught up had been cleared. Liang Ran stared at the last dead pure white alien species, trying to remember its appearance firmly. The concealment of this alien species was really good. Even if she turned on the mental detection, as long as these alien species did not move, she would not be able to find anything. Wu Ruozi saw Liang Ran's intention and comforted him. "It's all the problem of this alien." Ji Chan agreed. "That's right. Which normal alien grows like this? There are no bumps or wrinkles on the body. Hiding in the snow, it looks more like snow than snow." Liang Ran nodded and didn't bother about it anymore. She called the others. "Let's hurry up. Leave." Before she finished speaking, Liang Ran's eyes fell on the boy's teammates. She stopped talking and said quickly, "I give you 2 minutes to say goodbye, okay? It's too cold. Some hunters can't stand staying on the mountain for too long." Hearing Liang Ran's words, the few people bowed hurriedly and ran to the armored vehicle. The boy just now was frozen to death here. His body was smashed by the alien, but some parts were still attached to the car. Everyone gathered around. Because it was frozen so hard, they couldn't gently take off the ice crystals, so they had to break them with force. To be honest, this was a very cruel scene. Because there was no other way, they could only roughly clean up the bodies of their teammates. Their hands were stained with the late blood of the boys, and finally, they quickly dug a pit with weapons, buried the ice crystals belonging to the boys in the snow mountain, and then buried them carefully. Goodbye. They patted the pile of earth where the boys' bodies were buried, turned around and walked quickly into the car. The car continued to drive. Without the invasion of alien species, and wind and snow, everyone only needed to consider the slope and body temperature. After 3 hours, the car finally approached the peak of the mountain. This is a slope of more than 60 degrees. In a place where the grip performance is almost negligible, the car can't flip over at all. After Sharu tried to slide down twice, Liang Ran looked at Ji Chan. "How is your physical condition now?" Ji Chan immediately replied, "No problem. The temperature on the mountain is close to minus 100 degrees. Sui Yuesheng, who has an A-level gene, can't stand it." The whole person shrank in the quilt, and his whole body was covered by the thick quilt. Liang Ran looked at Sui Yuesheng and could only see the airtight quilt, without any human figure. Sharu and Song Shanai were also in a bad situation. The effect of the regeneration reagent had passed. This reagent could not be injected several times in a short period of time. Only the first time was the most effective. Therefore, Sharu and Song Shanai did not inject it again. Sharu's face was very red, as if she had a fever. Her hands holding the steering wheel kept shaking, relying entirely on willpower to support her. Ji Chan kept massaging Sharu's arms, trying to get the blood flowing in her body. Wu Ruozi was also rubbing Song Shanai's cheeks, putting the other's hands on her abdomen to warm them. Seeing that it didn't work, Wu Ruozi simply unzipped her clothes and stuffed Song Shanai's hand into her clothes. As soon as Song Shanai's hand touched Wu Ruozi's skin, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Wu Ruozi shivered from the cold, but the two said nothing and kept this action without moving. The current situation is very clear. Although mutants with S-level genes and above are cold, their physical condition is not a problem. A-level mutants are also okay. They have basically lost their combat ability, but they are not in danger of life. B-level mutants are very troublesome. If this drags on, this group of people will really freeze to death. So Liang Ran didn't hesitate. She made a decisive decision. "Ji Chan, you go down and push the car. Now you are the only power mutant who can cope with it, so the 80 cars depend on you." Ji Chan waved her fist. "I will accept the order in a critical situation and ensure that the task is completed." After that, she jumped out of the car with a grin and full of energy. Liang Ran looked at Ji Chan's figure and subconsciously pursed his lips. She knew that this lively state was played by Ji Chan. The other party was also cold, and his teeth were chattering when he spoke, but she had to be cool at this time, because she was the only one who could rely on him. Liang Ran and Wu Ruozi also got out of the car to help. Although they could not push the car, they could protect Ji-chan. After more than 10 minutes, one car after another was pushed up the steep slope and stopped at the top of the mountain. After struggling to push the truck over the hill, Ji-chan was so tired that she staggered and sat on the ground. She looked at Liang Ran and laughed. A little snow fell from the sky and fell on Ji-chan's helmet. She wiped the helmet randomly and stood up shakily. I will continue. At this time, a team suddenly opened the car door. Commander, we seem to be dying. Liang Ran heard the voice and raised her head quickly. She wanted the other party to inject the mutation reagent quickly. It was not yet freezing to death, and the B-level hunter could still hold on. But she just said what and her voice stopped. This team was the team where the boy who died just now was. This group of people did not know what happened, and their bodies were covered with hard ice. The car door opened, and a girl-shaped statue suddenly fell to the ground. Liang Ran subconsciously took 2 quick steps to catch her. She slowly lowered her eyes, and found that the other party was dead. About 2 minutes ago, Irene suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, said the boy with the highest genetic level in the team. She is the only B-level mutant in the team. The bodies of the others also quickly turned into ice. Before the boy finished speaking, 2 more ice sculptures fell in the car. This time Liang Ran did not catch them, and they fell to pieces in front of her. The boy ignored his teammates and stared at Liang Ran, continuing, we guess it was because we dug deep into the snow and hit something when we buried our teammates. It seeped into the gloves. Thank you for letting us bury our teammates. We are only grateful to you. Don't feel any psychological burden. After saying these words, the boy opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but his body quickly melted into ice, and finally turned into a crystal clear ice sculpture, falling weakly into the wind. Liang Ran's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared blankly ahead, as if everything in front of her was in slow motion, and finally the whole world disappeared in the crisp sound of shattering. Chapter 191. The crackling sound seemed to come from the depths of the soul, piercing people, and making them tremble. The ground was covered with ice chips, as if there was no place to stand. Some particles blew onto Liang Ran's helmet. She stared at the red on the helmet in a daze, then suddenly lowered her head and looked at the mess on the ground. Her ears were buzzing, and she could hear nothing but noise. How could she not have a psychological burden? She had good intentions but did the wrong thing. If she had asked everyone to get on the bus quickly, if she had learned to say goodbye to the deceased immediately, if she had been a little more indifferent, these 4 people would not have died. Liang Ran's expression of collapse was really obvious. Her eyes could not focus on the reality, and finally her eyes were a little diffuse. Wu Ruozi hurriedly held her hand and said in a slightly higher tone, Ran. We are hunters. For us, saying goodbye to our teammates, who fought side by side, and not letting them die in the wilderness is above everything else, even above life. All contaminated areas were explored this way at the beginning. Besides, you just asked them to say goodbye to their teammates. Burial was their own decision. They don't want you to feel guilty. Hearing Wu Ruozi's words, Liang Ran gradually came back to her senses and nodded lightly. It's not that she didn't feel uncomfortable so quickly, but she thought of her current situation. There was no time to say goodbye to death, so how could she have time to calm down? Ji-chan, you keep pushing the cart. Liang Ran said quickly. Xiao Wu, you stay with her? Let me see what's under the snow. After that, she used her mental power to detect downwards. When she detected the surroundings of the snow mountain before, in case there were alien species hiding under the snow, she also carefully observed the bottom, but she found nothing except the solid frozen soil layer. The thickness of snow varies in different parts of the snowy mountain. This place is the top of the mountain, and the soft snow is more than 30 centimeters thick, which comes from the local blizzard that just hit. Under the white snow are ice crystals formed by snow that has not melted all year round, and below that is the permafrost. The weather here is extremely cold all year round, and there is no possibility of snow melting, so the permafrost is getting higher and higher, and the ice crystals on it are getting thicker and thicker. Liang Ran has increased the range of mental power detection to the maximum. She kept observing the situation underground, but the situation was the same as before, and she still found nothing. Has the alien species that killed the 4 people left? Liang Ran thinks not. The alien species can appear around the 4 people so accurately, appear quietly when they are digging a pit to bury their teammates, and finally kill them. This is definitely not a coincidence. It must be tracking and monitoring the hunters, waiting for the opportunity to freeze humans. It, or they, are probably still tracking them now. Thinking of this, Liang Ran observed the surrounding situation more carefully. She observed the ground inch by inch. The soil of the permafrost layer was very solid. Unless the alien structure was extremely special, it would be difficult to hide in it. As for the ice crystals formed after the snow froze, this place doesn't seem to be able to hide aliens. Could it be hidden in the ice crystals? Is it a very small granular alien? Liang Ran frowned and observed the ice crystals. Time passed quickly. Liang Ran did not find any signs of life in them, but the more she looked, the more she felt that these ice crystals looked familiar. Although there were impurities in the ice crystals, they were barely clean, which seemed to be too clean. From the horizontal view, the color of these ice crystals did not seem to be very uniform. Liang Ran blinked slowly, her thoughts drifted away, and then quickly pulled back. She suddenly realized what this thing was. The corpse of a pure white alien. Countless pure white aliens died on this snowy mountain. When they died, they melted into snow water. Before they solidified, the wind blew impurities in the air into them. Countless corpses of pure white aliens piled up together, turning into ice crystals that could not see the end, covering the entire snowy mountain. The snow filled the gaps between these ice crystals, making the surface flat, and finally forming a hard ice crystal layer. From past experience, after many aliens die, the toxicity they carry will not disappear, and they will die if touched. The pure white aliens here should be similar to this situation. They carry some substance in their bodies. Once they come into contact with human skin, the cold air can penetrate into the human body, causing the human blood to gradually solidify, and eventually freeze to death. After these pure white aliens died, the effectiveness of the substances they carried became weaker. Because the effect was slow, even if the cold air entered the body, the hunters could not detect the abnormality in the first time. Everyone was very cold now, and it was normal for the body to be cold, so they had no idea that they had been infected. The golden time for saving lives passed just like that, and by the time they noticed the abnormality, everything was too late. After thinking it through, Liang Ran immediately told everyone about it. To be on the safe side, when you clear the snow on the ground to make way for the car, you must only use weapons to clean it, not your hands. Once the body parts are in close contact with the ice crystal layer below, the cold air will invade the body, and after a certain point in time, the body will instantly turn into an ice sculpture. I can't guarantee that this guess is 100% correct, but everyone should not touch the ice crystal layer under the snow. At this point, Liang Ran paused, and her expression became a little flustered. She shouted, "Hunters who got off the car just now, but have not been injected with regeneration reagents should be injected now. Especially B-level mutants. Even if they have been injected, they should be injected for the second time now." Everyone responded immediately, and the car became busy in an instant. After Ji Chan pushed the armored vehicle in front of her up with difficulty, she wondered, "Why inject now? Aren't we going down the mountain soon? The coldest time is almost over." Liang Ran quickly explained, "Along the way, in order to move the armored vehicle forward, we have cleared the snow 4 or 5 times. Under the snow is the ice crystal layer. At the end of the cleaning, all the cleaners stood directly on the ice crystal layer. In order to facilitate holding weapons, everyone's gloves are not too thick, so those people just now, their gloves directly contacted the ice crystal layer, and the cold air easily penetrated into the body. In comparison, the shoes are much thicker, but they can't withstand us standing on the ice crystal layer for many times and for a long time. Now half of the team should have been penetrated by the alien cold, but not many, not to the point of being fatal. If I'm right, our car has been driving on the alien corpses for several hours, and it will continue to be like this for the next few hours. The substances carried by those corpses are permeable, and will most likely flow in the air. I don't know exactly when it will be, maybe 5 hours, or 7 or 8 hours, or 10 hours. By then, the protection of the armored vehicle will be almost non-existent. By then, all of us will be seriously invaded by the alien cold, and by that time, the regeneration reagent will no longer work on us after multiple injections. The worst case scenario is that we will all stay here. But this is something that needs to be worried about later, and it is the worst outcome. The most urgent task is to clear the cold in the body, let the blood flow quickly, repair cells, and increase your body temperature, otherwise a large number of people will soon turn into ice sculptures." Ji Chan was stunned for a few seconds, and hurriedly said, "Then Sister Sharu is in danger. She just fought outside the car for so long, and she has been stepping on the ice crystal layer." Wu Ruozi interrupted at this time. "Sister Sharu has strong combat ability. She landed lightly and quickly, and many of her footholds were made by Ran. Ji Chan, the most dangerous person here now is you. Those cars are too heavy. Even if the snow here has not been cleared, you are pressed under gravity, and have been in contact with the ice crystal layer for a long time. This is the fact. Ji-chan is now pushing the car, and her entire calf is stuck in the snow, stepping firmly on the ice crystal layer. She was the person most affected by the cold here. If it weren't for her hygienes, she would have turned into an ice sculpture. Liang Ran hurriedly said him, took out the regeneration reagent from her pocket, and injected the whole tube into Ji-chan's body. We can only rely on the regeneration reagent to support us now. Let it promote cell regeneration and prevent the blood from freezing, Liang Ran said quickly, and then we will cross the snow mountain as quickly as possible. After entering the volcano, the temperature there is very high, and the cold in our bodies may be neutralized. Of course, this is also a probabilistic event, but we can only take it one step at a time. At present, there is almost no regeneration reagent left in the Hope Zone. It is extracted from the dead S-level regeneration mutants, and the number is extremely rare. If this fails, humans will hardly be able to cross this snow mountain again. They had no chance to make mistakes. No matter how difficult it was, they had to drive forward. 15 minutes later, Ji-chan pushed all the remaining cars to the top of the mountain. Liang Ran walked to the car that had been wiped out, took out the unused fuel tank from the trunk, took the other party's medical kit, and then returned to the car. Sui Yuesheng poked his head out from under the quilt and took the initiative to say, Shiru and Song Shanai are not in good condition, let me drive. Although my driving skills are average, there is no shelter here, and the visibility is okay, so I can barely drive. The talent base hardly trains the driving ability of A-level gene people, and the main focus is combat training. Therefore, the drivers are generally B-level and C-level mutants. Compared with Shiru and Song Shanai, Sui Yuesheng's driving skills are not good enough. But Wu Ruozi has not driven for many years and is rusty, and Ji-chan and Liang Ran can't drive either. Now he is the only one in the team who can drive. Hearing this, Shiru took the initiative to get down from the main driver's seat. She staggered and changed seats with Sui Yuesheng. Sui Yuesheng was wrapped tightly in the quilt. He didn't care about whether he looked good or not. He was covered with heating patches and curled up in the quilt with his hands and eyes exposed. After fastening his seatbelt, he started the car and drove down the mountain at the fastest speed. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up the mountain. If it went smoothly enough, they could go down the mountain in 40 minutes. Wu Ruozi rubbed his palms and walked back and forth between Song Shanai and Shiru, constantly changing people to hold them, using his body temperature to keep them warm. The slope down the mountain was very steep, and it was difficult to brake the car if the alien species jumped out, so Liang Ran didn't care about the problem of mental power consumption. He released mental power throughout the whole process and observed the situation around him. After the car rushed down the hillside, Shiru took a breath, and she showed her face from the quilt and whispered, I feel okay now. Much better. Song Shanai also said him, I can't be frozen to death in this place. The temperature here is 20 degrees higher than the top of the mountain, and the sense of urgency that people are freezing to death has faded a lot. The most important thing at the moment is the coldness from the alien species in the body. When there were still a few hundred meters to drive down the mountain, Liang Ran saw more than a dozen pure white alien species appearing behind. She was about to let Sui Yuesheng slow down, but she found that the dozen alien species did not chase the car. They walked slowly on the snow. At a certain moment, they suddenly lay flat on the ground, and their flat white abdomens bulged rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a minute later, their stomachs suddenly split open, and a white alien species crawled out. The bred alien species melted into a pool of snow water, as if they were roasted by fire. The snow water turned into by more than a dozen alien species flowed together and condensed into a piece of ice crystal several meters wide. The newly born pure white aliens pushed aside the snow nearby, and placed the heavy ice crystal under the snow, as if completing a ritual. Soon, a rustling sound came from a distance, and Liang Ran looked over immediately. An endless field of pure white aliens suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away. They seemed to be hermaphrodites, with the same reproductive period. They all lay slowly on the ground, and their abdomens bulged rapidly. Liang Ran felt cold all over her body, and she turned her head and urged, Hurry up. Let's go to the next mountain quickly. Chapter 192. The sound of the belly bursting was like a balloon exploding. Because there were so many alien species, everyone's ears were filled with dull puff sounds. Even though Liang Ran had turned his head, the scene of those pure white alien species crawling out still appeared in his mind unconsciously. Sui Yuesheng was very nervous when driving, and didn't dare to turn his head casually. Others didn't have this scruple, and all looked back with binoculars. After just a few seconds of watching, Ji-chan immediately turned her head. She subconsciously vomited. It's a bit disgusting. No, it's very disgusting. Song Shanai also showed a disgusted expression. She continued to look at those alien species for a while, exhaled a white breath, and shrank back into the quilt. But this can explain why the ice crystal layer of the alien species can cover the entire snow mountain, because their breeding period and death time are the same. If their death time is different, they should be mixed in the ordinary ice crystal layer. Song Shanai said, "We can only see the situation on this side of the hillside now. Maybe the other side of the hillside is also full of pure white alien species. It's quite creepy to think about it." Liang Ran nodded, and she added, "The ice crystal layer here is a certain thickness, and there must be a lot of corpses piled up. The death and reproduction of this group of alien species should be relatively frequent, otherwise we would not have hit them. It's okay, just keep driving." At this point, Liang Ran touched the goosebumps on her arm and looked behind the car again. As she expected, although the scene was scary, this group of newly born alien species did not chase the car. They stood far away in place, with their heads all facing the direction of the armored vehicle, motionless, like human-shaped tombstones. Newly born alien species are generally more fragile. They need a growth period. Even if the growth period is fast, it is unwise to fight with humans at this time. 5 minutes later, the car drove away from the mountain. Liang Ran quickly glanced at the car screen. The temperature outside the car is currently minus 65 degrees Celsius. According to Zhuang's memory, they have to climb over 2 snowy mountains. They have already climbed over 1. As for the next snowy mountain, Liang Ran looked out the window. Even though Zhuang had told her in advance, she was slightly relieved after seeing the general outline of the snowy mountain. This snowy mountain is obviously not as high as the mountain they just climbed. Now time is life. They must go to the volcano as quickly as possible to fight for their lives. Sui Yueshan obviously understood this. He stepped on the accelerator tightly, and the engine kept roaring. Liang Ran couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he heard the sound. Before departure, all armored vehicles were specially treated to ensure that the operation of the vehicles would not be affected by extreme weather. However, the temperature at the top of the mountain just now was beyond the handling limit. When going down the mountain, Liang Ran was worried about the armored vehicles all the way. Fortunately, everyone's car was intact. Sharu saw Liang Ran's worry and said, "The engine sound is louder than normal. But there is no noise, it's not a big problem. We can only leave it to fate now," Liang Ran said to him. After the car drove for dozens of meters, she suddenly followed Yusheng and said, "Slow down." After that, she quickly pulled down the window and shouted to the car behind, "Some aliens are catching up. Teams with extra fuel tanks can throw some out. Now it is within the ignition point range." The cars behind heard Liang Ran's words and immediately began to pass the message back. In this way, several cars passed the message back. After more than 10 seconds, the last group of cars stopped. The hunters inside opened the car doors and poured out 5 or 6 boxes of fuel. Then, they imitated Liang Ran's previous actions and threw the flamethrower into the fuel. The snow instantly caught fire. Not long after the fire started, a large number of alien species appeared at the foot of the mountain. They stopped behind the flames and watched the convoy getting farther and farther away. More than 10 minutes later, the appearance of the snow-capped mountains in the distance became clear. When the car drove down the mountain, Liang Ran roughly estimated the height of the mountain. About 1,500 meters. Including the time to deal with the wheels, it will probably take 4 hours to turn over. Liang Ran's voice had just fallen, and some white figures appeared vaguely on the snow-capped mountains in front of her. She pursed her lips instantly. Liang Ran didn't need to urge her now. While the number of alien species was not too large, Sui Yuesheng drove quickly into the mountain. After entering the snowy mountain, the aliens in front did not surround them. They were just like the previous batch of aliens. After choosing a good location, they all lay on the ground. The car drove for more than 10 minutes, and the convoy was surrounded by pure white aliens in the breeding period. In order to prevent being trapped here, all the windows of the team were opened, and countless flamethrowers were placed on the windows. When the car passed the halfway point of the mountain, more and more aliens surrounded the car. There was not enough fuel to drive up, so Liang Ran asked everyone to throw all the extra fuel tanks out of the window. But this can only stop the aliens behind, and the aliens in front cannot be stopped. In this way, they continued to drive for more than 10 minutes. When another batch of aliens blocked the car, Sui Yuesheng's hands were frozen, and he failed to turn in time, and he drove the car straight into the aliens. There was a muffled bang. The car just braked hard, but it slid down quickly because the slope was too steep. This slide directly hit the car behind. For a moment, the convoy was like a chain car accident, one hit another, and the front of several cars was damaged. The brakes became extremely insensitive in such a temperature. These cars skidded and spun several times on the hillside, and hit the boulders on the snow. Liang Ran used his mental power to scan the situation of those cars and whispered, "The car should be scrapped." Ji Chan hurriedly said, "What should we do? With so many aliens surrounding them, they can't get out of the car." Because of the cold, Sui Yuesheng's voice was very hoarse. He lowered his eyes, and didn't dare to look at other people. "It's all my fault." Liang Ran immediately said, "It's the weather, it has nothing to do with you." As she spoke, she observed the surroundings. The aliens are getting closer. If we don't leave quickly, we will all die. Now we can only use bombs, and can't care about the consequences. Ji Chan heard her words, and quickly tapped the car screen. The launcher on the roof of the Xuanqing team's car rose up. The cars behind saw it, and immediately understood what was going on. The launchers of all the cars were folded and raised, and the projection ports were aimed at the aliens around. The hunters in the scrapped cars saw this scene, and immediately pushed open the car door, jumped out of the car, and ran to the nearest armored vehicle. "Open the door quickly, open the door quickly, the excitement is coming." A girl ran and laughed optimistically, "I'm ready to escape from life and death." Her teammates knocked her head helplessly, grabbed her wrists, one with each hand, and ran quickly to the intact car. The armored vehicles nearby opened their doors, and prepared to welcome them. Ji Chan's head kept turning back. She saw that those people were almost getting on the car, and the aliens were about to come. She immediately turned her head, and pressed the launch button. But before her fingers landed, a violent explosion suddenly came. The sound was very close, shaking all the cars to slide down several meters. Ji Chan's hands trembled, but she didn't fall down, but subconsciously grabbed the handrail above her head. Liang Ran turned his head hurriedly. A scrapped armored vehicle exploded. Because everyone knew that there were powerful aliens in this area, they needed long-range high-explosive weapons, and countless bombs, so the trunks of most cars were filled with high lethality equipment. After one explosion, there was a second explosion. The flames from the explosion burned several other scrapped cars, and soon caused those cars to burn. There were constant piercing explosions from the trunks of several cars, and flames and thick smoke rose together, and the cars were blown to pieces. The thick smoke was blown into the windows of all the cars by the wind, blocking Liang Ran's sight. But she didn't have time to care about this at the moment. She hurriedly used her mental power to look at the hunters, who were still on the snow just now. For hunters were too slow to give up the things in the car, so they were burned and rolled on the ground. Liang Ran was about to do something when she saw them stop all their movements, and their whole bodies turned charred black and lay silently in the car. 6 or 7 hunters didn't run too fast, and the flames scraped their bodies. Because there was a lot of cotton wool in their coats, their clothes quickly burned. In the severe pain, they immediately threw themselves into the snow, and put out the flames with the snow water. The remaining hunters had already run to other cars, and stood in the car in a daze. Some tried to jump out of the car to save their teammates, but were hurriedly pulled back by others. With so much smoke, can you see where your teammates are? Go down and save them. Are you going to die? Liang Ran took a deep breath. She didn't look at the dead hunters again, but quickly materialized her mental power. Several walls were smashed around the hunters on the snow, blocking the aliens that were rushing over. Liang Ran called Ji Chan and Wu Ruozi to get out of the car together. The 3 of them ran to the front of the hunters, and helped up the people whose fire had just been put out. The clothes of these people had been burned and their bodies were covered with bloodstains. Liang Ran told Wu Ruozi, "Shall Wu, clean up the invisible aliens that came?" Wu Ruozi quickly responded with a yes. Liang Ran's eyes swept across the ground. When the group of people rolled subconsciously just now, their bodies were deeply stuck in the snow, and their skin directly touched the ice crystal layer. Liang Ran did not blame them for being so careless. She had also been burned by fire, and in the pain, she only wanted to get rid of it quickly, and she had no ability to think. Because the raging fire was still burning, the temperature around was driven up a lot. The surrounding aliens only tried to get closer, and then took the initiative to retreat, retreating to a place more than 10 meters away, and did not move forward for a while. 3 people each supported 2 wounded, and quickly returned to the car of the Xuanqing team. Liang Ran took out the regeneration reagent and injected it into these people one by one. But after 3 tubes of reagent, Liang Ran did not see any effect on them. "I have injected it twice," a girl said. An uncle also echoed, "Me too. It won't work in a short time." The 2 of them were trembling in their voices when they spoke, and the girl smiled and showed a pair of cute rabbit teeth. "It's a bit cold. Can you help me get some clothes? Hearing this, Liangran quickly took off his thick coat and put it on the girl, and pulled a few quilts from under the seat to cover the few people. There were 2 people with thin clothes. Liangran ran to the back of the car and took out 2 sets of winter clothes from the box, but just as she handed them to the 2, a layer of ice suddenly formed on the body of the girl with rabbit teeth. She turned into an ice sculpture in front of Liangran. The clothes in Liangran's hand almost slipped to the ground, and just as she tried to clench her palms, the uncle next to the girl also turned into an ice sculpture. His whole body fell backwards, and the broken ice chips flew up and fell on Liangran's shoes and trouser legs. Ji Chan's murmurs rang in Liangran's ears. It's so painful. Liangran raised her eyes and looked at the other hunters, who had not yet turned into ice sculptures. She moved her lips, but she couldn't say anything. And Anne hesitated and quickly took off her winter clothes. Leave this to you, for others to use. It's a waste for me to wear it. She handed the clothes to Liangran. You keep it. Liangran didn't reach out, and the aunt said stubbornly, keep it. Hurry up and keep it. Too late. Seeing that Liangran hadn't moved, the aunt hurriedly put the clothes on the seat next to her, turned around and walked out of the car quickly. Liangran looked out through the window. The aunt had just walked a few steps after getting off the car, and she froze in the wind and snow. Liangran didn't understand. She couldn't figure out what she had to do to save them. Chapter 193. In just 2 minutes, all the hunters that Liangran and his companions had just rescued died. Their skin was directly exposed to the ice crystal layer, and was eroded by the cold air very quickly, so fast that the bystanders had no time to grieve, and could only lower their heads and silently pick up the ice debris on the ground. Liangran looked outside the car. The fire was still burning at this time. The aliens around them obviously couldn't stand the high temperature, and were farther away from the convoy, but the fire would always go out. Now was the best time to leave. Liangran closed her eyes weakly. When she opened her eyes again, she whispered to Sui Yuesheng, let's go. Hearing Liangran's words, Sui Yuesheng immediately closed the car door, and didn't look at the dead compatriots outside the car. Instead, he drove quickly up the hillside. At this time, the smoke had dissipated a lot, and other vehicles saw what had just happened. The ice sculptures condensed on the ground were the children of their parents, the parents of their children, and their teammates. Someone held the car door tightly with both hands, trying to jump out of the car to bring back the body of his teammate, but was pulled back by others. The car door was slammed shut, and the struggling people were pushed back to their seats. The car drove to the top of the mountain at the fastest speed. Because of the flames, the pure white aliens did not come up again in a short time. After 40 minutes, everyone reached the top of the mountain. Ji Chan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the slope of this mountain is not too steep. I thought I still needed to push the car. The temperature is also. She glanced at the car screen and said, 90 degrees below zero. Better than that mountain. We have also lived a hard life, and 90 degrees below zero is not bad. Wuruozi said something funny to ease the atmosphere in the car. But Ji Chan's expression was still like a little bitter melon. She pursed her lips and looked into the distance. She looked much older. Wuruozi looked at everyone's state, sighed in her heart, and said nothing. They had only been in the ecological zone for less than 10 hours, and nearly 20 people had died. No matter what was said at this time, no one would be happy. Because of the long drive, Sui Yuesheng's hands and feet were frozen. While driving, he loosened the steering wheel with one hand and stuffed his hands alternately into his clothes to keep warm. Half a minute later, his hands regained some consciousness and tried to tighten the steering wheel again. When the car drove to the middle of the mountain, Liangran whispered, those ghosts are coming again. There are a lot of them, and they are fast, and we can't avoid them. She ordered Ji Chan, adjust the projection distance. We are almost leaving the snow mountain. Even if there is an avalanche, it will not have much impact. Blow them up. After feeling depressed all the way, Ji Chan's eyes lit up when she heard Liangran's words, biting her back teeth and quickly tapping the screen. After a few seconds, she nodded to Liangran. The moment the projection port turned, the vehicle behind that was closely observing the situation of the Xuanqing team also turned the projection port immediately. In less than half a minute, thousands of white aliens appeared in everyone's field of vision. The entire snowfield seemed to be alive, and the pure white waves surged rapidly. Ji Chan fired the first bomb at the wave in front of him. Boom! Under the high temperature, the snow around the bomb within 5 or 6 meters was instantly vaporized, and the shock wave spread in a fan shape, and soon caught up with the first batch of aliens. Dozens of aliens melted into snow water in an instant. Although he knew that this method of handling was very dangerous, Ji-chan still clenched his fists excitedly. They should have died long ago. Liang Ran's voice was very calm. We are only responsible for clearing the way and killing all the aliens in front. Other teams will clean up the surrounding and rear aliens. Ji-chan, continue. Sui Yuesheng, don't stop. Ji-chan fired the second and third bombs forward again. The other teams, just as Liang Ran said, cooperated well even though the headset was broken. The roar of the explosion rang in their ears, and the car body was shaken slightly. Sui Yuesheng stared at the front. Now the road ahead was full of smoke and dead aliens, and flames were burning in different directions. Even in such cold weather, Sui Yuesheng felt that he was nervous and sweating. Just when he raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Let me drive. Shiru's slightly cold voice sounded. As the car sped down, Sui Yuesheng unbuckled his seat belt. Shiru grabbed the armrest above his head with one hand and grabbed Sui Yuesheng's shoulder with the other hand, lifted him up with one arm, and put him behind her. The next second, she turned over and sat in the driver's seat, and buckled the seat belt with a click. Ji-chan and Sui Yuesheng breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Sui Yuesheng shrank back to his seat with a blanket over his head. This position is still suitable for me. I'm really afraid of driving the car upside down. Song Shanag glared at him immediately. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she remembered that Sui Yuesheng had been driving for so long, so she held back and closed her mouth. The explosion lasted for more than a minute. After turning a few big bends and bypassing the burning flames, Shiru whispered, there are large pieces of snow on the mountain sliding down, and the tires are a bit unable to hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, the snow mountain suddenly made a low roar like a giant beast awakening. First, several large ice crystals rolled down from the top of the mountain, and then spider-like cracks appeared on the snow layer on the mountain. After a few seconds, countless snow slid down from the top of the cliff, rushing down like a pouring stream. The pure white alien species closest to the top of the mountain didn't even have time to escape, and was swept into the snow wave in a blink of an eye. The convoy rushed down the mountain at the fastest speed, and the pure white aliens around also turned their bodies, and ran down the mountain with roars. Ji-chan was extremely nervous and wondered, are they afraid of avalanches too? Wu Ruozi replied, I can't see the situation on the top of the mountain, but the snow on the top of the mountain is too thick, and the snow waves must be very large. If they are pressed in the snow, although they are not afraid of the low temperature, they will probably have difficulty breathing. Shiru stepped on the accelerator with her foot, and the engine of the armored vehicle made a dying sound. She knocked on the car screen a few times, and thicker anti-skid chains fell from the side of the tire. More than 70 vehicles rushed to the road of life like arrows from a string. The speed of the avalanche is several times the fastest speed of the armored vehicle. Even if they didn't look back, they could feel the oppression. At this time, the car windows were covered with icicles. Liang Ran used his mental power to sweep back. A few hundred meters away, a huge white wall of mountains and seas fell towards the convoy, but fortunately all the drivers were very skilled, and they still had more than 200 meters to leave the mountain. Even if she observed it in real time, she couldn't stop an avalanche of this magnitude, so Liang Ran withdrew her mental power to detect backwards and looked forward. As a result, Liang Ran's vision froze after just 2 seconds of looking. She quickly said to Shiru, slow down. Everyone hold on to the handrails. Slowing down at this moment requires resisting great psychological pressure and fighting against instinct, but Shiru immediately raised her foot that was pressing on the accelerator. The next second, everyone in the car leaned forward, and Liang Ran's head almost hit the seat in front of her, but she quickly supported her body, and 4 huge golden walls floated outside the car. At this moment, in the wind and snow and the roar, no one except Liang Ran could see a crack 20 meters away. That crack was like a giant holding an axe and splitting the mountain. The crack was more than 3 meters wide and bottomless. If the armored vehicle rushed over rashly, it would most likely fall into the hole and be trapped inside. When the car was about to slide through the crack due to inertia, Liang Ran controlled the wall to cross the crack. The next breath, the armored vehicle of the Xuanqing team barely rushed to the golden wall and narrowly avoided the crisis. At the same time, the countless pure white aliens around the car fell into the hole because they did not control the speed well. In order to prevent other teams from encountering danger, Liang Ran controlled the wall to change its position constantly to ensure that all cars could pass through the crack with the help of the wall. When the truck carrying the submersible drove past the wall, because the weight of the submersible was too large, the 4 walls that Liang Ran had stacked up were all destroyed, and her face turned pale instantly. Wu Ruozi quickly took out the mutation reagent to inject Liang Ran. Although this thing could not improve Liang Ran's ability in the slightest, it had a good repair effect and could replenish mental strength. Liang Ran waved his hand. Not for now. You will fall asleep after the injection. It's time to waste time now. After that, 2 golden walls appeared above the crack again. A few seconds later, all the cars passed through the crack safely under Liang Ran's escort, but now the snow wave was behind the car. The snow wave was 6 or 7 meters high, as if it could swallow everything. Sharu was not affected at all. She looked ahead calmly. We are at the bottom of the mountain. After that, she grabbed the steering wheel and drove the car down the hill first. The car slid on the snow for more than 10 meters before stopping. A few seconds later, the heavy snow rushed to the back of the car and buried half of the wheel in an instant. Sharu looked at the snow falling outside the car window, covered his chest, and took a few breaths. After a moment, she turned her head. How are the other cars? Liang Ran had already used his mental power to detect, and replied, 53 cars are exposed on the snow, and there is no danger for the time being. 22 cars are in the snow, we have to dig them out. After that, she opened the car door. There are still pure white aliens around. Everyone pay attention to protecting the helmet, and do not come into close contact with aliens. Sharu, you throw 2 medium-sized bombs to the left and rear 200 meters away, so that there will be a high-temperature protection layer. Liang Ran finished speaking, and suddenly paused, with a smile on his face. 5 cars were buried very shallowly, and came out of the snow on their own. There are still 17. Because the snow around is very thick now, people can't touch the ice crystal layer below when they step on it, so Liang Ran is still relieved. At this time, the power mutants in other cars also got out of the car quickly. Liang Ran told everyone the location of the remaining cars. The hunters worked together in pairs. In just 10 minutes, all the remaining cars were dug out before the flames went out. The people in the cars quickly left the cars, and began to clean the snow on the bodies. During an avalanche, the snow hit with great force, so the trunks of 3 cars were twisted and the bodies were squeezed, making them unable to drive, so Liang Ran arranged for them to go to other cars. After packing up, the team was ready to set off again. Liang Ran turned his head and looked around. At this time, the snow-capped mountains not far away had a strange silence. The originally densely packed pure white alien species had decreased by 2/3. They stood far away in the mountains. Liang Ran was very sure that if they had facial features, their eyes would be full of resentment at this time. Song Shanai whispered, we will meet them again on the way back. How will we get back then? Ji Chan shrugged, let's just live in the present, why think so much? The ecological zone is the first time humans have truly set foot in it. Although it is painful to say goodbye, to be honest, the difficulty is completely within our expectations. Thinking about the radiation zone back then, more than 2,000 hunters went in the first few batches, and none of them came back alive. I suddenly feel like... Ji Chan thought about it, and said seriously, I feel like I am walking the path that my predecessors have walked. Ji Chan's expression was depressed for a moment, and then she immediately cheered up. Let's go. She patted Song Shanai, looking ahead and behind is not in line with your bad character. Besides, we have also taken revenge, and the number of dead alien species is at least 3,000 if not 5,000. We are very powerful. Song Shanai snorted lightly, and walked back to the armored vehicle quickly. After the car started this time, the alien did not catch up with him. Liang Ran wiped the ice on the helmet with gloves. While wiping, she stared at the temperature on the car screen. The car drove for 20 minutes, and the temperature outside the car rose rapidly from more than 60 degrees below 0 to 0 degrees. Sui Yuesheng tore off the heating patch on his body, unzipped the winter clothes comfortably, stretched his waist, and the snow on the ground became very thin. Sharu took back the anti-skid chains around the tires, lifted the quilt covering his body, and moved his hands and feet. The car drove forward for more than 10 minutes, and the temperature rose to 12 degrees. Ji Chan simply took off her winter clothes. She couldn't help but say, is this temperature reasonable? It's only a half-hour drive, and the temperature difference can be 80 degrees? Without Liang Ran's answer, Song Shanai said, Liang Ran said before that the ecological landscape here is not normal at all. It is not formed naturally, but deliberately created by the high-dimensional body for the alien species. So no matter how bizarre or inconsistent with common sense, it is normal. Ji Chan was speechless. But I really can't understand why the high-dimensional body is so kind to these alien species when they are about to be executed. The temperature is very comfortable now. Everyone has come out of the urgent crisis, and is willing to talk for a while. Wuruozi thought for a while, and said, "This group of alien species are the natives of other planets. The high-dimensional body captured these alien species for the development of civilization on those planets, which is actually interfering with the natural development of the planets. In a sense, it is good for the alien species. For species, this is also unfair, so although the high-dimensional body will punish them, it will not deliberately torture them. It is obvious that the group of pure white aliens just now can only survive in extreme cold. If this ecological environment is not created, it is indeed a torture." Ji-chan held her cheeks. "It is hard for us. Compared to that group of aliens, I really think the weather is more deadly to us." Wuruozi nodded. "I don't know how high the temperature of the volcano can reach." Zhuangzhuang once described the situation of the volcano to Liang Ran, but because the little girl's ability to express is not very strong, many things that are difficult to describe are said while she gestures, so although Liang Ran has expectations here, she can't fully imagine the specific scene. She only knows that this volcano is very active. The magma on the top of the mountain is tilted down, and thick black smoke has been surrounding the crater. The magma erupting from the crater seems to be with red starlight from a distance. The black mountain body is like being pierced by red silk threads, piece by piece, and the top of the mountain is covered with lava lakes. The magma inside is bubbling, and it seems that some unknown alien species are hidden. The car drove forward for another half an hour, and the temperature outside the car was close to 30 degrees. The frost on the windshield turned into water, flowing out dirty lines on the window. Xiaoru turned on the glass cleaning device, and everyone took off all cold-proof items, and put on the thinnest protective clothing. Liang Ran felt that something seemed to flow out of her body, and her internal organs were refreshed. She was not the only one who felt this way. Wuruozi whispered, "The cold seems to be gone. My body suddenly feels very comfortable." Liang Ran said, "It seems that the cold will be neutralized by the continuous high temperature of 30 degrees. No one will turn into an ice sculpture again." After saying this, Liang Ran looked forward. At this moment, she had seen the appearance of the volcano, just as Zhuangzhuang had said before. Spectacular but terrifying. Liang Ran thought for a moment and said, "This is it. The temperature is suitable. Xiaoru, stop the car and let's have a good rest. We have been in the ecological zone for more than 10 hours and have not rested. We can't rest after we climb the volcano. We can't hold on." After Xiaoru stepped on the brake, Liang Ran rolled down the car window, and the cars in the back row rolled down the windows. People of different ages and different looks stuck their heads out of the car windows. Liang Ran looked at these people who were still alive, and her emotions were inexplicably surging. For a moment, she suppressed her emotions. "Let's set off in 5 hours. Hope." Liang Ran wanted to say, "I hope everyone has a good rest," but she felt that once she said this, it would be like raising a flag and it would be overturned in a minute, so she smiled at everyone. Take a rest. Chapter 194. The night in the ecological zone passed in a flash. Although Liang Ran wanted to help everyone keep watch throughout the whole process, reason still prevailed. She injected 2 tubes of genetic reagents to replenish her mental strength, and then slept for 5 hours. After waking up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to look outside the car. It was already morning time. The stars in the sky disappeared, and the dazzling aurora also disappeared on the sky. The only light around was the car lights, and the outline of the volcano that was still clearly visible was hidden in the darkness. Liang Ran carefully detected the surroundings and said, "I didn't see any alien species. It's not as easy to hide alien species here as the snow mountain. It should be fine." After saying that, she pulled down the window and looked behind the car. Because Liang Ran said before that we would rest for 5 hours, everyone didn't need to urge them at all. They packed up their things when the time came. At this time, all the cars were started, and they were waiting to set off. Liang Ran's mental power slowly swept through everyone. After a few minutes, she turned her head and nodded to Xiaoru, "Let's go." The car slowly drove forward, and the temperature outside the car began to gradually rise. High temperature and low temperature are different. Mutants can survive for a short time at low temperatures of -80 or 90 degrees Celsius, but cannot survive at high temperatures of 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. Liang Ran did a test before departure. The highest temperature that hygiene mutants can accept is 65 degrees. During this period, they need to constantly cool down physically and replenish water and electrolytes crazily. If the temperature is higher, except for a few S-level gene people who can barely survive, the rest will die because of the high core body temperature and organ failure, and even their bodies will be steamed. So if the temperature really reaches that level, the team can't move forward anyway and can only return. 10 minutes later, the team arrived at the foot of the volcano. The headlights shone on it. Shocking, Ji Chan's eyes widened. She stumbled a little and said, "Fire? Is this what a volcano looks like?" Wu Ruozi sighed lightly. "No wonder," Zhuang said, "there are many black mirrors on the volcano. The surface of this volcano is not made of ordinary yellow or black soil, nor is it covered with volcanic ash, but obsidian. There is no end to the obsidian. Under the illumination of the headlights, the entire mountain has a gem luster." Ji Chan had never seen this thing before, and she wondered, "What is this?" Liang Ran explained, "Obsidian, a type of volcanic rock. Because it was formed under harsh conditions, the probability that the entire volcano is obsidian is extremely small. But this is a polluted area, so we have to put aside common sense. I guess we still have to rely on anti-skid chains to drive." Liang Ran looked at the mountain and added, "It feels more slippery than the snow mountain. If it doesn't work, we can install some anti-skid spikes on the tires." After ecological integration, this volcano has appeared for decades, and the obsidian on the surface has been polished almost smooth by wind, rain and dust. After Liang Ran finished speaking, he put on the thickest snow boots, opened the car door, took a few quick steps, and stepped on the volcano with one foot. After grinding back and forth several times, Liang Ran walked a distance up the mountain, and then turned back to the front of the car. Shiru looked out the window. "Liang Ran, how is it?" Liang Ran, "The surface is sandy, not as slippery as I thought. Driving is fine, don't worry." Ji Chan nodded hurriedly. "Okay, get in the car." "Because of the ice crystal layer, my heart started beating wildly as soon as you stepped on the mountain." Liang Ran laughed. "It takes so long to cross the volcano, and you will always encounter alien species, and you will need to get off the car." After saying that, she was about to raise her foot to get on the car, but at this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind her. "Liang Ran." Liang Ran subconsciously replied, "What's wrong?" "Who got off the car? Hurry back." Before she finished her words, she realized something was wrong and closed her mouth instantly. The voice continued, "Get on the car." "Don't get on the car." "No, don't get on the car." "Liang Ran," the voice whispered, "don't get on the car." Hearing these words, Liang Ran stopped moving, her raised foot froze in midair, and then quickly turned her head. The others obviously heard the voice, and hurriedly looked at the volcano. Sui Yuesheng was unusually scared. "Who is talking?" Song Shanai hesitated. "Volcano. It seems to be a volcano." The sound came from a very high place. Liang Ran stared at the unfathomable darkness in the distance. After a few seconds, she turned around, got into the car quickly and closed the door. It should be a species similar to the great parrot catfish, which can repeat what people say. Song Shanai immediately said, "No. No one of us said this sentence just now. No one said Liang Ran, don't get in the car." Liang Ran quickly explained, "But I said don't worry," Shiru said Liang Ran, and Ji Chan said get in the car quickly. Those 6 words have all been said by someone, although in different sentences. Liang Ran's face was not very good. This is a species with a strong learning ability. It does not simply repeat what we said, but breaks it up and reassembles it. At this point, Liang Ran opened the car window and told the team behind him about this. If you hear any sound after getting off the car on the mountain, don't believe it casually, especially if you don't see your teammates in person. Don't listen to them. Especially don't act alone and go to any hidden places. After making sure everyone knew about this, Shiru started the car and slowly drove into the mountain. At this time, the temperature outside the car was 33 degrees, which was still within the normal temperature. Liang Ran opened the freezer under the seat, checked the cool patch inside, and then closed the door. Soon, the deep voice sounded outside the car again. Judging from the voice, it was probably a girl in her 20s, and there was nothing memorable. "Don't get off the car? Why don't you get off the car? Why don't you get off the car? It's beautiful here." The words in these sentences were not all said by Liang Ran and his team, so there were other teams. Everyone was under a lot of pressure during the mission, and talking was a big outlet for stress relief. It was impossible to say nothing, so the alien learned a lot of words in a short period of time. Shiru said while driving, "Did you notice that this thing can not only put words together, but also slowly get the grammar and order right? According to its learning ability, it is only a matter of time before it can talk to us." "And its voice?" Shiru said, "I just tried it. If I assume that it is Liang Ran who is speaking, then its voice will be a bit like Liang Ran. If I assume that it is Song Shanai who is speaking, then its voice will be similar to Song Shanai." Liang Ran nodded. "I also found it. Currently, the most hunters in the team are women between the ages of 18 and 35. It combines the voices of everyone to make this unmemorable voice. So as long as we have a psychological preconception, coupled with environmental interference, the sound is far and unclear, we can easily be deceived by this sound. After speaking, Liang Ran used his mental power to roughly scan the surroundings. At this time, each obsidian section reflected the distorted shape of the armored vehicle. Strange white shrubs grew between the obsidian. Their branches were extremely dry and shaped like the hands of an old man. When the wind blew, these branches rubbed against each other, making a sound similar to that of aliens scratching the rock wall. Liang Ran was very worried that these shrubs would grow legs and catch up with the car, but the shrubs stayed in place throughout the journey. The car drove for more than an hour, and everyone did not encounter any aliens blocking the road, but the temperature outside the car had reached 40 degrees. When Liang Ran was in the old world, the city where she lived would occasionally reach a temperature of 40 degrees in the summer. At that time, she would definitely stay in the air-conditioned room all day long, eating watermelon mixed with ice cubes, and would only reluctantly open the door when picking up express delivery. After coming to the Hope District, due to its geographical location, the highest temperature in the Hope District was only 34 or 35 degrees. She had not lived in an environment of 40 degrees for a long time. Liang Ran wiped the sweat from her head, unzipped her protective suit, took out a cooler, and put it on her helmet. Her brain was a little confused. Others had never experienced such hot weather, and their reactions were even stronger than hers. The car drove for another half an hour, and the temperature outside the car reached 45 degrees. After everyone took medicine to prevent heat stroke, Song Shanai put her face on the seat, which quickly became hot. She went to put it on the car window, but she was burned and made a hissing sound. Her face was sunburned red. After a moment, she said in a very sure tone, "I absolutely can't stand the temperature on the top of the mountain. I be familiar with it." Liang Ran shook his head. "Did you forget? We don't need to go to the top of the mountain. We need to go to the top of the mountain to cross the snow mountain, because there are cliffs on both sides of the snow mountain, and we can't get through it all. This volcano doesn't have such cliffs. We just need to walk diagonally around the side of the mountain, and walk where there is a road. The crater on the top of the mountain is full of magma, and no one can get through it alive." Song Shanai said, "Oh," in a trance. "It's too hot, I forgot." At this time, the car screen showed the route map drawn by Zhuang. The strokes were very immature, but it could be seen that the other party had tried his best. I don't know if Sharu is born with good heat resistance. Her condition is much better than Song Shanai. Except for sweating all over, there is no problem with her condition. She said, "There are several big cracks on this mountain. If you don't go to the top of the mountain, but go through the middle of the mountain, there is only one route. There are no obvious coordinates in this place, and I don't know where I am now. But according to the route map, there is a place halfway up the mountain." When Sharu said this, Liang Ran suddenly interrupted her. "Sharu, just keep driving." Sharu was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what Liang Ran meant. The alien was eavesdropping on their conversation the whole time. Although I don't know where it is, it must still be there. According to its intelligence, it is very easy to guess what Sharu is talking about. After understanding what the obvious landmarks on the middle of the mountain look like, it is likely to destroy them. After all, getting lost in this place means continued high temperatures, which can kill people. After thinking it through, Sharu was a little scared. Fortunately, Liang Ran smiled. She rolled up her sleeves, and just fanned a few times with the fan at hand. A girl's voice suddenly came from outside the car. It was still that deep voice that came from nowhere. It said, "I can also read the route map." Chapter 195. The moment she heard this, a chill ran down Liang Ran's spine and all over her body. Everyone felt the same way as her. Sharu immediately turned off the route map on the screen, but Liang Ran sent this route map to all the hunters before departure. Even if everyone was smart enough not to discuss it too much, they still couldn't help but take out the map to see how long it would take to leave here. This alien species determined from the repeated words of humans that the picture everyone was looking at was the route map they were talking about. It has an IQ beyond the hunter's expectations. It not only hides outside the car to eavesdrop on the sounds inside the car, but also inside the car, it observes the human's every move and analyzes everything on the car screen. Wu Ruozi saw Sharu's action and whispered, "It's useless." Zhuang marked several landmarks on the route map with red circles. It was very obvious. If the alien's vision was really so high that it could see the car screen even from a long distance, then it must have remembered these landmarks and understood the route they wanted to take. Now it should go to destroy the markers. How should they drive if they can't find the markers? Their speed would definitely not catch up with the alien. It was useless to panic now. Liang Ran thought for a moment, took out a piece of paper from his backpack, and wrote on it, "Don't panic, the maximum range of my mental power detection is 980 meters. Although the range of this volcano is extremely large, I will try my best to detect it, and I will definitely find an exit in various dead ends. It's just that my mental power is depleted very quickly. Even if I keep injecting genetic reagents, I need to sleep for a long time to fully recover. If the alien suddenly comes out of the deep sea at that time, the situation will be very troublesome. And this alien species." Liang Ran wrote carefully on the paper, "This kind of IQ and learning ability are far beyond ordinary alien species. It can be said that from all the current human research records on alien species, we have never seen an alien species with such a high IQ. It is reasonable to speculate that it is either the tentacle alien species itself, or a boss-level alien species similar to the Undead Zone, coming from a medium to low-level planet with high mental power, but we have thought that alien species, and its intelligence is far from this alien species. So it is very likely to come from a medium-level planet. Of course, there is another possibility." Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and continued, "It was originally a low-level alien species, but the tentacle alien species, in order to test my ability and consume my mental power, extracted a small strand of the high-dimensional body's genes and gave it to this alien species, which improved its mental power and suddenly possessed a higher IQ and extremely high learning ability. I am currently more inclined to the last one. Because if this alien species has an unparalleled learning ability, then it should have learned all languages on the day it landed in the human world. After all, there were many people who escaped that day, and there were many different languages. Instead of thinking about the meaning of words over and over again, constantly arranging and combining them, and finally saying the correct words, like it did at the beginning. Of course, it is possible that it is pretending." Liang Ran showed the words on the paper to everyone and added a sentence, "But one thing is certain, the invisible alien species has already told the tentacles about our arrival. Those things are always tipping off. If my mental state drops sharply, the tentacles will definitely come quickly. Zhuang said before that the tentacles want to use my genes to enhance their mental potential." Wu Ruozi read Liang Ran's words, and nodded seriously. She wrote on the paper, "So the car should still grope its way forward. Ran still maintains the detection level of mental power between 300 and 500. However, if we drive to the middle of the mountain, the temperature will not be too high, and we have the opportunity and time to try and make mistakes. Ran must not overconsume his mental energy. If that alien species sneaks in, we will all die here." After everyone finished reading the paper, Song Shanai turned the paper over and quickly wrote, "Have you found the location of that alien species?" Liang Ran told the truth, "No. I have carefully checked the nearby 500 meters. I just pulled the detection range to the limit, and I didn't find any obvious alien species within 980 meters. There are 4 possibilities at present. One is that it is the same as the pure white alien species, because its appearance is completely integrated with the volcano. Even if it is very close to us, I can't find it. The second is that its vision and hearing are so strong that it can observe us even from 1,000 meters away. However, this is a bit outrageous. After all, the things on the car screen and the communicator are not so easy to see. From 1,000 meters away, the armored vehicle can block almost all angles. Third, it is only as big as dust, or its body is made up of countless dust particles, and these dust particles share a brain. Currently, there are such dust particles inside and outside the car, so it can see the situation inside the car, but the sound comes from outside the car. As for the last point," Liang Ran frowned and wrote hesitantly, "the entire volcano may be a complete alien species." When Sui Yuesheng saw this, he subconsciously asked back, "How could it be? This place?" Speaking of this, he immediately fell silent and quickly wrote on the paper, "Isn't the volcano in this place a fusion ecosystem?" Liang Ran explained, "It was at the beginning. But didn't I write about a possibility before? This alien species may have been upgraded by the little bit of high-dimensional gene given by the tentacle alien species. After the upgrade, its ability will definitely be upgraded. Maybe its ability is parasitic or manipulative. It controls the entire volcano, becomes a volcano, and makes all the ecological things on the volcano work for it. For example, the dust accumulated on the volcano, the obsidian, the magma, and even worse, there are alien plants rooted in the volcano." After writing these words, Liang Ran put the paper away. After the alien species finished saying that sentence, there was no movement. Sharu kept the original speed and continued to drive in the direction of the route map. Half an hour later, when the temperature outside the car reached 50 degrees, Shiru was the first to reach the location marked by Zhuang Zhuang. This is a boulder with a very special shape. It is brown-red, more than 2 meters high, with a rugged surface and obvious signs of lava erosion. From a distance, it looks like a curled-up pangolin. After Shiru stopped the car, he looked through the window and stared at the stone, not knowing what to do. According to the original plan, after seeing this stone, the team should turn to the right, where there is a road that can perfectly avoid all cliffs and dangerous areas. And it does not take too long to drive up the mountain, and the temperature outside the car will not be too high. But now everyone suspects that the stone has been moved. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Ran suggested, I get off the car and take a look. If the stone had been moved, the traces on the ground would be different. Hearing this, Song Shanai immediately said, I go and see. You stay in the car. Under the 50-degree heat, Song Shanai was the worst in the car. She was soaked in sweat. She wiped her sweat and said quickly, I'm not in good condition. I didn't do anything along the way. After that, she stood up, opened the door, and jumped out of the car. But someone in the other car got out first. Fengshe raised his hand. Get out of the way, I do it. My grandfather is a geologist in the old world. He taught me that some traces can be imitated one-to-one, but some cannot. Fengshe had said so much. Song Shanai could only say oh and move aside half a step. After pushing the stone away, Fengshe squatted down, knocked around the stone with a small hammer, observed the powder form, and knocked the obsidian under the stone. The hardness of obsidian is not too high, so when cars drive over, especially when trucks run over the obsidian ground, they will leave obvious cracks. But probably because of the deep pollution area, there is no obsidian that is broken into pieces and punctures the tires. Fengshe squatted on the ground and observed for 3 minutes before standing up. From the scratches on the ground, this stone was moved from somewhere else, because those scratches are very new. But I observed the connection between it and the obsidian. When the magma flowed over, it flowed into the ground along the stone. I observed that the internal structure of this stone exists in this obsidian. That is to say, Fengshe said firmly, the alien species is confusing us. It wants to create the illusion that it has moved the stone and trick us into continuing to drive forward. In the end, I passed by the exit of life. After saying these words, the girl was a little proud. She shook her head, and the yellow ribbon in her hair fluttered, thanks to me. Get in the car and go. After Song Shanai returned to the car, Shiru immediately crossed the boulder and drove to the right. Because they drove diagonally upward, the temperature did not rise very much. A few hours later, the temperature outside the car reached 60 degrees, and the air conditioner almost lost all its use. Song Shanai squatted in front of the freezer, closed her eyes, and felt drowsy. Even though her entire back was blown by the cold wind, her body was still incredibly hot. Shiru was really heat-resistant. Her condition was similar to Sui Yuesheng. The moisture on her eyeballs seemed to have evaporated, and she couldn't open her eyes at all, but her rationality was still there. She still half-closed her eyes, and drove steadily. When turning into a narrow road, everyone suddenly heard a collision from the back of the team. Shiru immediately stopped the car and looked back. At this time, a car suddenly accelerated and knocked the car in front of it, and then drove straight to the high ground. There were exclamations and calls to stop from the car. Liang Ran hurriedly condensed a wall in front of the car, trying to help it slow down. Half a minute later, probably someone grabbed the driving seat, and the car finally stopped slowly. Ji Chan anxiously pulled down the window and shouted over there, "What's going on? Do you need help?" Someone on the other side replied, "Not for now, the teammate driving has a problem. He keeps muttering that there is an alien in front, and needs to go around it quickly. Wait, we are cooling his whole body." Heat hallucination. When the core body temperature exceeds 40 degrees, heat hallucinations may occur, and all kinds of weird scenes will appear in front of the person. Soon after the heat hallucinations occur, the kidneys will have problems, and then organ failure, and brain cells will coagulate quickly like egg white in boiling water. Everyone instantly recalled their previous experience in the snowy mountains. So many people turned into ice sculptures because of abnormal body temperature. Liang Ran tightened her fingers nervously. She used her mental power to keep an eye on the situation over there. The boy's protective suit top was taken off. Some teammates were holding him down, and some teammates were desperately wiping his body with towels just taken out of the freezer. Everyone injected too many regeneration reagents in order to survive in the snowy mountains. At this time, they were all saturated and could no longer be injected. They could only rely on their bodies to withstand the high temperature. 2 minutes later, the boy's struggle finally became smaller, his eyes gradually became focused, and his eyes stared at his teammates very lightly. The other teammates were all relieved to see his situation, and the car started again and slowly drove back to the team. The car rolled down the window, and a short-haired girl said happily, "We continue." The accident happened suddenly. In a flash, the boy suddenly got rid of the shackles of his teammates, jumped up, and bit the girl's neck tightly. He was a power mutant, and this bite directly pierced through his teammate's protective suit, biting off a piece of flesh, and blood gushed out. The teammate hurriedly covered his neck, restrained the instinct to push the boy, and dodged backwards. But the boy did not let her go. He used his elbow to push away the two teammates who rushed over, and rushed towards the girl again. Liang Ran immediately smashed a wall between the two of them. The next second, the boy's head hit the wall hard, and his helmet was smashed. Under the severe pain, his eyes were instantly blurred, but he did not stop, but desperately hit the wall. "Run, run!" he shouted loudly. "I will help you hold the alien right away. Why are you trying to stop me? Don't you want to die? I don't want to die with you. Run away, run away, run away, I beg you. Why can't I touch that alien? Why? Why?" Hearing the boy's words, the teammate who was about to continue to stop him stopped in a daze. The bitten girl was not angry because the other party treated her as an alien, but sat on the ground, covering her wound and looking at the boy. Every time he hit, the boy's vision became blurred, but after 2 or 3 times, he slowly slid to the ground because of the collapse of his body system. The boy spit out white foam from his mouth, his chest shook violently, and his whole body began to twitch. Liang Ran put away the wall. In a panic, the short-haired girl suddenly said, "Let go of Chen Wang. I am a regenerative mutant. I am not afraid of being bitten." Hearing the girl's words, the other teammates hesitantly let go of their hands. Chen Wang grabbed at the void a few times, and found that there was no obstacle in front of him. He immediately staggered and turned over, trying to crawl towards the girl. He tried for a long time, moving slightly, and finally grabbed the girl's ankle. The girl whispered, "Great." Chen Wang didn't hear her words clearly, but still said the same thing as her. "Great." Chapter 196. After Chen Wang died, the smile on his lips froze on his face, as if he was dreaming of catching an alien. The girl sat on the ground for a while, then slowly reached out, and moved Chen Wang's hand away from her ankle. "It's really annoying." She shrugged. "It's fine if you say my cooking is bad, but you're dying, and you still say I'm an alien. Am I that ugly?" After saying that, she stood up and patted the dust off her pants. "Let's go, don't waste time. I can't stand this temperature anymore." In this kind of weather, Chen Wang's body would quickly rot and stink if left in the car, so several people worked together to move him out of the car. Because of the previous experience, they didn't bury him, but put him on the beautiful obsidian. The car started again, and Ji Chan was a little confused. She whispered, "I remember Chen Wang was an A-level gene user on the mission list. What happened to him?" Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, "It should be because of the snow mountain." Chen Wang got off the car many times, and was one of the people who were most infiltrated by the cold. His body system was on the verge of collapse. Although the cold flowed away from his body after coming here, his body did not get better. Because his immunity was too low, the heat here quickly eroded him. After the convoy drove for a distance, Liang Ran used his mental power to scan Chen Wang, who was left on the volcano. At this time, the boy's shape could no longer be described as a human. His body seemed to be being cooked by molten lava. The vaporization sound of his was accompanied by white smoke rising. The flesh gradually dissolved and separated like wax oil, slowly flowing on the ground, leaving white bones. However, the bones did not last long under the high temperature. The whole skeleton became brittle and shattered in pieces in just a few seconds. The bright red blood evaporated and diluted under the high temperature, leaving dark red crystals on the surface of the bones, like grains of salt. Even just looking at this picture, Liang Ran seemed to smell the smell of burnt grease. She tried to swallow and swallowed the acid water surging in her stomach. After closing her eyes, Liang Ran raised her head. This kind of analysis of the alien species could not be heard by the alien species, so she took out a pen and paper again and told her teammates about this situation. It is now 60 degrees outside the car. Even if it is 80 degrees or 100 degrees, the human body will not have such a strong reaction after death. The reason why Chen Wang is like this is probably because he is lying on the obsidian with almost no protection, just like the previous hunters who directly contacted the ice crystal layer of the snow mountain. It's just that the ice crystal layer is the corpse of the pure white alien species, and these obsidian are. Writing here, Liang Ran suddenly paused. At this moment, her mental power was still on Chen Wang. Under her gaze, The obsidian under Wang suddenly cracked layer by layer, and his remaining bones were slowly rolled into it. After a sharp creaking sound, a bone-white flower appeared where Wang disappeared. In the breeze, it slowly opened 5 petals, shaped like an old man's dry hand, swaying gently with the wind. Liang Ran was very familiar with this flower, or rather, all the hunters here knew it, because it was almost everywhere, covering half of the volcano. After retracting his sight, Liang Ran continued, "At present, the probability that this volcano is an alien species is very high. It is alive, and will devour other alien species, and humans on its body. These obsidian are similar to the skin of alien species, and are as dangerous as the ice crystal layer, or even more dangerous, because it moves, and our car is running on it." Ji-chan hurried over and wrote on the paper, "Will it suddenly stand up and throw us all off?" Wuruozi shook her head. "Don't worry too much about this. The volcano is an ecological landform set up by a high-dimensional body. At this level, the alien species can only become a part of the volcano at most, and it certainly cannot control it completely. And we have been here for so long, surrounded by obsidian, and we can't escape. If this alien species can really open its mouth and swallow the armored vehicles on it, unless it has a bad taste and wants to play tricks on us, it would have killed us long ago. So it is." Wuruozi considered. "It should only be able to swallow dead things, and dead things that stay in a small area for a long time." Liang Ran nodded. "Yes, the obsidian splits very slowly, and the speed of rolling into the bones is also slow, and it only splits half a meter wide." She concluded, "The alien species has not been controlling the volcano for a long time, and is not skilled. It recently absorbed the genes of the high-dimensional body, and reached a cooperation and superior subordinate relationship with the tentacle alien." After putting away the paper, Liang Ran glanced at the route map on the screen. The alien already knew which way they were going, so it was useless to hide it, so Shiru opened the route map again and drove towards the second marker. Because the car was almost horizontal, the temperature outside the car only rose by 3 degrees after 2 hours of driving, but the high temperature of 63 degrees was unbearable for most hunters. 3 hunters died in their sleep. They were all power mutants. They got off the car frequently in the snowy mountains, and pushed the car forward by stepping on the ice crystal layer. Under the alternating cold and heat, their body systems collapsed first and died quietly in their seats. When their teammates moved them out of the car, their expressions were very calm. This is a contaminated area that quickly teaches people to face death. Under the high temperature, Liang Ran's lips were cracked and full of lines. A slight tear could tear off the complete skin. The skin on her body was also like this. Liang Ran clearly saw the skin on her arms wrinkled. She touched the skin tentatively, and the skin suddenly became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. A piece of skin fell off by itself, and the skin color underneath was obviously different from other places. She couldn't help swallowing, but there was no moisture in her mouth. It felt like there was some red-hot iron sand under her tongue, and it hurt when she moved. When Shiru drove to the second landmark, she slowly stopped the car. "Change people," she said bluntly. "Sui Weisheng, you come?" At this time, a layer of sweat accumulated inside Shiru's mask. When she spoke, the sweat on her forehead flowed into the corners of her mouth. Sui Weisheng took a deep breath and walked to the main driver's seat and sat down. The second coordinate object was a cliff. The road they were going to take was on the side of the cliff. This thing must not be moved quietly, so there was no need to get off the car to verify. After driving past this cliff and going up a few hundred meters, you can drive down along a small road. The highest temperature is coming soon. Hold on for a while," Liang Ran said softly. Ji-chan nodded listlessly. Song Shanai leaned against the freezer in a daze, her chest rising and falling very shallowly, but no one could help her at this time, and there was no better way to relieve her suffering. Apart from genes, everyone can only rely on willpower, physical strength, and illusory luck. Liang Ran stood up and looked at Song Shanai's situation. Song Shanai tried to lift her eyelids to take a look, then turned her head, and leaned it on Liang Ran's knees. So Liang Ran sat next to Song Shanai in this posture, patting her hands lightly while concentrating his mental power. The road on the side of the cliff is very narrow, and at most 2 armored vehicles can drive side by side. Once you encounter danger in this place, there is a cliff on the left and a steep cliff on the right. The terrain is very winding and it is extremely difficult to reverse, so no matter what you encounter, everyone can only drive forward. After the car drove up the cliff, Liang Ran's mental power swept towards the bottomless cliff. There are many red rivers under the cliff. They are not wide. Some are as thick as an adult's arm, and some are only as thick as a thumb. The flowing magma is not much, and occasionally it splashes out, like sparks from iron forging. Liang Ran stared at the bottom of the cliff and suddenly felt that these tributaries were like scars on the earth, with a kind of lifeless, decadent, and weird beauty. However, Liang Ran quickly stopped thinking. She clenched her palms tightly and looked around worriedly. The terrain of this place is too dangerous. If any alien species wants to take action, this is the best place, but they have to go here, otherwise they can only go to the top of the mountain. The large amount of magma on the top of the mountain can bring the air temperature to over several hundred degrees, and humans cannot set foot there at all. After the convoy had been driving on the cliff for half an hour, Liang Ran's premonition had not yet come true, and the car was the first to collapse. Because the car body temperature was too high, some of the protective layers on the outside peeled off by themselves, making a crackling sound. The freezer was powered by a special battery, and at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the back of the freezer, followed by a muffled bang. The battery swelled and leaked. Without the cooling of the freezer, the temperature inside the car began to soar. The car is a closed space, and it won't take long for the temperature inside the car to exceed the outside. Ji Chan couldn't help but curse, and Sui Yuesheng turned his head and quickly glanced at the situation in the car, asking, "Speed up and leave here?" Liang Ran immediately shook his head. "The road here is uneven, be careful." After that, she took out all the cooling patches and ice cubes in the freezer to help Song Shanai and Shiru cool down physically. The situation of other teams was also very bad. At this time, a large number of freezers could not hold up, and everyone was busy helping the worst people in the team to cool down. Just when everyone was most panicked, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Liang Ran looked hurriedly and found that the black shadows were a golden butterfly. They had no tentacles or organs on their heads, only a vertical crack that cut the head vertically in the middle, like an open crater. At this moment, the brains of the butterfly aliens were constantly surging with insect eggs. As they flew, the insect eggs fell all the way and landed on the magma at the bottom of the cliff, emitting a lot of white smoke. Liang Ran knew that the white smoke must be wrong. It might be toxins or strong hallucinogenic. Before the smoke floated up, she hurriedly pulled down the window and shouted to the back, "Close the window and put on the mask." Because the car was too hot inside, and there was a gust of wind outside from time to time, many armored vehicles had their windows half open. Hearing Liang Ran's words, everyone hurriedly closed the windows. Sui Yuesheng subconsciously accelerated the speed of the car. Liang Ran had no time to look ahead, and his mental power was always observing the situation of the convoy behind. Suddenly, a very light rustling sound was heard. The butterflies flew to the cliff, and the lights of the convoy behind shone on them. You can see their wings flapping regularly. Seeing this scene, the hunters who were most seriously infected by the heat suddenly became energetic, as if they were in the last moments of life. Several hunters quickly climbed up from the ground. Because it was too sudden, and they were all power mutants, even the teammates closest to them could not stop them. These people suddenly pushed open the door of the speeding car, and without any hesitation, they jumped into the cliff. "This is liberation!" They shouted loudly while falling rapidly, and their voices seemed to penetrate the darkness. "This is liberation!" Chapter 197. Liang Ran would not let them fall into the cliff. In an instant, 5 walls appeared in the darkness below, steadily catching the 6 people falling in different directions. But she did not even have time to see the situation of these people, and she covered her head and gasped violently. Since the convoy entered the cliff, due to the special terrain, it was necessary to be vigilant at the bottom of the cliff at all times. So Liang Ran had opened the mental detection to the maximum for a long time, and her mental power was seriously consumed. As soon as these walls appeared, her remaining mental power was emptied again. After a few seconds, Liang Ran pressed the stinging temple and quickly raised the wall to try to send the hunters above up, but these people were already trapped in the illusion and did not cooperate. After they climbed up, they turned around and jumped into the cliff again. Liang Ran controlled the wall to catch them again. Just as she was concentrating on preventing these people from jumping down again, blood suddenly gushed out of a boy's mouth. The bright red blood splashed on the mask and slowly flowed down, covering his face blurry. After a moment, the boy fell on his back against the wall. He bit off his tongue. Realizing this, Liang Ran immediately held his breath and mobilized his remaining mental power to control these people. After a few seconds, these people seemed to have lost all consciousness, and all staggered and fell on the wall, closing their eyes motionlessly. Control and materialization are the most mentally exhausting behaviors. Every second, you can feel the mental power decreasing. Interference is second, and exploration is the last. With the rapid loss of mental power, Liang Ren gritted his teeth and tried to send this group of people back to the edge of the cliff, and then the 5 walls instantly disappeared into the air. The hunters guarding the cliff rushed forward and brought the nearest hunter into the car. The doctor on the team also quickly bandaged the boy's tongue and stopped the bleeding. But the butterfly alien did not leave. This alien can cause hallucinations through vision, hearing and smell. Without these senses, the team can only stagnate in place. Sui Yuesheng quickly turned off the lights, pulled down the curtains, and put on earplugs. What can be blocked along with the senses is the perception of danger. In just a few breaths, the armored vehicle began to shake violently. Countless butterflies hit the armored vehicle together, and soon the sound of tires rubbing against the ground sounded, and the car was pushed. At this speed, it won't take long before dozens of cars will be pushed off the cliff. Shiru wiped the sweat off his face, pulled out the paper from his backpack, and quickly wrote, "We still have to go. We have to go even if we have hallucinations." Liang Ren doesn't have the mental strength to catch the falling car. If we stay any longer, we will die. This way, I will drive. If I have hallucinations, Ji Chan will control me and Sui Yuesheng will continue to drive. If we keep doing this, someone will be able to get out. Song Shanai stretched out her arms with difficulty. She was so hot that she could hardly open her eyes. She could only vaguely hear everyone's vague voices. After her brain slowly analyzed the current situation, she adjusted the light above her head, pulled the paper, and wrote with trembling hands. The hallucinations are so fast that you have to change people in less than half a minute. I will drive, no need to change people. Ji Chan immediately opened her mouth. How is it possible? How can you drive if you can't see the road clearly? But Liang Ren unexpectedly agreed. She helped Song Shanai up and whispered, "Yes, only you can drive now." Song Shanai is really smart. She figured this out before most people present. This type of butterfly alien relies on multiple senses to cause hallucinations. Nowadays, everyone wears a closed mask and breathes entirely with oxygen cylinders, which makes them almost immune to olfactory hallucinations. As for vision and hearing, they work only if the hunter can clearly see their flying shapes and hear the sound of their wings. Now Song Shanai is the person most affected by the high temperature in the team, with blurred vision and severe tinnitus, but these 2 points can't affect her. Song Shanai didn't hear Liang Ran's words clearly. After she staggered to her feet, she walked towards Sui Yuesheng. After fastening her seat belt, she subconsciously held Liang Ran's hand. "Don't worry, although everything is blurry, my brain is clear," she whispered. "Help me." Liang Ran understood what Song Shanai meant. She immediately said, "I will help you. I still have mental power. It is not a problem to use it to see the road. Drive slowly. I will remind you repeatedly before each turn. Now the other teams must know that they can't stop here. Blocking the senses will not work. They will take off their earplugs intermittently to listen to the movement on our side and see what to do. I am now." Before Liang Ran finished speaking, Song Shanai suddenly laughed. She pulled Liang Ran's sleeve and said seriously, "Although I know you are very busy recently, and your daily schedule is very full, promise me." Liang Ran pursed his lips and subconsciously lowered his voice. "Promise you what?" "Song Shanai, I will learn to drive when I go back, okay?" Liang Ran, Ji Chan, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shanai's posture was like a dying will, which made her dare not breathe. She immediately rolled her eyes. Learn. Sister Liang Ran will definitely learn when she goes back." Liang Ran also nodded. "I will learn." If she could drive an armored vehicle, the team would be much easier. For example, now, she can close her eyes, block all senses, and only use her mental power to see the road and lead everyone out. But she didn't have the opportunity to learn before, and later she had the opportunity. She was so busy that closing her eyes was a luxury, and she had no time to learn to drive. After shaking his head, Liang Ran took out the horn, opened the window, and shouted to the car behind him, "Warn the car they can hear the sound. Let the mutants in poor condition drive now. If there are B-level mutants in the team, let them drive. If not, tear off the cold patch on a certain A-level mutant, and let him wear more clothes to temporarily increase his body temperature. Be sure to keep the vision and hearing unclear. It's not a big problem for us to drive on a straight road. The trouble is when to turn. So every time we are 100 meters away from the turning point, our team's car will honk on time. If you encounter a situation where you must stop, the car lights will flash and honk repeatedly for a long time. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you don't hear it. Drive slower. I will protect everyone's safety." After saying these words, Liang Ran took out a tube of gene reagent and injected it into his body. Because he had injected too many times before, Liang Ran had some resistance. At least, he would not fall asleep immediately after injecting the mutation reagent. After injecting the gene reagent, Liang Ran immediately gave herself an injection of stimulant to force herself to wake up quickly. At this moment, the convoy behind her could be heard honking intermittently. Liang Ran scanned the convoy with her mental power and made sure that each team was ready. Then she put her hand on Song Shanai's arm and said, "Let's go." Song Shanai immediately started the armored vehicle, opened the curtains around it, and crashed into the butterfly species that was blocking the way in front of the car. The huge species subconsciously dodged to the side. Liang Ran carefully looked at the other party's reaction and whispered, "The head is curled up. The weakness should be in the head." But no one could hear her at this time. The moment Song Shanai opened the curtains, Ji Chan and others immediately put on earplugs and closed their eyes. They could not hear anything at this time. Liang Ran patted Ji Chan in the co-pilot seat, set the angle of the sniper rifle, and then passed Ji Chan and opened the window on her side. Ji Chan immediately understood what Liang Ran meant. She closed her eyes and fumbled for the trigger, and fired at a fixed angle outside the window. For a while, the sound of bang 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 was endless. The heads of the two butterfly species were shot by Ji Chan and exploded on the spot. The eggs in the heads flowed out and fell on the roof of the car, making a sizzling corrosion sound. 10 minutes later, the first corner appeared 200 meters ahead. Liang Ran immediately pulled up the window on Ji Chan's side. He stopped trying to kill the aliens at the same time and grabbed Song Shanai's arm, repeating, "Turn right 200 meters ahead. Don't turn the steering wheel too far. Turn it about a quarter to a half. 150 meters. It's 100 meters now." Liang Ran had never driven an armored vehicle before. The approximate angle was observed before, so the description was not very accurate. Song Shanai said him, and Liang Ran pressed the honk button as he had told other teams before. Ding ding ding. 10 seconds later, Song Shanai stepped on the pedal steadily and turned the steering wheel quickly at Liang Ran's reminder. The car slid sideways for a moment and drove through the first corner without any danger. Liang Ran patted Song Shanai twice, signaling to drive straight, and then quickly assisted the vehicles behind. Although the drivers of each team will not have hallucinations now, they are a little confused in the high temperature. Now they can drive only because of their determination not to kill their teammates. When the first few armored vehicles turned the corner, one car rushed straight to the cliff because it did not turn in time. In a flash, Liang Ran immediately controlled the wall to stop the car. After helping to buffer for a few seconds, the tires of the car turned to the right, drove back to the small road, and continued to drive forward. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Each time, the wall only needs to appear for a few seconds. The mental power consumption is not great, so her newly recovered mental power is barely enough to help the team move forward. After realizing this, Liang Ran felt much more relaxed. After the convoy turned 3 corners, half an hour had passed. During this period, Liang Ran had been working with Ji Chan to kill the butterfly aliens outside the car. Now, most of the aliens following the car were gone. Those that were missing were either injured or their bodies fell into the cliff. After the car drove a certain distance, Liang Ran suddenly showed a look of surprise. "It's okay, we leave here in more than 300 meters. Shanai, there's only one last turn left," Liang Ran said while looking at Song Shanai, but after seeing Song Shanai's condition, the smile on her lips disappeared instantly. At this time, the girl lowered her head slightly, her eyes were closed, only her body remained straight, and her hands were loosely grasping the steering wheel. Her chest did not rise or fall, as if she had fallen asleep. Liang Ran's eyelashes trembled slightly, she closed her eyes, and then quickly looked at Song Shanai's oxygen tank. After seeing the number on it was still slightly jumping, she finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. Song Shanai was still breathing. But this was all she had left. In just a few seconds, Song Shanai's hand slipped off the steering wheel, and her head hit the steering wheel, and she went into shock. At this moment, there was still 100 meters to the turn. Liang Ran honked the horn, turned his head, and quickly glanced at Shiru and Sui Yuesheng. Both of them were now lying on their seats with their eyes closed, soaked in sweat, and could not quickly hand over to Song Shanai. After thinking for 2 seconds, Liang Ran unbuckled Song Shanai's seat belt, quickly carried her away, and then sat on it himself. Now everyone in the car closed their eyes, and no one knew that the main driver's seat had been replaced. The turn was right in front of her, and Liang Ran turned the steering wheel quickly, but she had never stepped on the deceleration pedal of an armored vehicle, and she didn't control the strength for a while, and the car braked rapidly at a speed beyond her expectation. Liang Ran's brain was shaken with a buzzing sound. When she reacted, the car body had already rolled forward and hit the stone wall on the side of the cliff. Boom! The front of the Xuanqing team's car was smashed directly, and the sparse fuel flowed out, emitting white smoke when it touched the obsidian ground. Some of the vehicles behind heard the noise, and all began to slow down, but some drivers were obviously in a similar state to Song Shanai, and could not hear anything, but just drove forward as usual. Liang Ran quickly put down the handbrake and manipulated the wall to stop these cars. After trying hard to stop them, Liang Ran opened the door and jumped out of the car. She hurriedly cleaned the fuel in front of the car with a cleaning tool. These fuels were exposed to high temperatures, and would explode once they came into contact with open flames. So many cars would pass by here, and the intense friction with the ground would inevitably produce sparks. Even without Mars, the surface temperature of the obsidian here is too high, and the gas in the air is also very special. Every second you stay here, these fuels may burn. Then everything will be over. Not far away, several butterfly species flew towards Liang Ran quickly, but Liang Ran no longer had any mental power to stop them. She wiped the ground desperately. Because she stood on the obsidian for too long, she felt that something invisible had drilled into the soles of her feet and began to crawl along her internal organs. Suddenly, a hot stream flowed in front of her lips. Liang Ran reacted for 2 seconds before realizing that she was bleeding from the nose. Then her arms began to itch. Even if she didn't look, Liang Ran knew what was going on. Those butterfly species flew over her, and the eggs in their heads fell on her body. At this time, she heard the sound of Ji Chan loading the gun behind her. But Liang Ran hurriedly stopped her. The gun will produce sparks, and there is still a lot of fuel on the ground. I haven't wiped it clean yet. Can't kill, can't escape. And if the fuel is not cleaned up, the convoy can't move on. Liang Ran thought for a few seconds, and shook his head at Ji Chan and Wu Ruozi, who had opened their eyes. Close your eyes. Aye. Liang Ran was about to make plans when he suddenly found Qin Gu opening the door of the truck. He implemented what Liang Ran said before, that the aliens in this place can speak, so you can only believe the words of those who have seen it with your own eyes. He stood far away on the obsidian ground, his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it because of taboo. His eyes swept across the bottom of the cliff, then looked at Liang Ran, and then nodded slightly. Liang Ran understood what he meant. Qin Ji's sixth sense told him that there was something important at the bottom of the cliff, and it would be beneficial for them if they went there. After struggling for a moment, Liang Ran raised his head and looked serious. She was willing to gamble, because she was very sure that if she did nothing now, the tentacle aliens would come soon. After all, her exhaustion was too obvious. Unless a miracle happens, she can't beat the tentacle alien at this moment, and then everyone will experience something more terrifying than being burned to death. After making a decision, when the butterfly alien rushed towards Liang Ran, she did not move, but chose to let herself be picked up by the opponent's tentacles and thrown into the cliff. Seeing this scene, Wu Ruozi rushed out of the car with a weapon. She knew that Liang Ran must have a reason for doing this, but she still chose to throw herself on a butterfly alien, causing herself and Liang Ran, along with the alien, to fall vertically into the cliff. Chapter 198. The feeling of weightlessness came. The cliff was more than 900 meters high. Liang Ran experienced falling into the air for the first time. It was as if all the weight of her body was taken away in an instant, leaving only her soul desperately falling in the void. In the whistling wind, she opened her eyes with difficulty and lit the cliff wall with a lamp. She could clearly see the bright red veins on the cliff wall, the traces of the crawling of alien species, and various strange flowers. After a few seconds of slow motion, Liang Ran's vision quickly blurred, and the whole world became a block of colors that were difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Because of the exhaustion of mental power, Liang Ran tried several times, but failed to make the load-bearing wall materialize. It was not until she was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff that she could barely see a narrow wall. A narrow wall of 1 meter high and 20 centimeters wide. It was called a wall, but in fact it looked more like a wooden board. Liang Ran used his hands and feet to hold it tightly. After a few seconds, Liang Ran staggered to the ground. She quickly turned up the brightness of the lamp and looked up. Only then did she realize that Wu Ruozi had also come down. At this time, the girl was pulling the antennae of the butterfly alien with one hand, leaning forward, sitting firmly on the alien's body, and the ribs of the umbrella in her hand half penetrated the alien's head. The alien kept trying to stabilize its body during the rapid descent. When it was still 5 or 6 meters away from the bottom of the cliff, Wu Ruozi used the ribs of the umbrella to pierce the alien's head and jumped down. At the moment of landing, Wu Ruozi twisted her feet, knelt forward with both knees, and hit the ground hard, but her body recovered after 2 seconds. She immediately got up and ran towards Liang Ran. Ran, what is your plan? At this moment, there was no butterfly alien, and the two could communicate normally. Liang Ran took off his earplugs and whispered, "There is no plan for the time being, but if I don't do this, I really don't know what to do. If the fuel on the ground is not cleaned up, a fire will start at any time. The aliens are overhead, and I can't use guns. I can't seem to get back to the car no matter what. Should AI has fallen into a coma. Even if she leaves the cliff, Xiao Jin's sixth sense is correct. There should be something here that can help us." At this point, Liang Ran asked Wu Ruozi, "Why did you come down? I didn't use my mental power to detect just now, and my ears were blocked, so I didn't find you. It's really dangerous for you to do this." Wu Ruozi smiled with her lips pursed. "Because I'm awesome, I will definitely help you if I come down, so I came down." Liang Ran sighed helplessly. "But it's good for Wu Ruozi to come down. This place is too quiet. Having a friend with her will make her feel much more at ease." Liang Ran moved slowly and observed the situation at the bottom of the cliff. This place was very wide, and the light could only illuminate a small area. It was dark all around. Red magma was flowing slowly in the distance. Because these magmas were not connected to the source at the top of the mountain, the flow was very small, and the temperature here was not so high that people would die of heat in an instant. But the temperature at the bottom of the cliff was still several degrees higher than the top of the cliff, approaching 70 degrees. Only S-level gene holders could barely survive at this temperature. After a brief thought, Liang Ran took out another tube of gene reagent from his pocket. Her mental power that she had previously replenished had been completely used up. Because of the injection of stimulants, the side effects were now reversed. She was black in front of her eyes and urgently needed sleep, but Liang Ran had no other choice. She could only continue to inject herself with gene reagents, and then injected 3 tubes of stimulants in a row. Wu Ruozi's expression changed when she saw Liang Ran's actions, but she said nothing. This kind of powerful stimulant cannot be injected too much at one time, otherwise antibodies will be produced in the body, and there is a slight probability of addiction. According to Liang Ran's injection concentration, the next time she injects the stimulant, the drug may not have any obvious effect on her. But there is nothing to do now. When she first entered the ecological zone, Liang Ran thought very well. She must conserve her physical and mental strength, and not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. She must not expose her fatigue to the tentacle alien, and must deal with it in the best condition. As a result, after entering, everything is a last resort. In order to save the hunters, her mental strength is repeatedly exhausted, but in most cases, she is still powerless. Seeing Liang Ran finish the injection, Wu Ruozi walked in front of Liang Ran and bent down. Ran, I will carry you." Liang Ran was stunned. Wu Ruozi said quickly, "I am not afraid of cold and fire. They attack my immune system faster than I can repair it. You are different from me. You can't stand on the obsidian ground for a long time." Liang Ran raised his foot and didn't try to be brave. He just laid down behind Wu Ruozi. "Where are we going?" Wu Ruozi pushed Liang Ran up. Liang Ran closed his eyes lightly. When the convoy drove on the top of the cliff, I had already seen the details of the cliff and the bottom of the cliff. The only place that my mental power can't reach is below the bottom of the cliff, that is, under the obsidian. After saying that, she mobilized the mental power that had just recovered and quickly probed underground. A few seconds later, Liang Ran suddenly frowned and subconsciously clenched Wu Ruozi's shoulders. Wu Ruozi hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you see anything?" Liang Ran concealed the look in her eyes and shook her head slightly. She wrote a sentence on Wu Ruozi's shoulder with her fingers, and then asked, "Can you feel what I am writing?" Wu Ruozi's lips were pursed into a line. "I can't feel it. My skin hurts a little, but I can't feel anything except pain." So Liang Ran lowered her voice and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "It's okay, it's just that my body is not feeling well. Once I use my mental power, my head hurts, and I can't see anything clearly. And the stimulant doesn't seem to work much." Liang Ran sighed tiredly and leaned his head on Wu Ruozi's shoulder. "I have to take it slow." Wu Ruozi immediately became worried. "Did you get off the car for too long just now, and the anger invaded your body?" Liang Ran said, "It's possible." Now she didn't know what to do. Wu Ruozi took Liang Ran around, and she breathed softly while walking. After walking a short distance, Wu Ruozi suddenly asked in a low voice, "Does my heartbeat bother you?" Liang Ran laughed. This kind of heartbeat makes me feel comfortable. After all, it represents vitality and health. Wu Rosie nodded, and she carefully stepped over the bodies of several butterfly aliens and looked at the lava stream in the distance. Liang Ran lay behind her and watched the skin on the girl's neck slowly swell up, as if it was scalded, and a thin layer of skin floated up, with blisters under the skin. Soon, the skin burst open, and the tissue fluid inside slid into the collar, leaving a string of wet marks. Liang Ran lowered his eyes. It's even hotter over there. Just stay here. My headache is better now, I guess. Liang Ran hesitated, swallowed the description of the specific time, and said vaguely, I will be able to use my mental powers soon. Soon after Liang Ran finished speaking, 2 reddish-brown pythons suddenly crawled out of the magma not far away. Wu Rosie immediately raised the umbrella ribs in her hand and blocked them in front of her. Liang Ran took out a scalpel from her pocket and threw it at the leading snake. But it was extremely rare that the knife was stabbed crookedly, and the landing position of the scalpel was more than 10 centimeters away from the python. Liang Ran blinked quickly, trying to focus her blurred vision, and then she reached to her waist, pulled out the pistol buckled on it, and shot at the 2 pythons. Bang bang, a few gunshots. The python immediately let out an angry hissing sound, and the snake body as thick as an arm hit the ground violently. Although Liang Ran's aiming ability was not very strong now, the bullets still hit them. 2 pythons more than 4 meters long quickly swam out of the magma and crawled towards the 2. Wu Rosie opened the ribs of the umbrella, revealing the rapidly rotating barbs on it. It's okay, there are only 2. Before she uttered the word snake, Wu Rosie suddenly bit her lower lip. At this moment, countless reddish-brown pythons swam out of the magma. Liang Ran's eyes roughly swept over them, and felt that there were about 60 or 70, or even hundreds. They didn't give the 2 any time to react, and they pounced on them from different directions. After subconsciously taking 2 steps back, Wu Rosie quickly rotated the ribs of the umbrella. Under the pressure of the hard barbs, the several pythons that pounced on them were quickly mashed into meat paste, but there were too many pythons, and now there were only the 2 of them. In less than half a minute, the rotation speed of the umbrella rib slowed down noticeably. It was covered with large and small pieces of meat, and the smelly blood was dripping down. Several obviously thicker pythons swam silently behind Liang Ran. Liang Ran's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head alertly. Several giant pythons pounced on him with their fangs bared. After 2 gunshots, Liang Ran's wrist was bitten hard by the giant python, and the pistol fell from her palm. She quickly mobilized her mental power, but soon gasped in pain. A few seconds later, a very thin golden light flashed and slashed at the giant python in front of her, but because the materialized mental power was too weak, the giant python just loosened its mouth in pain and did not die. Another faint golden light flashed, but the giant pythons at this time obviously had no patience. They ignored Liang Ran's attack, and several of them pounced on her, smashed her helmet, tore her body, pulled her limbs, and pulled her off Wu Rosie's back. Soon there were countless snakes between the 2. Liang Ran's wrists and ankles were all tightly wrapped, and 2 extremely thick snakes pulled her towards the magma. The closer she got to the magma, the more rapid her breathing became. Soon her face turned purple, and her protective suit was worn on the obsidian, and her skin was burning. As she was dragged all the way, Liang Ran's skin on her back fell off, and her body was covered in blood. She was in so much pain that she almost screamed. Tears unconsciously welled up in her eyes, but before the tears came out, they quickly evaporated, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. Liang Ran closed her eyes tightly. Golden lines kept flashing beside her, but half of them missed her target. Faintly, she seemed to hear screams from others. Soon, 3 sounds of flesh hitting the ground were heard, and human blood splashed on Liang Ran's face. There were butterfly species on the top of the cliff, and some hunters were bewitched and jumped off the cliff. This time, Liang Ran's soul seemed to hurt. The last faint golden light flashed. Liang Ran suddenly spit out blood, loosened her clenched fingers, and was dragged for more than 10 meters with her head down. Just when her whole body was covered in blood, a rumble sounded in her ears. The ground at the bottom of the cliff suddenly sank into a huge hole, and Liang Ran was thrown into it by the giant python. The feeling of weightlessness came again, but this time she fell for less than a few seconds before hitting the ground hard. Liang Ran curled up in pain. After a few seconds, she raised her eyes slowly. At this time, in front of her, 50 meters underground, there was a huge heart beating silently, and 1/3 of this heart was transparent. Liang Ran turned over with difficulty, buried his whole face in his arms, raised the corners of his mouth for a moment, and then pulled it down painfully. Finally got in. This place is too deep. If it weren't for being pulled down by the volcanic alien, no one could get in here. She wasn't stupid enough to tell Wuruozi verbally that I don't have enough mental power, and the stimulant didn't work. Wuruozi obviously understood this, and fortunately the two of them cooperated very well. I just don't know how Xiao Wu is now, and the people on the top of the cliff. Liang Ran thought, while bending his waist, and staggeringly climbing up from the ground. She began to look for weapons on her body. The mental power of this alien was obviously not as high as the tentacle alien, so according to the mental power level suppression rule, she only needed to attack the transparent part of its heart, and this alien would die. But Liang Ran searched all over her body, and found no weapons. The scalpel and pistol all slipped off during the dragging process. After confirming this again and again, Liang Ran tried to mobilize her mental power again, but as soon as her fingers moved, she was slapped to the ground by a giant python. This time, not even the faintest golden light could emerge from her fingertips. Liang Ran couldn't get up for a long time. This space was quiet for a long time. I don't know how long it took, maybe dozens of seconds, or maybe a few minutes. Just when Liang Ran's body system was on the verge of collapse, her fingers began to burn, and countless black fragments floated out of her body. A deep voice suddenly came from all around her. Is this a human mental mutant? It seems to be just like this. After the alien said this, Liang Ran's body festering speed suddenly stopped, and a piece of paper suddenly floated slowly in front of her. Liang Ran looked over with a distracted gaze, and found that this note was the note she had discussed countermeasures with everyone on the armored vehicle before. The alien said, "Your human writing is really hard to learn. It would be better if you wrote more. How many years did it take you to learn this language?" Liang Ran coughed a few times, and did not answer it. Instead, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you want my genes too?" The volcanic alien said, as a matter of course, "Of course. My ability is parasitism. I was threatened by Flirt to parasitize the volcano, and can never leave here. My python body melted into the volcanic soil, and my organs were all spiritualized. Only this beating thing is left that cannot disappear. It only gave me a little bit of Akaiman genes, but I have such a high learning ability. If I absorb your genes, the Akaiman genes in my body may be completely absorbed by me. Although I can't become Akaiman at that time, I must be stronger than Flirt. I will be the master of your planet." Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and said, It turns out that the tentacle alien has given itself a name." After saying this, Liang Ran stopped communicating with the volcano alien. Some things can be guessed without asking her, such as why this alien didn't wait for her to die before dragging her in. After all, it is safer. Because she was infected too seriously by the fire, if she didn't come down and stay away from the environment where the obsidian existed, her body would probably burn into powder in an instant, and then become ashes, and the other party would not be able to eat any of her genes. In fact, she was just a few seconds away from burning into powder. For example, why the tentacle alien didn't come. Because the mental power of the volcano alien is higher than that of the invisible alien, it can easily know the whereabouts of the invisible alien in this area, and kill the invisible alien, who tried to go back to inform. But at this time, the tentacle alien should have noticed something wrong, and was on the way to come quickly. Thinking of this, Liang Ran spat out a mouthful of blood. She trembled and grabbed her knuckles that had exposed bones. The blood at the corners of her mouth seemed to never stop flowing. Soon, several giant pythons fell from her side, tied her limbs tightly, and hung her in the air. The volcano alien was worried that she would spontaneously combust too quickly. After all, it could not eat any genes from the ashes, so it did not say anything more, but immediately controlled the giant python to pull Liang Ran above the huge heart. Liang Ran's blood immediately dripped into the heart of the volcano alien. For a moment, the heart seemed to smell some delicious food, and the beating speed suddenly increased. The volcano began to shake, and the volcano alien became excited. It couldn't help but urge, "Faster, faster, faster. Faster, faster." At this moment, Liang Ran's weak hand suddenly went up and grasped the giant python wrapped around her wrist. In an instant, four brilliant golden lights flashed and neatly cut the rope that the giant python had turned into. In a flash, Liang Ran fell rapidly and fell into the heart. The familiar smell of blood hit her face. This was the dirty heart of an alien species that she had dissected countless times. The tremor of the volcano suddenly became more intense. It no longer simulated the voice of a human woman, but made a rough voice of its own. How is this possible? If you still have mental power, it will protect you. You couldn't have spontaneously combusted just now. You did it on purpose. It made a hoarse voice. Where did you drive your mental power? No one can bear the pain of spontaneous combustion. What did you do? Of course Liang Ran did it on purpose. If there was not enough power to kill it, how could Liang Ran risk his life? This is irresponsible to everyone. As for what she did, the stupid and arrogant alien species will never understand it in this life. At this moment, countless pythons rushed towards Liang Ran, but Liang Ran was faster than anyone else. She controlled the extremely sharp golden light, and easily penetrated the transparent part of the heart. In an instant, the volcano shook at the fastest speed, and the sand fell down, dirtying Liang Ran's face. At the same time, the soft light mist rushed towards her. Liang Ran felt something she couldn't see, very weak, but very comfortable, falling into her palm. Liang Ran immediately grasped the Akaiman gene that the volcanic alien species had not completely absorbed. The next second, a warm current flowed into her palm. Liang Ran's soul seemed to float up. This feeling was like a mother's embrace, warm and gentle, and the pain and tremor deep in her heart seemed to disappear. The dissipated black fragments floated back to her body, like fallen leaves returning to their roots, and the damaged body tissues quickly reorganized. She returned to her. The damage to the body will lead to the damage to the soul, which is the parasitic principle of invisible aliens. Similarly, the repair of the soul will also lead to the reorganization of the body. At a certain moment, Liang Ran's fingers suddenly blurred for a moment, and then returned to the entity. She slowly clenched her palms, repeatedly clenched them, and finally raised her head, passed through the sunken broken wall, and looked at the gray sky at the highest point. This is the only thing in the ecological zone that still belongs to the original planet. Mom. Liang Ran endured the pain of body regeneration, took a breath gently, and murmured to the sky, "It's so low level, so stupid, it can't understand it at all. We can endure pain for unknown hope." Chapter 199. A few minutes later, the wounds on Liang Ran's body completely disappeared, and her mental power was restored in full, and fuller than ever before. After absorbing this little bit of Akaiman gene, Liang Ran's mental power was upgraded. Even if the improvement is not big, her mental power level is now higher than that of the tentacle alien. Now the balance between the two has disappeared, and the positions are completely reversed. The tentacle alien may be afraid of being found by her. Thinking of this, Liang Ran couldn't help but smile. There was a cool breeze blowing on her back, and she shuddered. She touched the damaged protective clothing behind her. When she raised her hand again, her palm was full of dried blood. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was some acting just now, the pain was real, and it was also true that her vision was blurred and her head was splitting. Liang Ran still felt a little palpitation when she recalled the burning feeling just now. "Hey." Liang Ran shook her head, and golden light flashed on her fingertips. The next second, she stepped on the materialized golden line to leave the ground and came to the bottom of the cliff. Because of the death of the volcanic alien, the obsidian layer of its body was disappearing rapidly, revealing the black soil underneath. Amid the roar of falling rocks, Wurozi leaned against the cliff with a dusty face, and the corpses of pythons were all around his feet. After Liang Ran was rolled underground, the volcanic alien achieved its goal and no longer controlled the python to continue to entangle Wurozi. So although Xiao Wu looked embarrassed, he was almost not injured. At this moment, his injuries have recovered and he is quietly waiting for Liang Ran to come up. Seeing Liang Ran, her eyes lit up instantly. "So fast. Have you heard any news?" Liang Ran shook his head. "No. This thing seems to have only a vague understanding of the tentacle aliens, and did not mention how many unabsorbed Akaiman genes are left in the other party. It keeps talking about how smart it is, which is annoying to listen to. Later, it wanted to kill me, so I fought back." Wurozi smiled with her eyes curved. Forget it, as long as I can kill it. Without these obsidian, the anger should disappear, and will no longer drill into the hunter's body. Should I and everyone are saved." The conversation between the two was so natural that Wurozi did not feel any surprise or worry. Even though Liang Ran did not say it, she seemed to fully understand Liang Ran's plan, and had 100% trust in her. In fact, since Liang Ran came to the bottom of the cliff more than 10 minutes ago, and injected genetic reagents and stimulants, she could kill the volcanic aliens on the spot. She is a researcher and also a half-doctor. Before each departure, she will analyze her own situation in detail and calculate her physical data. For example, in the case of mental overdraft, in order to stimulate her own state, she needs to inject at least how many stimulants. The first overdraft, it is a regeneration reagent and a stimulant. The second overdraft, it is a regeneration reagent and 3 stimulants. She even calculated how many stimulants she needs to inject for the third overdraft. Even if it will cause great damage to the body in a short time, this damage is reversible. Her physical fitness is very high now, and this damage can be completely metabolized. So it is false that the reagent did not work. Liang Ran had just finished the injection, and her mental power had recovered 1/10. Even if it could not make the mental power quickly materialize in large areas, it was enough for small-scale mental detection, so she easily saw the beating heart of the volcanic alien species underground. At that time, she had two choices. One was to use mental power remotely to pierce the heart directly and kill the alien. The other was to communicate face-to-face with the volcanic alien and get some information from it. After a brief analysis, Liang Ran chose the latter. After making the decision, Liang Ran wrote "I'm going underground" on Wu Ruozi's shoulder. She was worried that Wu Ruozi didn't feel what she was writing, so she had to write it again. As a result, Wu Ruozi responded immediately. "My skin hurts a little, but I can't feel anything except pain." Wu Ruozi is a girl with a strong ability to endure pain. Liang Ran has been on missions with her so many times, and he has never heard her say that she feels uncomfortable. According to Wu Ruozi's personality, she would not say so unless she really couldn't bear it. And it was obviously not to this extent at that time. So Wu Ruozi must have noticed what she wrote, and was ready to cooperate with her. Everything went smoothly afterwards. The scalpel was deliberately stabbed off-center, the bullet was deliberately shot crooked, and the mental power was deliberately not used. Even when the python wrapped around Liang Ran's limbs and dragged her off Wu Ruozi restrained herself from obstructing it, stopped looking back, and let Liang Ran be dragged away by the giant python. When being dragged, Liang Ran felt pain all over her body, and could not concentrate, but her mental power had recovered to 1/5. However, the volcanic alien did have some intelligence. It did not completely let go at that time, and did not drag her underground for a long time. Liang Ran knew what it was afraid of. Since her mental power was upgraded, although she could not probe her mental power into other people's bodies, it was still very easy for her to let her mental power wander in her body. So she immediately concentrated all her mental power on her brain. Under the 70-degree high temperature, Liang Ran's body system was quickly destroyed. Without the protection of mental power, her body's bottom line of defense disappeared in an instant. Under the infection of fire, her fingers quickly became charred, and had a tendency to spontaneously combust. At this point, the volcano alien finally believed that her mental power was completely exhausted. In order to save Liang Ran's body, it quickly dragged her underground. It didn't believe that someone could voluntarily make itself so painful. It was like it was stupid enough to think that human civilization could be pieced together with the few human words it could say. But after going underground, Liang Ran was very disappointed with the situation of the volcano alien. She endured so much pain, but ended up listening to it talking nonsense complacently. She tried to shift the topic to the tentacle alien, but the other party ignored her. In the end, Liang Ran couldn't bear it anymore. The sooner the volcanic aliens died, the greater the chance of survival of the unconscious hunters outside. So she redirected her mental power from the brain to the limbs, interrupted the progress of spontaneous combustion, and directly controlled her mental power to chop the opponent's heart. Even if the body merged with the volcano and all the organs were spiritualized, the most difficult organ to spiritualize for these prisoners must be the heart, which is the prisoner chip from the outside of the body. Unless they become high-dimensional bodies, their hearts will never be completely spiritualized. So crushing their hearts is no more difficult than crushing the hearts of the lowest-level aliens. When the thoughts ended, the vibration of the volcano also stopped. Liang Ran controlled a wall, and sent her, and Wu Ruozi to the top of the cliff. At this time, Ji Chan and others had obviously experienced a fierce battle. More than 20 hunters were tied tightly beside the car, and guarded to prevent them from jumping off the cliff under the bewitching of the butterfly aliens. Shen Ai and others fell asleep in their seats. Doctors from each team kept exchanging information, and cooling down the unconscious team members. Seeing Liang Ran, Ji Chan rubbed her face with relief. But she was too tired now. Not only her, but everyone was too tired to express happiness. Xiao Jin and I just fumbled to clean the fuel, so we don't have to worry about the fire anymore. She asked in a low voice, "What were you doing down there just now? Is the disappearance of those obsidian stones related to you? Is the volcanic species you mentioned before?" As Ji Chan spoke, other hunters also turned their heads. The butterfly species had been frightened away by the movement, and everyone collapsed everywhere exhausted. Several hunters, who had just struggled hard, gradually stopped their movements, were quietly tied up with ropes, and then leaned sideways and fell beside the car. For a moment, everyone seemed to have been drained of their energy, but their eyes were full of hope. All of them were respect and trust for Liang Ran. Facing everyone's gaze, Liang Ran said seriously, "It has been killed. Just in case, Let's pack up now, leave the volcano quickly, and rest at the foot of the mountain. When everyone heard this, they immediately helped each other to get up from the ground. Liang Ren helped and continued, I absorbed the high-dimensional genes that the volcanic alien species did not absorb completely, and now I have improved a little. The tentacle alien species and my mental power level were exactly the same before, but now I am a little higher. It can no longer attack me with mental power, and can only attack me with physical strength and speed. In short, if I am more careful, I can now save everyone's genes to the greatest extent. Speaking of this, Liang Ren endured it and said a very simple sentence. Everyone should always be healthy. As soon as Liang Ren finished speaking, the cliff suddenly became quiet. The breeze blew the corners of everyone's clothes, and the blurred lights and shadows fell on everyone. Everyone's emotions were very restrained. They didn't raise their arms and shout, nor did they jump for joy. They were still busy with their work step by step. Only a few people suddenly shed tears silently, and quickly turned their faces to hide themselves. 5 minutes later, the team finished repairing at the fastest speed. Sui Yuesheng drove the team away from the cliff. Without the anger brought by the obsidian, the patient's condition did not deteriorate. Wu Ruozi squatted beside Song Shenai and kept observing her blood pressure and other conditions. An hour later, when the temperature outside the car dropped to 50 degrees, Song Shenai's physical signs gradually returned to normal. She closed her eyes tightly, not knowing when she would wake up. But not everyone is as lucky as her. Anxious calls came from the team behind from time to time. They kept shouting the names of their teammates and helped the unconscious teammates recall their relatives and friends. Jose, Jose. Don't fall asleep. Your wife is waiting for you at home. With her busy personality, she will lose the child's hairband, mess up her hair, and forget to sign the report card. Without you, your baby will be scolded by the teacher. Chengshi, you haven't visited grandma for a long time. I agreed to resign from the headquarters after this mission and accompany grandma to enjoy her old age. Are you going to accompany her? Finally, Liang Ren heard the death of the two from the gradually subsiding crying behind him. 2 hours later, the convoy finally left the volcano. The temperature at the foot of the volcano was very suitable, more than 20 degrees. The warm wind did not sting when blowing on the skin, but brought a little coolness, as if it could heal all the burning scars. Some of the surviving hunters opened the car door. They lowered their heads, slowly carried the bodies of their teammates out of the car, and put them on the side of the road. 7 hunters could not withstand the infection of the fire. Even though they were far away from the environment where the obsidian was, their bodies had collapsed, deteriorated rapidly, and finally died. Liang Ren pulled down the car window and bowed his head silently to the corpses. Everyone did the same thing. After a long time, Ji Chan raised her head silently. She choked and turned to ask Liang Ren, "Where are we going now?" Liang Ren thought for a while and whispered, "I sensed that a strong mental force escaped to the back of the mountain. It escaped very quickly and panicked. It didn't dare to fight me head-on at the same level before. It wanted to cultivate an alien species to defeat my spirit with countless deaths and continue to consume my mental power. In the end, it came out to pick up the ready-made one, but the alien species it found was stupid and double-minded, and it shot itself in the foot. Let's catch it now. No one will be separated from them this time." Chapter 200. After deciding what to do next, the team did not rush to set off, but rested for several hours. Liang Ren's mental power swept through all the armored vehicles, and the numbers he silently counted in his mind became more and more. They entered the ecological zone less than 2 days ago, and nearly 40 people died. Some of these people turned into ice sculptures and buried in the snowy mountains, and some were burned to death by the scorching fire. When Liang Ren was dragged underground, 3 armored vehicles fell into the cliff, and several hunters were bewitched and committed suicide on the top of the cliff. But they had never been to the ecological zone before, and this number was the lowest they could reach. To be fair, if this group of teams was from any previous mission, the number of hunters who survived would not be half, and the death toll would not be 40, but 100, 200, or even more. After all, the extreme temperature can kill all hunters below level B. The reason why these people can still survive is that they are the best group of people in the Hope Zone. They have made almost no mistakes in their hunting careers. They have perfect physiques and strong wills. They have dealt with countless problems in their missions. They have been selected by Liang Ren to enter the ecological zone. Finally, they died here. When the stars appeared in the sky, Shiru woke up from her coma. After she supported her body and sat up, she took the solvent prepared by Sui Yuesheng in advance, drank it, and sat next to Song Shenai, waiting for him to wake up in silence. She held the double swords in her arms seriously. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Sharu saw that Song Shanai had no signs of waking up. She lowered her head and took out a tissue from her backpack and began to wipe her weapon carefully. Because of exhaustion, her hands were still shaking a little, and the dirt on the handle of the knife stained her hands and her protective clothing. Wuruozi subconsciously wanted to help, but as soon as she met Sharu's eyes, she seemed to realize something and suddenly stopped. Sharu's hands were shaking at an abnormal frequency. The harder she tried to hold the tissue in her hand, the higher the frequency of the tremor. Seeing this scene, Sui Yuesheng immediately ran over. He held Sharu's wrist tightly, then opened the small instrument in the medical box, put the patch on Sharu's arm, and quickly observed the data on it. After a moment, Sui Yuesheng looked up at Sharu. It should be caused by severe damage to the nervous system. Can you stand up now? Sharu nodded. She unbuckled her seat belt, stood up, walked a few steps forward, and then turned her head. It seems to be fine, very easy. Hearing this, Sui Yuesheng immediately lowered his eyes and avoided Sharu's sight. There was no point in lying at this time, so he chose to say briskly, there is still a problem. Because your balance is very poor now, so you can't notice it. Sharu, you walk crookedly and limp. Sharu reacted for a few seconds and asked calmly, can it be treated? Sui Yuesheng, yes, there will be some effect. Sharu, then can it be cured? Sui Yuesheng lowered his head and said nothing. Not only Sharu, but all B-level mutants' body systems were severely damaged under the torture of high temperature. Because it was too serious, it was a blessing to save their lives. The physical damage was almost irreversible. Even if they received long-term rehabilitation treatment in the future, they could only become normal and ordinary at most. Sharu could no longer run fast in the sound of gunfire, nor could she hold her double swords tightly. After understanding Sui Yuesheng's meaning, Sharu put down the tissue in her hand. It's okay. I wanted to fight with Lin Yi, but it doesn't matter if we can't fight. She said it calmly, and then continued to stare at Song Shanai, as if she was worried that she would lose something after waking up. During this period, mutants kept waking up. After Fengshe woke up, he knocked on Liang Ran's car window. Liang Ran pulled down the car window, and saw the girl's fearless expression. I can't seem to smell anything, and I don't feel anything in my left arm, but my right hand is fine, and I can continue to fight. Sister Xi and Long said that they are fine. They are really amazing as mutants. How are you? Sharu took the initiative to say, I'm fine. Fengshe leaned over and asked, what about the saint? Just as Sharu was about to speak, Song Shanai's voice came from her seat. I'm fine too. Fengshe immediately breathed a sigh of relief and trotted back to the car. Seeing that Song Shanai had woken up, Sui Yuesheng immediately wanted to check her condition, but her condition was too obvious, and he knew what was wrong without checking. Song Shanai was not looking at anyone at this time. She frowned. Her beautiful blue eyes looked forward, and her eyes blinked a few times. Her vision was out of focus, and she couldn't see the real situation at all. Liang Ran saw her eyes gently moving in her eye sockets, as if she had digested a lot of things, and finally snorted. It's just blurry, not to the extent of blindness. Song Shanai asked, when do we set off? Liang Ran replied, wait until everyone wakes up. While waiting, Lin Yi jumped out of the car and stretched her body. She and Qin Ge were fine, as the driver's window could be opened occasionally. The rear compartment was almost airtight. In order to protect the submersible, her teammates never left the cargo box or had any exposure to the wind. Therefore, when they were in the volcano, the physical reactions of these A-level hunters were similar to those of B-level hunters. Their bodies were trapped tightly, and any weak wind could not blow on them. The truck swayed left and right while running, and they also staggered in the dark cargo box, and finally half of them fell into a coma. Now, they slowly woke up, opened the car, came to the starlight, and looked at the mountain in front. Is the sea behind the mountain? They asked Liang Ran. Liang Ran nodded. Zhuang saw it this way. We can turn over in a few hours, very quickly. Great. Liang Ningxuang took a piece of paper and showed Liang Ran the values on it. I just checked the values of the submersible. Everything is normal. The gas tank is also filled. So will we go directly into the water when the time comes? After speaking, she seemed to realize something and hurriedly said, Hey, don't say it. Can the tentacle alien also understand human speech? Let's not talk about it. Maybe it can also understand human words. It was written in the cave. There are more than a dozen plans to deal with us, and the plan must be hidden. Liang Ningxuang thought, anyway, you can do whatever you want when the time comes, just make temporary arrangements. What we lack the most is execution, and we can ensure that it is completed properly. Hearing the girl's worried words, Liang Ran curled his lips. Don't worry. It is far less smart and powerful than we imagined before. The improvement of mental power will make memory better, learning ability stronger, and brain speed faster, but in terms of intelligence. Do you think I am smart beyond ordinary people? The kind of unreasonable smartness? Liang Ningxuang thought about it, and shook her head. It seems not. Liang Ran. So it's okay, I'm an ordinary person, and it's also an ordinary alien. From its current behavior, it's still a long way from being smart. Although it is the root of human disasters, it is also a fugitive, a thief who only dares to cause trouble on low-level planets. When the two talked, Qingge stood under Liang Ran's window and listened quietly. When Liang Ran stretched her hand out of the window, Qingge naturally raised his hand, wiped off the dust on the back of her hand, and then quietly put it down. Later, Liang Ningxuang left, and Qingge stayed where he was. There were still a few hunters who didn't wake up, so Liang Ran kept leaning against the window waiting, with his hand hanging outside the window. Time passed quickly, and when the stars in the sky became brighter, Qingge raised his right hand and held Liang Ran's wrist. It's windy, my hands are cold, Qingge asked. Why did you leave your hands outside? Liang Ran. Because I thought you wanted to hold it. She asked Qingge. Why are you standing here and not going back to the car? Qingge. Because I want to hold it. As soon as Qingge finished speaking, Liang Ran felt her right hand warm up. The two said nothing. Qingge did not talk about his strong sixth sense, and Liang Ran did not talk about the future. Her thoughts were a little empty. She didn't know how much time had passed. When the stars in the sky disappeared, the last unconscious hunter woke up. Liang Ran patted Qingge's hand. I can't promise you. You should know the reason. Before Qingge could speak, Liang Ran withdrew his hand and pulled up the car window. Qingge pursed his lips. He looked at the car window for a few seconds, turned around and walked back to the truck quickly. Because Shiru and Song Shanai were both unable to drive, the responsibility of driving fell on Sui Yuesheng. He started the car without complaint and drove towards the next mountain. This mountain was different from the snow mountain and the volcano. Its temperature was normal, and its ecology was consistent with that of a normal mountain. Compared with the previous two, it was more like a dividing line that separated the first two ecological areas from the third ecological area. Just as Liang Ran expected, they did not encounter any special species on the road for 3 hours, but only encountered a few species that could drill the soil, but they were all discovered by Liang Ran in time, so they were easily solved. After crossing the mountain, everyone saw the sea. It was a deep black sea. Looking down from the top of the mountain, there was turbid black water in all directions. A sticky oil film floated on the surface of the sea water, emitting a rotten stench. The waves hit the rocks on the cliff from time to time, making a dull sound, much like the swallowing sound of a giant beast. Along with the waves, countless things were rolled onto the beach on one side, but those things were not the common shellfish, but various unknown things, some of which were still twitching slightly. Staring at the twitching objects for a long time, Sui Yuesheng swallowed his saliva. You will definitely get sick if you jump into this kind of water. But I can do it. Who will go down? Liang Ran immediately said, only I can go down. The situation underwater is complicated. I can't protect several people. I will go into the sea to find it, and force it out of the sea, and you will be ready around it. Chapter 201. The convoy started moving again. Although the beach was right in front of them, the road ahead was steep, so they still wasted some time. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of the beach. Qingge was the first to open the car door, and ran to the front of the cargo box with the key. As soon as the door was opened, his teammates called out, We are checking the data for the last time. 3 minutes. The deep-sea submersible has been started. Liang Ningxuang sat in front of the control panel and quickly debugged it. After ensuring that everything was correct, she bent down and got out. No problem. Xiao Chun and Li Zi go to test the buoyancy, and find a regenerated mutant to test the water quality. As soon as Liang Ningxuang finished speaking, Wu Ruozi came over. I just tried it. Seawater is slightly corrosive. It will be a little stinging if you come in contact with it for a short time, similar to the feeling of being bitten by ants on the skin. It is completely tolerable. It's just this level, the surface of the submersible will not be corroded, don't worry. Liang Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. 2 minutes later, Chen Zhuo ran back with a small instrument. The buoyancy is very large, which is good news. This way, the submersible can be pushed into the sea more easily, and it won't crash into the offshore sand and get stuck. Moreover, this sea, he quickly said, Lizzie used a telescopic rod to probe the depth of the shore. The drop is huge. It is not like a normal ocean, where the water gradually gets deeper from the shore to the deep sea, but it suddenly gets deeper. Lin Yi hugged his chest and nodded. That's good news too. Now everything that makes it easier for the submersible to dive is good news. While speaking, the surging waves rolled onto the beach, leaving a field of shells. Under the gaze of everyone, those shells suddenly opened their mouths, and several sea brittle tails crawled out from them. This type of creature is similar in shape to a starfish, consisting of 5 or 6 tentacles, each of which is extremely thin and long, like a centipede or a human spine. The roots of these tentacles are tightly attached together, and they crawl very fast. In just a few seconds, they pounce on the hunter closest to the shore. Ji-chan quickly loaded the gun and fired the first bullet here. Bang! The sea brittle star species that was hit suddenly shrank into a ball, making a squeak that made people's scalps numb, but soon it stretched out again and pounced on Ji-chan's gun barrel at a faster speed. Ji-chan immediately took 2 steps back, frowned slightly, and aimed at the species again. It's not afraid of bullets, don't waste them. Liang Ren stopped Ji-chan's action and said quickly, try strong acid solvents, or strong light. Everyone, turn the lights up to the brightest. The ecological zone simulates the most suitable environment for the survival of related alien species. This group of alien species lives in the black, cold, dark sea all year round, not because they are forced to live here, but because they like and can only live here. Hearing Liang Ren's words, Ji-chan immediately pressed the lights a few times, and the surrounding light instantly changed from soft to dazzling. The light came from all directions, and Liang Ren was dazzled and avoided his sight. After 2 seconds, the situation on the beach came into view again. At this moment, those sea brittle-tail alien species seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing. Their bodies shrank violently, and several tentacles shook desperately, trying to rush back to the sea, but at this time, they were a distance away from the seawater, so they could only choose to dive into the beach. But the soil of the beach here is very hard. Even if they surge wildly, they can only get half of their bodies in. Soon, those parts of the body exposed on the beach will shrink rapidly, and they will die completely without any effort on the part of the hunters. Looking at the corpses on the beach, Feng Shui couldn't help but exclaimed, "Little aliens." Lin Yi stopped him from sighing and urged, "Hurry up and move the submersible, there will be more aliens later." Without any greeting, Ji-chan ran to the front of the cargo box and moved the submersible out with several other power mutants. Ji-chan imitated Lin Yi and urged Liang Ren, "You go in first, we will push you into the water. We have the aliens on the shore." Liang Ren opened the hatch and half of her body went in. She turned her head and grabbed the hatch. "Do you remember what I said before?" Ji-chan blinked. At this time, Chingu interrupted at a very fast speed. "If shooting doesn't work, try strong acid, strong poison, and strong current. If these don't work, try bombs and flash bombs. If they all don't work, try pure water. The skin of underwater aliens is extremely sensitive. These aliens have been in dirty water for a long time. Clean water is a torture for them. I remember everything you said, don't worry." Liang Ren pursed his lips and smiled, and quickly bent down to get into the submersible. After the hatch was closed, accompanied by the vibration of the hydraulic device, Liang Ren sat in front of the control panel, fastened his seat belt, and soon the submersible was pushed forward by external forces. Through mental power exploration, Liang Ren could clearly see several groups of seaweed aliens approaching Ji-chan. She was about to use mental power to repel the other party, but Ji-chan bent down and pulled off the 2 groups of seaweed wrapped around her shoes with one hand, tore them into several pieces at random, and then threw them back into the sea. After the seaweed aliens, there are water snakes. More than a dozen black and white poisonous snakes swam rapidly towards the hunters on the shore. Wuruozi had good eyesight. When she saw that something was wrong by the water, she shouted hurriedly. Lin Yi and Shiru immediately rushed to the shore, but Shiru's legs were disabled. After running 2 steps subconsciously, his body could not keep up with his consciousness, and he almost tripped himself. After finally supporting herself with 2 swords, Shiru raised her eyes anxiously, and found that other mutants had solved the problem. Lin Yi's silver-white sickle lightly cut the heads of 3 alien species. Bian1 pierced 2 poisonous snakes with a spear, and Xi and Long and her teammates flapped their wings to hold Ji-chan and others in the air. Shiru was stunned for a moment, then suddenly lowered her eyes, raised her long sword, and stabbed the soil beside her. "There is an alien species under the sand." She reminded others loudly, tried to hold the handle tightly, and cut the alien species in half. After confirming that the other party was dead, she seemed to know that Liang Ren was looking at her, and lip-synced to the position of the submersible. Be careful. At this moment, the submersible had been pushed into the water by Ji-chan. Liang Ran took a deep breath and no longer paid attention to the situation on the shore, but quickly tapped the control panel. Soon a mechanical sound rang. The control panel is normal, the power system is normal, the sonar system is normal, and the oxygen reserve is 98%. Begin to execute the forward command. The submersible moved deep into the black water for 5 minutes. During this time, small alien species kept rushing towards it, but because the submersible's shell was hard, even if Liang Ran didn't take action, they couldn't damage the device. So Liang Ran ignored these things and concentrated on observing the surroundings. Seeing that the position was almost there, Liang Ran knocked on the control panel twice. The mechanical sound sounded again. Stop moving forward, start executing the dive command. As soon as the words fell, the submersible immediately emitted a low humming sound and slowly sank into the dark blue sea. The depth on the dashboard continued to increase, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. The needle of the pressure gauge kept moving, and the temperature in the cabin dropped rapidly. When the depth reached 200 meters, Liang Ran saw 2 sharks. Their skin was dark gray, and a large area of ulceration on the surface of the skin revealed the beating red muscle tissue inside. Liang Ran saw many white flesh worms in those muscle tissues. They scrambled to gnaw the rotten meat, and after eating, they drilled into the meat, waiting for the next meal. At the same time, an extremely beautiful alien appeared a few dozen meters away. It was nearly 5 meters long, with a body as transparent as glass, and white and pink scales attached to its body. 12 pairs of white fins as thin as cicada wings were like angel wings, spreading out on the side of the alien. The most special thing was that a white ring was suspended above its head, like an angel's halo or a crown. Soon the detection device of the submersible transmitted the photo of the alien to the control console. Through the detailed pictures magnified on the screen, Liang Ran discovered that the ring was not a stone or crystal, but a human skull. Dozens of human skulls were close together, forming a circle, floating above the head of the alien, forming its halo. There were no snow mountains, no volcanoes, and no seas in the ecological zone. Later, the land became an ocean, and the pioneers who died here became decorations for the alien. Liang Ran did not alarm these aliens, but accelerated the speed of diving. She estimated the area of the sea. If she was to drive a submarine to search for the tentacle alien, she would not be able to find it in 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, her spiritual detection range was so large. Compared with the ocean, the distance she could detect was too small. The tentacle alien could easily go around from other places, go behind her, and hide in the place she had detected. If so, she would never find it in her lifetime. So she took the remaining limb of the tentacle alien with her before she set off. After diving to a certain depth, she could try to activate it to see if there would be any reaction between the limb and the body. Liang Ran just thought of this, and a wail cry suddenly sounded in her ears. Liang Ran's heart jumped suddenly, and she immediately stopped all her thoughts and looked around. She didn't know when, probably just now, a sperm whale alien suddenly appeared in her detection range. It was 16 meters long, covered with coral-like parasites of various colors, and looked like it was wrapped in flowers. When it swam, it was like a moving flower city. Liang Ran subconsciously held her breath. 2 seconds later, she quickly tapped the control panel, temporarily stopped diving, and controlled the submersible to escape to the side. If there was no place to hide, she would never choose to face this alien species head-on. The whale alien species was too big and too heavy. If it hit the submersible, the machine would malfunction at best or be crushed at worst. Liang Ran would have to leave the seabed urgently, and could no longer find the trace of the tentacle alien species. There was no regeneration reagent in the Hope Zone. Without the regeneration reagent, except for Wuruozi, even Liang Ran could not survive the 2 snow mountains. The ecological zone is an area that can only be entered once. However, during the time he was thinking, the whale had already swam hundreds of meters away. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the submersible, Liang Ran ignored the loss of mental power and quickly turned on mental interference, trying to block the existence of the submersible from its eyes. But Liang Ran soon gave up this approach. Because at this moment, in the sea area thousands of meters away, more than 20 sperm whales formed a group and all rushed into Liang Ran's field of vision. They were like more than 20 flower sea cities, swimming while dropping colorful parasites from their bodies. It was obviously a very beautiful scene, but Liang Ran could only feel the sense of oppression. Along with the knocking sound, the mechanical sound kept ringing. Execute emergency escape procedure, power increased to overload state. Cannot guarantee cabin pressure. Please input command for the second time. Emergency escape mode is about to start. If the body is broken, the escape capsule will be ejected automatically. Please pull the handbrake on the seat. Liang Ran had just pulled the handbrake, and the first whale alien had already swam to the side of the submersible. It swung its tail fin and hit the metal shell of the submersible at the moment of escape. Chapter 202. Liang Ran failed to escape immediately. Under the huge impact force, the metal shell made a tooth-grinding friction sound, and the fuselage was knocked several meters away. The whole fuselage spun wildly. Liang Ran leaned forward suddenly under inertia, and was pulled back by the seat belt, and the back of his head hit the back of the chair heavily. A shrill alarm sounded in the cabin, and the red warning light kept flashing. Alarm! Alarm! The integrity of the fuselage is damaged, and the degree of damage is being assessed. The right shell is seriously dented, the tail propeller is slightly damaged, and the escape mode fails to start. It will be turned on again after the fuselage is restored to stability. The speed of the fuselage rotation is too fast. Liang Ran's stomach acid surged up, and she just wanted to find a place to vomit quickly, but there was no chance at this time. She could only swallow her saliva and rush to the control panel in a hurry, tapping her fingers quickly. Fortunately, she had interfered with this sperm whale species before, and it could not see where the submersible was hit by it, so it could only circle around nearby based on its previous memory. After more than 10 seconds, the speed of the machine finally slowed down. Liang Ran immediately controlled the submersible to dive 7 or 8 meters, and left the patrol area of the alien species. But now the sperm whale alien species has approached. Liang Ran quickly interfered with the sperm whale alien species, when he found it 1,000 meters away, but the other party still remembered the location of the submersible, and made a precise impact. This shows that this type of alien species is not only fast, but also has excellent vision. Now these alien species that have not been interfered with quickly swam to the location of the submersible, with full purpose. Among this group of alien species, the largest is nearly 20 meters long, and the smallest is 12 meters. When they swam over, it was like a tall building falling down towards Liang Ran. Under the strong contrast of body size, Liang Ran felt extremely suffocated for a while. Even if there was enough oxygen in the cabin, she had the illusion that she couldn't breathe. At this time, the body was still rotating. Even if Liang Ran operated it manually, she could only barely move the submersible up and down, and could not turn around and leave. Seeing that more than 20 huge alien species were about to arrive, Liang Ran gave up the idea of using mental power, and quickly interfered with the senses of all alien species. Then he desperately pressed the dive button and controlled the submersible to dive a few meters. As a result, as soon as the submersible left its original position, Liang Ran heard a loud bang. A huge tail fin hit the top of the submersible, just missing the body. With such a strong force, if Liang Ran had been a little slower, the submersible would have been torn into pieces. Liang Ran's heart was beating wildly. While controlling the submersible to dive rapidly, she observed the surroundings. This group of alien species obviously had a certain IQ. After a brief confusion, they did not give up the attack, but seemed to have found something interesting and began to collide with the surroundings, determined to catch the submersible that suddenly disappeared. This area could not withstand such a degree of collision. After just a few breaths, the speed of the nearby water flow suddenly increased, and the sea water became more turbid. The worst thing was that Liang Ran suddenly found that the submersible could not continue to dive. Because of the change in water pressure caused by the collision, the water flow below suddenly surged upward, driving the submersible to float up and directly hit the nearest sperm whale alien. Being caught in countless water currents, the submersible's path could not be changed at all. Liang Ran's brain turned rapidly, trying to come up with a solution. Mental interference? She was already interfering with these more than 20 alien species, and she couldn't do more. Mental control? This consumed too much mental energy, and according to the submersible's ascent path, even if it didn't hit this alien species, it would continue to float up quickly and hit other sperm whale alien species. By the time she had controlled most of the alien species, her mental power would have been exhausted, which was too dangerous. As for using materialized mental power to stop the submersible, that would not work either. Because it could not be stopped, the impact force of the submersible rising at high speed was amazing, and it was likely to exceed the bearing limit of the wall. To put it another way, even if the wall could stop it, the front end of the body would be damaged, which was basically the same result as hitting the alien species. The screen in front of the control panel accurately displayed the images, and the images of the sperm whale alien species became clearer and clearer. Because the submersible was too close to them, Liang Ran could clearly see the colorful parasites, which kept wriggling and shaking left and right, like flowers swaying in the breeze. After a few seconds, Liang Ran suddenly exhaled, and she pursed her lips helplessly. She was really dizzy, and she was thinking about a head-on confrontation, which obviously didn't need to be so troublesome. It was not easy to control them to leave, but it was possible to lure them away. Soon, a golden light appeared above the submersible, followed by countless light spots. Liang Ran controlled the spiritual power light spots to swim slowly in the sea water. These light spots were too conspicuous in the dark seabed, like glowing fish and stars in the void. Just as Liang Ran expected, the sperm whales gradually stopped their movements after seeing the light spots. They no longer rushed around looking for hidden toys, but swam towards the light spots. The airtight encirclement above the submersible was finally evacuated. Without the violent movements of the aliens, the speed of the upwelling water below also slowed down, and Liang Ran finally took back the control of the submersible. She immediately re-entered the command and turned on the escape mode again. This time, without the collision of the whale species, the escape program was successfully launched, and the submersible rushed towards the depths of the ocean. However, Liang Ran's mental interference was limited by distance. The maximum controlled distance was 80 meters, and the interference could reach 1,000 meters. However, the vision of these sperm whale species was excellent. Liang Ran's mental interference just failed because of the distance, and the alien group saw the specific location of the submersible. They no longer paid attention to those light spots, but all made excited whale calls and swam quickly towards the location of the submersible. The sense of oppression suddenly came, and Liang Ran seemed to be able to hear the dull sound of the whales driving the water flow. Those sounds hit her eardrums, urging her to run quickly. Liang Ran held the joystick tightly, no longer paying attention to what was behind him, but desperately ran to the depths, but the speed of the sperm whale species was too fast. Even if the submersible was on the verge of overload, the distance between the two sides was getting smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is impossible to get rid of them by mental interference alone. If she does not keep a long distance from them, the submersible will be quickly caught up every time the interference fails. How can she have the energy to find the tentacle aliens? Thinking of this, Liang Ran hesitated and put his hand on the fire button. The size of this submersible is not large. Only 6 heavy weapons can be placed in the storage compartment. One less is used. Liang Ran wants to use them all on the tentacle aliens, but now, just when Liang Ran was about to launch the first torpedo, she suddenly frowned. After a moment, she retracted her hand and held the joystick again. At this time, a large group of jellyfish aliens suddenly surged in front of them a few hundred meters away. The tentacles of these blue jellyfish were covered with granular tumors, and the umbrella-shaped bodies were covered with various spots like poisonous mushrooms. Each jellyfish was half a meter wide, and kept rising and falling. In just 7 or 8 seconds, they filled Liang Ran's sight. In the situation where there was no way to avoid it, Liang Ran did not turn the submersible around, but drove the body into the jellyfish group. Soon, the sperm whale species that were chasing the submersible collided with the jellyfish group. The whale group stopped at a position 300 meters away. They seemed to have not expected that the submersible would choose to rush straight in. They stopped there and watched for a moment, and finally made an unwilling low cry. They turned their huge bodies and posed as if they were giving the submersible to the jellyfish group to play with, but the jellyfish group was obviously very greedy. They passed the submersible, and their glowing tentacles drew an arc, rushing towards the 2 sperm whales that fell at the back at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the 2 sperm whales were surrounded by dense jellyfish. Liang Ran saw that no alien species noticed her at this time, so she sank quietly for more than 10 meters, like a thief, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible. After driving slowly for a while, she suddenly accelerated and rushed into the deep sea in a hurry. She didn't glance behind her until she was about to rush out of her limit detection range. At this time, the 2 sperm whales had been eaten to the point where only skeletons were left. The huge and complete whale bones fell into the deep sea. A dozen jellyfish were still darting between the skeletons, but more jellyfish were staring at the direction where the submersible left. It was over. Even though the submersible was already so fast that it could not accelerate any further, Liang Ran subconsciously pushed the joystick forward, trying to go faster and faster, but the swimming speed of this group of jellyfish was even more outrageous than that of the whales. Their speed in the sea was like that of the A-level speed mutants on land. It only took a few breaths to catch up with the submersible. They flew around the submersible, wrapping their tentacles around the body like an octopus, and soon the red light in the cabin flashed again. The fuselage is being corroded. Liang Ran immediately shook the control lever, trying to shake the group of things off, but she gave up quickly after just a few attempts. The tentacles of these jellyfish have suction cups attached to the inside, and she couldn't pull them off with her hands, let alone shake them off. Moreover, the alien species were tightly attached to the fuselage at this moment, and the torpedoes could not hit them even if they were launched. Just as Liang Ran was thinking about what to do, a crunching sound was heard outside the fuselage. The alloy on the surface of the fuselage was corroded and cracked. If they were not removed, the fuselage would be corroded through in a few minutes. At the critical moment, Liang Ran looked up at the display screen and hesitantly knocked on the control panel a few times. The next second, the device on the top of the fuselage slowly turned, and soon, a pure water stream with extremely strong impact force sprayed out from the device. Under Liang Ran's nervous gaze, several jellyfish next to the device melted instantly, and other jellyfish alien species left the cabin one after another. Liang Ran instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As she had previously told the team, these marine species living in dirty black water were indeed not adapted to clean water. After all the jellyfish species left the cabin, Liang Ran seized the opportunity and rushed into the depths of the ocean at the fastest speed. This time, the jellyfish species did not catch up. Liang Ran controlled the submersible for more than 10 minutes before finally feeling relieved. Because of the pressure on the seabed, the strong water flow ejected by the device on the top of the cabin can only touch the species within half a meter nearby, and then the water will be assimilated by the black water in an instant. Therefore, these clean water flows can't actually touch the species hiding in the center and bottom of the cabin. Fortunately, they are more cautious about their lives and did not react for a while. Liang Ran extended her mental power and confirmed that there were no other alien species nearby. She took out the remaining tiny limbs of the tentacle alien species from her backpack, and then put them into the instrument to activate them at the highest power. Because the limbs had just been activated not long ago, the activation speed this time was much faster than before. 10 minutes later, the value on the top of the instrument jumped. Half an hour later, the value on the top of the instrument gradually became active. But the small tentacle did not move at all. According to the previous situation, it should have started to attack indiscriminately, but it just did not move, did not attack, and did not return to its body. Just when Liang Ran didn't know what to do, a black and white venomous snake appeared at the boundary of her mental power detection. This snake was obviously very uncomfortable with the sea pressure at this depth. Most of its scales were broken, but it still tried to swim towards the direction where Liang Ran was. Liang Ran had seen this kind of snake just on the shore just now. She stared at the snake and suddenly found a red rope wrapped around the tip of the snake's tail, with a locator emitting a faint red light tied to the red rope. This was the locator that recorded the location of the submersible. Liang Ran remembered it clearly and gave it to Wu Ruozi before he set off. Liang Ran suddenly realized what this snake was. It was a species that had been successfully parasitized by a mutant. A mutant was controlling this snake to help her. Liang Ran immediately drove the submersible towards the snake. 2 minutes later, Liang Ran came to the front of the snake. The snake very consciously crawled under the body, where there was a small sliding door that could be opened. In order to prevent the pressure difference on both sides from instantly crushing the snake, Liang Ran used his mental power to wrap the other party's whole body, and then quickly opened the partition door and pulled the other party in. After entering the cabin, the snake opened its mouth towards Liang Ran, and soon a small spider slowly crawled out of its mouth. The small spider stood on the snake's tongue, showed itself, and then went back into the other's body. After verifying its identity, the snake raised its upper body high and turned its head to a certain position. Liang Ran asked it, "Did you observe this from other alien species along the way? Or did you hear it?" Liang Ran heard Xian Long mention that after the mutant successfully parasitized and took over the brain of the alien species, it could understand the information transmitted by the same alien species. The venomous snake spit out its tongue twice, and the meaning was very clear. It was the second type. Liang Ran laughed immediately, and she sat back in her seat in a good mood. If the environment was not inappropriate, she would have wanted to hum a song. "This feels so good," she said to the mutant behind the venomous snake. "There are actually two people at such a deep bottom of the sea." Chapter 203. With the help of the deformer, Liang Ran no longer needed other external forces. She turned off the activation instrument, let the broken limbs enter a dormant state again, and then concentrated on finding the location of the tentacle alien. After entering the sea for 2,000 meters, there were fewer small aliens, and almost all of them were medium and large aliens. For example, a crab alien as big as an armored vehicle, it was like a small hill when it lay on the sand, and its red and black claws were extremely sharp, which could easily crush the bodies of passing aliens. For example, the deep-sea dragonfish alien, unlike the body of more than 10 centimeters in the old world, it was nearly 3 meters long, with a dark gray body, eyes glowing like lanterns, and small and sharp teeth on the upper jaw and tongue. With one mouth, it chewed up more than a dozen giant isopods with hard shells. As for the giant isopods, they gathered on the remains of an unknown giant alien species. Thousands of giant isopods piled together, like locusts passing through, chewing the rotten meat attached to the bones cleanly. They feasted on it, and made a harsh grinding sound in the deep sea. Liang Ran only listened for more than 10 seconds, and then she felt her fingers were dull, and her body was a little numb. She immediately moved away from this sea area, kneading her fingers constantly, and it took a few minutes to recover. During the detour, Liang Ran also found a giant squid with a length of 20 meters. It was larger than the sperm whale species just now. Because of its huge size, it almost covered the entire sea area. When Liang Ran saw it, it was swimming slowly in the deep sea, with eyes all over its dark red body. It patrolled the territory and produced thousands of eggs. Liang Ran held his breath and controlled the submersible to move away from the sea area, and then circled and entered the deeper seabed. After swimming for a distance, like a thief, a video suddenly appeared on the screen of the submersible. It showed the corpse of a giant insect, and the corpse was covered with plants similar to lilies. When the little snake saw this picture, it suddenly knocked the dive button with its head. Liang Ran quickly understood what the other party meant. The little snake had heard this coordinate object in the conversation of its kind. According to this coordinate object, it can roughly locate the hiding place of the tentacle alien. Liang Ran suddenly became a little nervous. She took a deep breath and controlled the submersible to start diving. The deeper she dived, the more turbid the seawater became, and the quieter the surroundings became. The whale calls thousands of meters away gradually disappeared, the clear and dull sound of the water flow suddenly disappeared, and the rustling sound of the fish swimming by also disappeared. The seawater seemed to fall into dead silence. Only Liang Ran's breathing, and the sound of the little snake hitting the control panel with its tail were left in the cabin. As the depth of the dive increases, the number of alien species decreases. Finally, Liang Ran stopped at a sandy area on the seabed. This was the 4-kilometer deep black seabed, and everything was silent. Liang Ran did not find any alien species for a while. Her mental power detected all around, and it was all unfathomable black. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Ran chose a direction to swim. A few minutes later, she found 7 or 8 ghost shark alien species. They were now spinning and swimming on the seabed. The bodies of this group of alien species were as slender as snakes, and a layer of white mist was suspended above their translucent gray skin. Their eyes were gray and lifeless. When they stared at the submersible from a distance, Liang Ran had the illusion that she was being stared at by a dead creature. Liang Ran quickly turned the joystick. "We've been discovered. Let's go." After saying that, she turned the direction and input the command. But at this time, the little snake suddenly spit at her. It quickly climbed down the control panel and came to the small door under the submersible. Liang Ran paused. "You want to go out?" The little snake turned its head to look at Liang Ran. It raised its tail, threw off the locator on its body, and then tapped its body with the tip of the snake. Liang Ran roughly guessed what the other party was going to do. She whispered, "Is it okay? Will it be very difficult?" The little snake did not respond to this sentence, because it did not dare to guarantee its next behavior. The news it had heard before stopped at the wreckage. Those venomous snakes could not withstand the sea pressure, and could not reach such a deep place, so the news should come from other snake species of the same clan. But it is obviously not easy to find snake species in this sea area now. If it wants to know more news, it has to continue to parasitize. Under Liang Ran's gaze, the little snake used the tip of its tail to knock on the bottom of the cabin again. This time Liang Ran did not stop it, but wrapped its whole body with mental power, opened the small door, and let it out. The materialized mental power helped the little snake withstand the sea pressure. As soon as it came into contact with the seawater, it swam quickly towards the location of the ghost shark group. There were many glowing alien species on the seabed. Although the ghost shark leading the group had never seen the same alien species, it did not prevent it from opening its mouth and swallowing the little snake into its stomach. After chewing for a while, the ghost shark did not stop at all, and led the other alien species to swim quickly towards the submersible. Liang Ran pursed his lips, and immediately drove the submersible to escape downwards. Because the submersible had just been overloaded not long ago, the engine was damaged, and could no longer be turned on at high speed. Soon the submersible was caught up by the ghost shark. Liang Ren hurriedly controlled a wall to hit the back of the submersible. Bang! The leading ghost shark directly hit the wall, followed by the second and third. The wall had limited force, and it was pushed back several meters by the impact force and forced to hit the submersible. Bang! Liang Ran's ears tinnitus for a moment. The next second, a mechanical female voice sounded in the cabin. Warning! The tail thruster is damaged. The tail thruster is related to the speed and balance of the submersible. Before the tail sound of the mechanical sound dissipated, the control panel began to tilt. Liang Ren hurriedly grabbed the joystick and tried to maintain balance. She frantically pressed the dive button and quickly turned the direction at the moment of diving, and barely passed by the leading alien species, who had no time to retract his strength. But the alien species was always more flexible than the submersible. Before Liang Ren adjusted the angle, the ghost shark stabilized its body. Several ghost sharks rushed towards the submersible at the same time. Just when Liang Ren tried to interfere with the other party's perception, the leading ghost shark suddenly turned its body and rushed to the bottom of the sea. This ghost shark was obviously the leader of this group. Its strange behavior made the other alien species stop. They quickly surrounded the ghost shark, but the other party seemed to have suddenly lost its sense of direction. It rushed around in the sea for several seconds and finally twitched all over. Along with the twitching, its skin cracked rapidly, dark red granulations grew out of the cracks, and suddenly shrank at a certain moment, and the skin returned to normal. It turned its body and swam towards the group as if nothing had happened. A whispering sound was heard. Liang Ren could hardly describe what their communication sounded like. Some of it sounded like a hoarse human voice covered by the wind. The tone was very light, and it was impossible to understand. However, because some of the pronunciations were very similar to human words, it felt a lot more weird. Half a minute later, the ghost shark seemed to have suddenly lost interest in the submersible and swam back to the previous direction. Only the ghost shark in the lead swam towards Liang Ren and stopped in front of the submersible. It flicked its tail towards Liang Ren. Liang Ren instantly felt that the ghost shark, which had just looked like a dead fish, had turned into a cute puppy. The ghost shark was different from the little snake. It could not survive in the cabin, so after revealing its identity to Liang Ren, it turned around and swam to the side and below. Liang Ren drove the submersible and followed it. The dim light fell on the other party, and the entire deep sea seemed to have temperature. After driving for a distance, Liang Ren suddenly wiped his nose. There were two spider mutants, who came to the ecological zone this time. She didn't even know which one she was, but she remembered the experiences of the two. One committed suicide 6 times within a month of becoming a mutant, and was finally taken out of the hospital by Xian Long. However, after being admitted to the radiation zone, she still did not accept herself. She was tortured crazy by the spiders that could crawl out of her mouth at any time. She felt desperate about herself, so she took a lethal dose of poison on the night she arrived at the radiation zone. Fortunately, she was discovered in time and was rescued, but her vocal cords were damaged by the poison. Liang Ren didn't understand sign language, so he didn't communicate with her many times. He only knew that she was very quiet and always lay on the car window in a daze. The other spider mutant was even younger, 17 years old. Because of her deformed characteristics, she needs to take a lot of food every day, and even inject hormone drugs to increase her body fat, so that the spiders in her body can eat it. Because she is too fat, she will get tired after walking a few steps. Liang Ren has hardly seen her get out of the car. Every time he sees her, she is almost always drinking special nutrient solution and injecting medicine into her arm. So there are many needle holes on her arm, many needle holes, one layer after another. Liang Ren thinks she has a hard time. But Xian Long told Liang Ren that she said this girl is the most powerful parasitic hunter among the deformed people. The large alien species that were parasitized in the giant area were from the hands of the girl. The girl is very optimistic, and always counts how many layers her belly has become happily. Liang Ren is not sure which of the two deformed people led the way. But no matter which one it is, she can't help feeling sad. The ghost shark led the way in front of the submersible for more than 10 minutes, swam across the sand, continued to dive, and finally stopped in front of a huge crack. Liang Ren sat in the submersible, looking at the crack from a distance, and felt that its shape was very much like an eye, as if something was peeping at her from below. After a few seconds of pause, Liang Ren controlled the submersible to land next to the crack. She closed her eyes, and quickly directed her mental power downward. After a moment, Liang Ren raised her eyes. Under the ghost shark's gaze, Liang Ren flashed the light twice. She saw the position of the tentacle alien. Chapter 204. After seeing the other party's position clearly, Liang Ran did not hesitate and immediately began to input commands. Her fingers tapped quickly on the control panel, and the projection device at the bottom of the submersible turned left and right a few times. The first torpedo was stuck in the launch port, ready to be launched at any time. At this time, the tentacle alien species was hiding in the abyss cave 1,000 meters below. Because it absorbed the foreign genes of the volcanic alien species, Liang Ran's mental power now has a wider detection range than the other party, so it did not detect the existence of the submersible at all. Liang Ran tried to interfere with the other party's perception. After a few seconds, her mental power entered the other party's brain, but Liang Ran did not rush to dive. Because at this time in the abyss, in addition to the tentacle alien species, there are dozens of invisible alien species. They cling to the cliff wall tightly, silently like white underwater statues. Liang Ran can guess why they are here. The invisible alien species and the tentacle alien species are superiors and subordinates. They will come to the ecological zone regularly to report the external situation. This group of alien species is obviously the latest batch, and the tentacle alien species did not let them go. After all, the direction in which the invisible alien species left was its hiding place. It knew Liang Ran could see it, and was sure that she could find it based on the invisible alien species. Liang Ran's mental power gradually went down, quickly interfering with the perception of these alien species. With this amount of interference, she could not last long, at most half a minute. Liang Ran saw that it was almost done, and immediately began to dive at the fastest speed. During the descent of the submersible, it passed by many invisible alien species. Liang Ran held his breath throughout the whole process. As the direct carrier of human mutation, the tentacle alien species has S-level strength, speed and regeneration ability. If it is not hit hard by its unpreparedness in the first time, it can easily escape. There was no sound in the abyss, as if everything was dead. Liang Ran could only hear her heartbeat getting faster and faster. She subconsciously covered her heart, and then focused on the bottom. 20 seconds later, Liang Ran came to the outside of the cave on time. She squinted her eyes, aimed at the tentacle alien, and pressed the launch button neatly. Boom! The impact of the heavy torpedo was unimaginable. The cave collapsed almost instantly. The tentacle alien had average defense. Several tentacles were blown off by the human military with bombs that year. Now half of its body was blown off. In the aftermath of the roar, the gravel at the entrance of the cave completely covered the tentacle alien. Through mental power, Liang Ran could clearly see many broken limbs trembling on the ground, and could also see the whole process of the broken parts of the alien body healing and growing rapidly. Liang Ran immediately aimed at the opponent's position and fired another torpedo. There was another loud noise, and now large pieces of rubble began to fall from the abyss. The situation in the cave was even worse. Countless stones hit the healed fracture of the tentacle alien, and now the fracture was torn apart. It waved its tentacles and screamed in pain. Liang Ran controlled the submersible to avoid the falling rocks while aiming at the opponent again. But at this moment, the invisible aliens above her head seemed to have a problem. They seemed to have encountered some attack and suddenly screamed miserably. They fled to the abyss like crazy, but nothing could help. In front of Liang Ran, dozens of invisible aliens seemed to melt and disappeared. Liang Ran was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly understood the ability of the tentacle alien. Its mental mutation was a mental shock, but because Liang Ran's mental power was higher than its, it was not affected by it at all. Thinking of this, Liang Ran felt a little relieved. Her interference and manipulation were relatively mild abilities, while the opponent was much more direct and violent. If they really faced each other, she would be in great trouble. Just as Liang Ran was about to launch the third torpedo, the tentacle alien realized that it could no longer hide. It was different from those invisible aliens. Due to physical limitations, invisible aliens would die as long as they were attacked by higher-level mental power, but it was not a completely mental body, and its internal circulation still depended on the physical part, so the invisible part of its body would not be killed by an attack. But half of its body was made up of pure mental power, and it could not concentrate all its mental power into the brain like Liang Ran did before. Every time the invisible part was attacked, its mental power would be greatly depleted. The current situation did not give it time to recover its mental power. And if Liang Ran continued to bombard it like this, its body would be blown up sooner or later, and its heart hidden in its body would be exposed, and then it would be finished. Under Liang Ran's gaze, the tentacle alien smashed countless boulders on its body, rushed out of the cave quickly, and attacked outside the cave. It kept flying its tentacles, trying to hit the submersible. But because Liang Ran's interference was not interrupted, and it would change its position every time it fired, the tentacle alien completely misjudged the position of the submersible. Behind the tentacle alien, Liang Ren fired the third torpedo. This time, without the cover of the cave, the torpedo actually exploded on the alien. In the bombing, the flesh on its torso quickly turned black and fell off. Liang Ren vaguely saw a sporadic red, but because the opponent's regeneration speed was too fast, the red that was about the size of the fish eye disappeared instantly, and was wrapped again by the skin. In the severe pain, the tentacle alien's dozen tentacles swung rapidly, hitting the cliff wall, leaving a half-meter deep mark. Liang Ren controlled the submersible to change position quickly, fearing that it would be hit by the tentacles. But this time, the tentacle alien did not waste time looking for her position. It swam quickly to the top of the abyss. The speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, it rushed out of the abyss. Liang Ren was about to use the wall to stop it, and the ghost shark that had been waiting at the mouth of the abyss suddenly moved. It rushed forward and bit the tentacles of the tentacle alien, trying to hold it back. But it was only fast, and its strength and regeneration ability were no match for the tentacle alien. The tentacle alien immediately penetrated the ghost shark's body with its tentacles, and threw its body aside. The ghost shark helped delay for only 2 or 3 seconds, but it was enough. The next second, Liang Ren's wall hit the tentacle alien. While the other party was fighting with the wall, Liang Ren controlled the submersible to rush out of the abyss, and fired the fourth torpedo. This time, the impact of the torpedo directly smashed the other party into the sand, and the blood scattered into the black water. Liang Ren did not fire the torpedo again, but mobilized all her mental power to invade the other party's brain and directly control the other party. The difference in mental power between her and the other party was too small, and the control time could only be calculated in seconds. In order to delay as much time as possible, Liang Ren took out the gene reagents and 5 stimulants that had been prepared long ago from her pocket. After entering the ecological zone, she had used stimulants twice, and the amount required was getting larger and larger. According to the test done before departure, this was the last time she used it, so she couldn't make mistakes. After controlling the other party's body, although there was a lesson learned before, Liang Ren still tried to make the other party commit suicide directly. But as soon as this thought came up, her brain suddenly hurt. Sure enough, this thing is like a gene lock, a restriction of the high-dimensional body on the owner of mental power, and it will not change just because her mental power has increased a little. Liang Ren immediately gave up this idea. Her brain was spinning at a high frequency, and she quickly evaluated herself. According to this mental power flow rate, she can only control the other party for more than 20 seconds at most, but there is a time interval for torpedo launch, once every 15 seconds, and she can only launch once within the control time. Powerful aliens can change the position of their hearts. The position of the heart of the tentacle alien was exposed just now. If it can change, the position of the heart must have moved now. One torpedo is not enough for her to kill the other party. Not enough at all. So Liang Ren quickly changed her mind. She let the other party's tentacles wrap around the submersible and rush to the surface of the water. Just now, the tentacle alien rushed out of the 1,000-meter abyss in only 4 seconds, which is faster than the speed of the S-level speed mutant on land. Within her control time, she can completely make the other party rush out of the water. Wrapped by the tentacle alien, the submersible rose rapidly. This speed experience was something Liang Ren had never experienced before. Her eardrums vibrated wildly, and her tinnitus became more and more severe. At the moment, when the tentacle alien rushed out of the sea, Liang Ren's brain buzzed. Blood suddenly flowed from her nasal cavity and ears. Liang Ren suddenly couldn't hear any sound. She didn't have time to wipe the warm blood on her face. She endured the severe pain in her brain, and controlled the submersible to quickly get rid of the tentacles, and fired the 5th torpedo at the tentacle alien. In an instant, huge waves rose on the sea. The tentacle alien, which finally regained control of its body, ignored the wounds on its body, and swam back to the sea. But just as it was about to hide in the deep sea, it suddenly found that it could see the location of the submersible. Liang Ren's remaining mental power was not enough to interfere with it. After realizing this, it immediately changed direction and chased the submersible. Its intention has always been clear. It wants to kill Liang Ren, eat her genes, obtain her mutation potential, and become a high-dimensional body. Then it can leave this area, slaughter all existing humans, and completely occupy this planet. This matter is not troublesome, at least it is not troublesome in its eyes, but for safety, it wants to consume Liang Ren's mental power in advance, so that the other party will not have the strength to fight it. So it created the volcanic alien. It measured the height of the cliff. If Liang Ren did not fall down, according to the other party's detection range, she would not be able to find the other party's existence at all. It also warned the aliens over there not to attack the first car, and not let it fall off the cliff. But the mental power of the volcanic alien is also higher than those aliens. Because it also wants to eat Liang Ran's genes, it controls the group of butterflies. When it found something was wrong and found that the invisible alien sent to monitor had not returned, the volcano alien had been killed by Liang Ran. But everything can be back on track. It has not tasted human for a long time. Liang Ran was controlling the submersible to swim quickly to the shore. When it was still 600 meters away from the shore, the tentacle alien caught up with her. The tail wing of the submersible was easily broken by the other party. The red light in the cabin flashed frequently. Liang Ran knew that the alarm must be very harsh at this time, but she could not hear anything. Liang Ran did not act this time. She really had no mental power. Although she did not use it up, it was not enough to interfere with the other party for too long. The submersible would definitely be seen by the other party, just a few seconds earlier or later. Just as the tentacles of the tentacle alien hit the body of the aircraft with great force, and the entire submersible was deformed and leaking, Liang Ran opened the hatch and plunged into the water. She knew she would be fine. Because she had a companion. The thick tentacles were raised high behind her. Liang Ran had just swam a few meters hard when a large group of arthropods surged up. They passed Liang Ran, jumped high in the sea, and bit the tentacles raised by the alien. Then, there were more than a dozen poisonous snakes, and algae larger than fishing nets. They struggled to entangle the tentacles of the tentacle alien immersed in the water, giving Liang Ran a few seconds. Xian Long flapped her wings and rushed over quickly. She put her hand into the black water, picked up the wet Liang Ran, and turned to fly to the shore. Xian Long's mouth kept opening and closing. Liang Ran didn't have time to look closely, so he just said quickly, "I'm running out of mental strength, and it's almost gone too." The invisible part of its body is regenerating more and more slowly, almost unable to regenerate. It shouldn't be able to pull out the hunter's genes from 980 meters away like before. We have to keep our distance from it. Xian Long nodded. She stretched out her hand, and wiped the dried blood scab beside Liang Ran's ear, and flapped her wings at the fastest speed. When she was only 100 meters away from the shore, she suddenly spit out blood, and the wings behind her shattered and disappeared, carrying Liang Ran heavily into the sea. Liang Ran saw the tentacles that hit Xian Long's back from the corner of his eye, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. She ignored the alien species, and threw herself into the water, swinging her legs quickly. At this time, a group of fish swam over and tried their best to separate the tentacle alien species from Liang Ran and Xian Long. After Liang Ran grabbed Xian Long, he held her and swam out of the water. With the help of the alien species that kept swimming over, she took Xian Long and tried to create some distance between them and the alien species. Soon, a rapidly rotating bullet was fired towards the sea. This bullet directly hit the invisible part of the tentacle alien. Because Liang Ran's mental power was insufficient, in order to save her life, she had just withdrawn almost all the mental power she had shared. Now, apart from her, only the patrol captain of the Hope District and Ji Chan could see the invisible alien. Ji Chan stood on the shore, squinting her eyes, and aimed a heavy sniper rifle at the tentacle alien that popped out. In just a few breaths, the overwhelming bullets were all fired at the other party, and the tentacle alien was temporarily repelled several meters. Seeing this, a water strider deformer quickly came. He took off his protective suit jacket, revealing the joints on both sides of his arms and abdomen. These joints allowed him to not sink to the bottom when he lay on the water. He was like an animal, with his limbs and 6 joints swinging rapidly, running on the water. A few seconds later, he carried Liang Ran and Xian Long back to the shore. After confirming that the two were safe, all kinds of launchers on the shore were aimed at the tentacle alien. Lin Yi stood at the front, with the bodies of aliens piled up at her feet, all covered with stains. She raised her right hand high and quickly pointed it down. Fire! Qin Ge controlled the 2-meter-high lighting instrument and aimed it directly at the aliens. The dark sky of the ecological zone was suddenly lit up, and every inch of the tentacle alien's texture was exposed to everyone. In an instant, countless bombing weapons all hit the aliens. In addition to heavy bombs, there were also various poison gas bombs, corrosive potions, and clear water bombs wrapped in weapons. For a time, the black water surged, and the huge waves were several meters high. Countless small alien corpses were rolled onto the beach by the waves. The dirty sea fog came and almost blinded everyone's sight, but Qin Ge, as an all-round perception mutant, accurately adjusted the position of the lighting instrument every time and shone the light directly at the tentacle aliens. Liang Ran had studied the opponent's broken limbs, and knew very well what the opponent was afraid of. Under such a bombardment, the tentacle alien could not bear it at all. Not only the invisible parts, but also the regeneration speed of its physical parts was getting slower and slower. But every time it wanted to drill back into the deep sea, it would be swept back by the huge waves. Seeing that it had completely dealt with the disadvantage, it suddenly stopped all actions. Facing Liang Ran's sight, its invisible, or golden, mental structure full of black impurities suddenly became extremely faint. Liang Ran immediately raised his voice. It is using mental power. Everyone, hurry back! After that, Liang Ran quickly mobilized all the remaining mental power to isolate the opponent's attack, but the expected scene did not appear. The golden thread spreading from the opponent's body did not invade the hunter's body and crush the mutant genes in everyone's body, but spread into the sea. Soon hundreds of small aliens began to crawl onto the shore. Wu Ruozi beside Liang Ran immediately asked, "Is this control? Ran, can it also control with the mind?" Liang Ran stared at her mouth shape for a few seconds and shook his head. "No, with our current mental power level, it is absolutely impossible to control so many in an instant. It should be mental communication." It told these aliens the consequences of its death, and asked them to protect itself. Liang Ran and the tentacle aliens are not Akaimans. The high-dimensional body has only one kind of mental ability, but it is the one that is used to the extreme. She and the tentacle alien inherited more mixed, each with many restrictions, and the ability is relatively shallow. So this should be another ability of the tentacle alien after the mental attack. As for why it didn't use it before, it is obvious that there are no aliens next to the Abyss Cave. Even if it wants to communicate, it can't call for a while. After being brought to the surface by Liang Ran, everything happened too fast. It took only more than a minute in total. The body and mental body of the tentacle alien were always under attack. Even if it wanted to call, it was powerless. At this moment, it drew out its spiritual power to seek help from other alien species. It obviously paid a price. Half of its golden body almost became transparent in Liang Ran's eyes. Liang Ran said quickly, "Continue to attack. There must be a distance limit for spiritual communication. Those deep-sea alien species can't come out. These shallow-sea alien species are not to be feared." Hearing Liang Ran say this, a girl who had been sitting on the ground because of her bloated figure suddenly laughed. "Why can't they come out? Commander, you see, they will come out soon. Come for us." The girl's voice fell only 3 or 4 seconds after she finished speaking, and suddenly there was a whale cry in the distance. The group of sperm whales that Liang Ran encountered at a depth of 2,000 meters suddenly jumped out of the water. They opened their huge mouths on the sea surface and swallowed a dense group of small alien species in one gulp. The girl smiled and said, "I heard what it said when I was swimming upstream." "But so what?" Liang Ran raised her lips and raised her hand. She didn't need to say anything. The heavy weapons aimed at the front again. Another round of bombing started. The alien hunters in the shallow water area had already killed several rounds. Pure water was an extinction weapon that worked every time for them. The small aliens on the shore soon piled up into a mountain of corpses. Because the sperm whale alien was successfully parasitized by the deformer, this group of extremely large aliens began to prevent the tentacle alien from sinking. In the surging sea water, the body of the tentacle alien was constantly exposed to the light. Liang Ran's mental power scanned the other party back and forth, and the golden thin line condensed into a solid suspended behind the tentacle alien, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. The body of the tentacle alien kept returning to normal from bloody and fleshy, and then became bloody and fleshy again. At the moment when another bomb exploded on it, its voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. It was an extremely gloomy and irritable voice. "I can call all the invisible aliens, that's what you call them. I can call them all back, and you will never be afraid of being hurt again. Otherwise, even if I die, they will not disappear, and you will always live in anxiety. Isn't this terrifying? Is this what you want?" While the tentacle alien was talking, a corrosive bomb suddenly fell on its back, and that part of its skin disappeared quickly and healed quickly. The second bomb followed, and this bomb exploded in the same position. The skin had not yet healed completely, and the bright red flesh of the tentacle alien suddenly exploded. Liang Ran finally saw the sporadic red again through the wounds that had not recovered in time. A golden light flashed. She didn't listen to the other party's next words, and neatly controlled the golden thread to pierce through the unhealed wound, directly penetrating the red. The body of the tentacle alien suddenly stiffened, but it was not dead. Under Liang Ran's gaze, the red color quickly healed and began to move. Liang Ran was stunned for a moment, and realized that this was the opponent's regeneration characteristics at work. Wu Ruozi saw what Liang Ran was doing, and she hurriedly shouted, "Everyone attack its back! Ran Ran's mental power is running low, and it can't hold on for too long. We have to blow up her vision and attack her heart accurately every time." Amid the smoke and bombing, Liang Ran controlled the golden thread to scratch the red color again. If it doesn't work once, try twice. Then it happened 3 or 4 times. Again and again, at the 33rd time, the opponent's heart regeneration speed suddenly slowed down, which reminded Liang Ran of Wu Ruozi and roughly understood where the opponent's ability came from. When the golden thread cut the opponent's heart for the 40th time, half of the tentacle alien's physical body suddenly exploded. Liang Ran reacted for half a second and immediately ran to the launcher. At this moment, in front of everyone, the tentacle alien suddenly turned into a light golden light and rushed to the deep sea. But Liang Ran is best at killing spiritual bodies. The next second, a red light lit up on the coast. Liang Ran squinted his eyes and accurately located the position of the tentacle alien. In just 2 breaths, there was a loud boom, and the waves higher than ever before rose in the air, and the thick water mist hit everyone's face. The sand was shaking, and the ocean seemed to be trembling. Liang Ran put down his numb right hand and whispered, "It disappeared." Ji Chan was stunned for a moment, and asked hurriedly, "It disappeared? Did it die or run away?" Because of the position, Liang Ran didn't see her mouth shape, so he didn't hear her speak. She continued, "But I don't know yet." Liang Ran wanted to say that he didn't know where the other party hid the high-dimensional body gene, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something warm pouring into his body. The tentacle alien had been hiding the remaining Akaiman genes in his body, controlling it from being absorbed. Now that the other party was dead, that part of the gene sensed the familiar gene in Liang Ran's body, and naturally came over. But Liang Ran couldn't see this thing, and no one could see it. They could only see Liang Ran's figure quickly faded, and finally disappeared suddenly in front of everyone like water dissolving into water, and wind blowing into wind. Chapter 205. Others started panicking when they saw this scene. The spider-deformed girl, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up and stumbled. She asked anxiously, "Where is the commander? Are there any other aliens here? Where did the commander go?" Hearing this, Song Shanai immediately raised her voice and attracted everyone's attention. "It should be fine." She quickly said, "Liang Ran mentioned to us before that if she successfully absorbs high-dimensional genes, her body will most likely disappear. If you encounter this situation, don't panic, and don't worry about her. She is just more powerful. The way to judge whether she is dangerous is..." Song Shanai looked at Ji Chan. Ji Chan nodded immediately. "I can still see invisible aliens. Sister Liang Ran is still sharing her spiritual power with me. She is not in danger of death. It should be upgraded. Akaiman is like this, a colorless and invisible mass of matter. No one can see her now." The two were Liang Ran's teammates. What they said greatly calmed the emotions of others. The crowd was silent for a moment. Linny asked first, "What should we do now? We can't see her or hear her speak. How can she communicate with us?" This question stumped everyone. Wu Ruozi thought about it and whispered, "She will have a solution. She always has many ways. All we can do now is wait. The regeneration reagent has been used up. On the return trip, we will inevitably pass through the Snow Mountain area, but now no one except Wu Ruozi can leave there alive. Even if we abandon all factors, we can't return just for our own survival." Linny sighed softly. She walked to the launcher and aimed at the shore. "Some more desperate aliens are coming. Let's clean them up." So everyone cleaned up the mess in an orderly manner. Chingu returned to the car and brought back a backpack of nutrients. He handed them to everyone one by one to replenish their energy. When he handed it to Wu Ruozi, he suddenly asked, "What does the world look like in the eyes of a high-dimensional body?" This question stumped Wu Ruozi. She was silent for a long time, and suddenly glanced away, not letting Chingu see her sad expression. "I don't know, but I can definitely see flowers and rivers. Maybe I can also sense emotions." Chingu lowered his golden eyes. He had something else to ask. Wu Ruozi understood that she could guess what Chingu cared about. In fact, everyone here cared about this, but no one dared to ask it out loud. Everyone seemed to be very busy. Song Shanai squatted on the ground, mumbling something in her mouth. Sharu kept wiping her double swords with her sleeves. After wiping them clean, she used the blades as crutches, stuck them into the sand, leaned on them, raised her pistol and kept shooting at the sea. Ji Chan sat cross-legged on the ground, squinting her eyes, as if she was shooting seriously, but in fact her fingers kept poking the sand, making many small holes. Sui Wusheng opened the medicine box, and I don't know what medicine he was preparing. The reagents at hand were all over the ground. Feng Sure subconsciously pulled her braids tied with yellow ribbons, as if she was studying hundreds of ways to tie it. Xian Long woke up from a coma. Her teammates couldn't help cheering excitedly, and hurriedly applied medicine to her broken wings. They told her about Liang Ran's situation. Xian Long turned her head to look at the place where Liang Ran disappeared, and a very depressed emotion flashed in her eyes. So, will Liang Ran feel lonely? Liang Ran fell into a coma after her body disappeared. She had to sleep to inject mutation reagents in the past, not to mention absorbing Akaiman genes. In addition, she had injected too many stimulants before, and she was extremely tired. She slept for several days. When she opened her eyes, the whole world had changed. In her eyes, thousands of alien species had lost their shapes and turned into light spots. Even though they were thousands of meters deep, she could accurately locate the position of each alien species. The originally dark water was no longer dirty in her eyes. These barriers were like nothing for a while. She could only see tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of faint light spots flying around in her world. The same was true for humans. Liang Ran looked around and finally looked at the brightest light not far away. She subconsciously asked, "Is it Xiao Wu?" But no one answered her. Those light spots that made her feel warm and familiar were still busy flowing. There were always light spots passing by where she was now, pausing for a long time, then dimming slightly, gradually regaining brightness, and finally leaving. Liang Ran got familiar with her current state. She seemed to be able to hear the voices of the whole world, but she didn't feel noisy. Her body was extremely light, emitting a soft golden light. She became a very beautiful cloud. In just a moment, she could float to a very far place. Liang Ran easily returned to the Hope Zone. She heard the bustling hawking, the laughter of children running in the settlement, the endless gunfire of hunters on the safety line, and the devout, almost tearful prayers. Liang Ran sat in front of Xian Yunping's table for a while, and then lay down with Zhuangzhuang. Finally, she jumped on the kittens and rolled on them several times. Soon, she returned to the ecological zone. At this time, the extra memories in her brain were basically absorbed. Because of the upgrade of mental power, Liang Ran's current situation is basically the same as that of a high-dimensional body. Her ability to interfere and control has disappeared, and her mental power has been purified into one. Mental power sharing. Or, to be more precise, assimilation. As long as Liang Ran is willing, she can make everyone's mental power level equal to her own, and turn them into invisible mental bodies. Because these people's mental power comes from her, she naturally establishes a mental connection with these people, making her words the first instruction for all their actions. Similarly, as long as she withdraws her mental power, others will return to normal people, and the restrictions similar to superiors and subordinates will disappear. During the assimilation period, everyone's memory speed and learning ability will increase rapidly, and they will be able to use the mental characteristics that all high-dimensional bodies have, such as mental power materialization. But in addition to the restrictions on superiors and subordinates, assimilation also has other disadvantages. As creatures that have existed in the star sea for endless years, the genes of the Akaiman people are weakly emotional. They are life forms nurtured by the star sea and have no kinship. Although they are very united, they will also feel sad because of the death of their companions, but this sadness will fade very quickly or even be wiped out. In short, as patrollers of the star sea, they themselves cannot have too many emotions and feelings. Therefore, as time goes by, Liang Ran's perception of emotions will decline rapidly, and so will those who are assimilated by her. If Liang Ran assimilates someone for a long time and does not withdraw her mental power, the person's temperament will change greatly. It would be fine if the other person was emotionally indifferent, but if he was passionate and loved his relatives and friends with great enthusiasm every day, he and everyone around him would probably not be able to bear this change. Liang Ran thought for a moment and looked at the group of light spots behind her. A few seconds later, she quickly spread her mental power and assimilated more than 300 hunters. Before everyone could react, she whispered, "I'm sorry to have worried you all. I'm here. Because of the situation of the Snow Mountain alien species, everyone can't return. I will take everyone back to the Hope Zone now. This is the only way to take everyone away. After returning, I will withdraw my mental power. The time is very short. If you have any sequelae, please tell me as soon as possible." After that, she took everyone away from the original place. Hundreds of golden clouds seemed to disappear in this time and space. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Hope Zone. Liang Ran withdrew her mental power, and all the hunters seemed to fall from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. It was dark now, and in 10 minutes it would be the new year in the old world. The streets were decorated with lanterns. Dayu had already prepared in front of the makeshift stage, repeating the lyrics that she knew by heart, ready to sing the first song of the new year. The sudden appearance of the hunter frightened everyone. A few seconds later, a 4 or 5-year-old child screamed heartbreakingly, and the terrifying voice pierced the night. Ghost. Mom, Mom, there is a ghost. Xian Yiping ran out of the crowd quickly. She hesitated for a moment, grabbed Ji-chan in the front and asked, What's going on? Where's Xiao Ran? Ji-chan raised her eyes in confusion, and she stuttered back. Sister Liang Ran is fine. She has upgraded, but I don't know why she was so anxious. She made us all become high-dimensional bodies, and then hurriedly released us. That feels really strange. Anyway, I don't like it. Xian Yunping just frowned and thought about it, and guessed most of it. She whispered, I know. Everything has a price, and she may not want you to pay those prices. Tell everyone what you encountered in the ecological zone. I will go to find Xiao Ran. Where Liang Ran went now is too easy to guess. When Xian Yunping came to the warehouse and pushed open the door, what came into view was a string of code-like things on the positioning device screen. Although Liang Ran could not touch the living body, she could touch the machine. Through assimilation, she could make it process high-dimensional information at the moment of touching the machine, and when she canceled the contact, she could make the other party return to an ordinary machine. Xian Yunping looked at the code. Tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. She covered her face and squatted on the ground, and soon she burst into tears. After Song Shanai realized that Liang Ran could control the instrument, she hurriedly took out her communicator and typed, Are you okay? Soon, a computer in the warehouse flashed, and a line of words appeared on it. I'm fine. Song Shanai asked again, Do you have anything to say to everyone? Liang Ran quickly replied, Tell everyone that the new year of the old world is coming soon, and everyone will get very good New Year gifts. Happy New Year. Song Shanai thought about it, and did not walk out of the warehouse, and announce this loudly to everyone in the Hope District. Instead, she opened the forum, logged out of her account, and entered the account and password that Liang Ran had told her before. The next second, Liang Ran's account was online. Song Shanai lowered her eyes, and clicked on Liang Ran's post called End of the World Alien Archives. She wrote in the input box, End of the World Alien Archives is about to end. The countdown sounded outside the warehouse, and Dayu's ethereal singing voice sounded, but for some reason, perhaps because they saw some news, the crowd suddenly burst into panic. Song Shanai looked at Liang Ran's current level in the institute. Because Liang Ran published all the accumulated data articles before leaving, and sorted out a lot of information about the giant area and the undead area, now after the headquarters review, her researcher level is ranked first. Song Shanai continued to write in the post on behalf of Liang Ran. December 31st, 52 years of the new calendar, the new year of the old world. I found the mystery of the heterogeneous gene sequence. Liang Ran, a special researcher at the Institute. Chapter 206. After writing these words, Song Shanai turned around and walked out of the warehouse slowly. Her eyesight is not good now, and she has to get very close to type to see the words clearly. Now under the lights and decorations, her vision is full of blurry red light and shadow. So lively. She waved her arms with the crowd that suddenly cheered. Some believers saw Song Shanai and hurriedly ran to salute. They began to report to the saint what they had done recently. I followed the teacher of the Agricultural Institute to grow small tomatoes. They are sour and sweet. The teacher said that this batch tastes the best. We formed a hunter team. These days, we go to the safety line to kill alien species every day and meet many people. Saint, we are doing what you asked us to do. Song Shanai stretched out her hand, and the person opposite hurriedly held her hand. They asked her, Saint, why do you look unhappy? Song Shanai shook her head gently. She passed the crowd and walked forward quickly. Because she walked too fast and didn't see the road clearly, she stumbled after just a few steps. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew around her. Even though she knew that Liang Ran's walking would not cause wind, she still felt that Liang Ran came to help her. A pair of arms appeared behind Song Shanai. Wu Ruozi ran over quickly and supported Song Shanai. Almost when the two figures crossed, the noisy cheers reached the end of the boiling, and then gradually returned to silence. Finally, it turned into tears of joy. Someone said with tears and laughter, I said, the poster is the commander. Although I don't know how she is so busy working and updating, it is completely understandable. Who calls her a Superman? Where's the commander? We want to see the commander. The name Liang Ran was everywhere outside the warehouse, But Liang Ran didn't care. She started the radio transmitter of the old world, entered the location code in it, and sent out her current shape in the form of an image. The existence of this string of location codes is not to allow the help signal to be sent to the coded location. That would take too long, and there is even a probability that the radio waves cannot find that location. Liang Ran just guessed that there is a sense of induction between the high-dimensional body and this string of codes. Their spirits are so extensive and constantly flowing. Once they are detected in the sea of stars, they will definitely pursue them. Then they will know the location of Liang Ran's planet. Liang Ran is not worried that the Akiman people will not help humans. After she upgraded her dimension, she saw many memories about this race. Although they are indifferent, they have a very high sense of justice, and have also grown up slowly from low-level planets. In the end, their planet disappeared, and their breeding place became the Sea of Stars. Before the prison riot, they have been helping many low-level planets and races non-stop. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Akiman race suddenly suffered a disaster. Even though the high-dimensional body cannot shed tears, Liang Ran still clearly saw that the surviving spirits suddenly faded. They were very sad. Part of their body left with their deceased kin. After sending the signal, Liang Ran returned to the computer in the warehouse. She logged into her account. As the commander, her background was the terminal of everyone's communication device, and she could release information at any time. She sent her current appearance to everyone, and then drew a smiley face. After a long time, Zhuangguang's voice came from outside the warehouse. What a beautiful cloud! Others hurriedly echoed, yes, it's golden and sparkling. This is the most beautiful cloud I have ever seen in my life. Isn't it? The edges are colorful and more beautiful than gems. The crowd did not disperse until 2 o'clock in the morning. Liang Ran will not age, and does not need to sleep now. She patrolled the Hope Zone. She was not very proficient in using her abilities now. It took her several minutes to kill 1,000 aliens. In a blink of an eye, the safety line was filled with alien corpses. Liang Ran kept changing the shape of the entity's mental power, and finally pieced together 4 big words in the sky: move away quickly, stinky. The hunters immediately trotted forward. As they finished, they said in surprise, you will arrange us like this in the future? So cool. Liang Ran immediately replied, okay. She thought about it, but she didn't ask them if they wanted to become like this. Spiritual assimilation is an extremely important decision, which affects a person's life trajectory. If she can choose, she doesn't want to lose her emotions at all. She wants to return to being an ordinary person on the basis of protecting all surviving humans. Liang Ran still has human thinking at present, and is not so forward-looking. She is anxious about the future cruise in the Star Sea for tens of millions of years, and feels that she can have nightmares for several nights. With Liang Ran's help, the alien species in the water pollution area, which were not to be feared, were quickly cleared. Liang Ran's ability can kill all alien species, but she wants more than that. She hopes that the sun will come back, and that those deformed and sick people can return to normal, take off their protective clothing, take off their masks, breathe the freshest air, and bask in the warm sunshine. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, when Liang Ran was sitting on the eaves looking at the stars, a sigh suddenly came into her mind. It was a very old sigh of a dying person. Liang Ran did not send out the human writing map, but the other party was not worried about it. It slowly spit out a string of words, and from the homophonic sound, it was a Akiman. Liang Ran suddenly held her breath. After a moment, she whispered, I heard it. Soon after the voice fell, Liang Ran suddenly felt something warm and familiar coming to her side, or more precisely, above her, above the sky, above the planets. The high-dimensional body just glanced lightly and understood the human writing system. Its voice turned into a crisp child's voice at this time. Your planet is a low-level planet with extremely high development potential. According to the purity of the core of the planet, your planet can evolve into a mid-level planet in 130,000 years, which is only 90,000 years slower than my hometown. The time unit of the high-dimensional body starts at 10,000. Liang Ran slowed down and quickly accepted this setting. She asked, what about now? How long will it take? The other party replied, 860,000 years. Liang Ran pursed his lips and said bluntly, your problem. The other party was not angry, but continued, we have been recovering the losses. We have saved 163 planets in these years, but 277 planets have been destroyed as a result. You are the 12th planet that has eliminated alien species by itself, and it is also the only low-level planet among them. You have a great planet. Liang Ran certainly knows this. If there is no self-rescue of the planet, humans would have disappeared long ago, and there would be no opportunity and time for her to evolve. The other party said, I brought regenerative materials from advanced planets, which can make up for the losses of your planet, restore its development potential, and further enhance its potential, shortening the evolution time of your planet. It will wake up in a while, and you can discuss compensation measures. We will try our best to satisfy you. The high-dimensional body did not let Liang Ran wait too long. After a few minutes, Liang Ran seemed to have suddenly fallen into the water in summer, and the whole person was wrapped in something soft. Liang Ran heard a very gentle female voice calling her child from deep underground. I don't know why, but when I heard these two words, Liang Ran suddenly wanted to cry. Although the high-dimensional body behaved approachable, and the tone was very cute, the words were cold, which was very different from the feeling the planet gave her. Liang Ran felt that she was hugged. After a long time, Liang Ran talked to the planet body. After talking for a long time, they found that there was actually only one request. Let everything return to the past. The planet said that relying on external forces to forcibly improve the level of human technology and intelligence is a kind of forcing things to grow. It works well in the short term, but the consequences in the future are unimaginable. The competition among intermediate planets is very fierce. Only planets that rise steadily from low-level planets will have the ability to compete with other galaxies in the future. At that time, it will be the planet's own business, and high-dimensional bodies will no longer help. Since everything is to return to the past, the mutants will naturally return to ordinary people. Mutations are hereditary. Even if everyone is united today and hates the hierarchy system, it is an established fact that the genes of existing humans are superior or inferior. In the long run, there will inevitably be inequality in genes and families, and the hierarchy system will reappear. However, in order to better rebuild mankind, mutants will not lose their superpowers during their lifetime, but all children born in the future will no longer inherit mutant genes. Finally, Liang Ran asked the high-dimensional body about her situation. Is this the only way for me? She asked the other party. The high-dimensional body did not understand Liang Ran's meaning for a moment, and after a moment of reaction, it asked back, Don't you like this? Liang Ran nodded. The high-dimensional body made an apologetic sound. There is no way to suppress mental power now. According to the time flow rate on your side, you need to wait for 3 years. Liang Ran was a little confused. Why 3 years? The other party replied, Our mother planet disappeared, and all Akaiman will return to their original positions on the mother planet after death, turning into sparks on the cemetery, waiting for the day of rebirth. Recently, probably because of your appearance, several sparks have become active. The most active one, its mental ability is Mental Seal. Our race has always been born in mutual generation and mutual restraint, so a person who can. The emergence of power often leads to the emergence of other abilities. We restrain each other to prevent big mistakes. However, because our mental power levels are exactly the same, even if we restrain each other, we can't restrain too much. As long as you want, you can break free at any time. We hope you can make good use of your abilities. Seeing that Liang Ran didn't quite understand, the high-dimensional body explained in detail. You can now roam in the Sea of Stars, because the troubles on your planet come from us, so we won't force you to take on the responsibilities of a Kaiman, but if you want to go further, you can go to other medium and low-level planets to have a look. Your ability will temporarily increase their intelligence and memory speed rapidly, which means Liang Ran continued the other party's words. It means that the creatures assimilated by me can become the prophets of that planet. The high-dimensional body affirmed Liang Ran's statement. Yes. The prophet will believe in you, and that planet will also believe in you. After the spiritual power reaches our level, it can only rely on faith to grow. We also want to see the wider universe. You may be able to take us to see it. But this is all in the future. The high-dimensional body said, We can wait. For us, 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye, and 10,000 years is just a breath. Before you are willing to find us, you can walk around at will, and go back to your previous planet. Your body is still there. Although your brain is dead, your heart is still beating. Many doctors are studying your condition, and your parents' colleagues will visit you in the hospital every week. Hearing this, Liang Ran suddenly smiled. She said, You seem to have a little warmth in your words. The other party still had the childish voice of a child. It thought for a moment, and replied seriously, Maybe it's because your planet is very similar to our home planet. We used to be very united, and had many creatures, but the structure is different from yours. The high-dimensional body stopped after saying this. The alien sounds coming from the distance, and even farther away were disappearing quickly, and the whole world became so quiet. The stars in the sky suddenly became extremely bright. Liang Ran had been squatting on the eaves, waiting for the sky to brighten, waiting for the red-orange sun like duck egg yolk to jump out of the wasteland, waiting for countless people to open the door and rush out of the room like crazy. "Sun!" they shouted loudly. "It's the sun!" Liang Ran thought inappropriately that some people's screams really sounded like gorillas, howling, so embarrassing. She wouldn't be discovered if she screamed now. Chapter 207. 3 years is neither long nor short. After the sun appeared, Liang Ran's situation became well known to the public. People gradually got used to communicating with Liang Ran through words in the air. At every headquarters meeting, a group of key personnel would communicate with the machine, and the chair in the front was always empty. But everyone knew that Liang Ran was actually sitting on it. On the day the sun appeared, the symptoms of the deformed disappeared, and the plague patients woke up from the hibernation capsule. Zhuang pushed his wheelchair and rushed to Xian Long to help his mother take off the protective suit that she had been wearing for years. For 3 years, the city reconstruction plan has been advancing rapidly every day. Humans have returned to the contaminated area, and all citizens have been deeply involved in it. Buildings have been rebuilt one after another, and the number of schools and hospitals has increased. Humans are almost unwilling to rest. Everyone is eager to repair all the streets and bridges, and plant trees and flowers next to the streets. Humans have reused underground resources, and the breeding and animal husbandry industries are thriving. As soon as evening comes, the streets are full of streetlights, and people no longer have to count fuel tanks to live. The nursery center was full of newborn babies. The headquarters fulfilled its original promise to the survivors, bearing all the materials needed for the growth of newborns, and providing a lot of policy support. When the weather was fine, the garden of the nursery center was full of people, and parents pushed strollers with babies in them, and walked slowly among the flowers. It is worth mentioning that Liang Ran asked the Mother Planet for advice on her ability. Over the past 3 years, citizens occasionally came to her and claimed that they were willing to bear all the consequences and become spiritual bodies forever, hoping to live forever, but she always refused by saying that she was not capable enough. Mother Star mentioned this to her in a serious tone. After a person dies, the spirit will leave the human body, but it will not completely dissipate. They float in this world, waiting for the day to merge with a newborn embryo that matches them. This is a cycle. All separations are for reunion. Even if they are completely different people at that time, the original people will always meet in the reincarnation of spirit power. Liang Ran rashly chose to assimilate a person forever, which is equivalent to pulling him out of this cycle, so he needs to bear all the cause and effect of the other party in the future. This is too heavy. Even if she is already a high-dimensional body, she can't bear too much. So the best choice is not to assimilate anyone permanently. At most, when you really miss someone and want to hug him, you can assimilate the other person for a short time. As for why Liang Ran asked Mother Star if she could assimilate someone forever, it was because of Wu Ruozi. Xiao Wu died in the 2nd year after the end of the apocalypse. Liang Ran had asked for advice from her mother planet, thinking that as long as Xiao Wu was willing and mentioned it to her, she would not care about the consequences. Anyway, the consequences would fall on her, so she just had to bear it. But Xiao Wu did not mention it. Even when she became weak rapidly, her beautiful brown curly hair became dry, and she could only lie on the hospital bed breathing oxygen. She did not mention it to Liang Ran. "I don't want to forget you," Xiao Wu said. "After becoming a high-dimensional body, time will make the memory fade, and finally grind all the emotions into blurred fragments. I don't want this, so Ran, let time stay here." Xiao Wu can always guess what Liang Ran wants to do. She said, "If I hurry up now, maybe I can be classmates with number 3 in the future." After Xiao Wu died, Liang Ran was depressed for a long time. The life of the high-dimensional body was too long. 2 or 3 years was relatively short. Such a short time was not enough for Liang Ran to forget all her emotions. So she watched the stars for a long time on the roof those days. In these 3 years, she did not go to other galaxies, as the high-dimensional body suggested. She stayed here and watched everything getting better and better. The Xuanqing team came to the headquarters to accompany her almost every day. Although not all members could be present every time, there would be at least one person every day. After the high-dimensional body left, it used special substances to extract all viruses related to distortion and epidemics, but they could not change a person's already damaged immune system. Sharu's lameness did not heal. After long-term rehabilitation training, she finally walked without crookedness, but she could not run, and it was difficult for her to hold anything tightly. But who is Sharu? Self-pity has never been her thing. After she finished her rehabilitation, she soon entered school and became a math teacher. She has a cold temperament and looks cold. When she stands on the podium, Even the naughty students will run back to their seats in shame. Song Shania's eyesight is getting worse and worse. To prevent strong light from irritating her eyes, she always wears sunglasses, but she thinks this image is not suitable for the image of the new pope, especially for leading the chanting in the solemn church, so she occasionally changes to a veil. Shania grew up from 19 to 22 years old, becoming more and more mature in her dealings, and more beautiful. Liang Ran often floats around her, slides on her long golden hair, and listens to her handling all church affairs like an adult. Sui Yuesheng said he wanted to be a rich and idle person, traveling around for the rest of his life, but he still took the initiative to go to the hospital and became a surgeon. Sometimes he was very leisurely, and sometimes he was very busy. He always exclaimed in front of the mirror. One day after work, he rushed to the church just to see if Song Shania had wrinkles at the end of her eyes like him. Ji Chan was adopted by Xian Yuping, and went to school seriously every day. Although she had no talent for learning, her grades were getting better and better. It took her 3 years to finally move from the bottom of the class to the top 5. Liang Ran set off fireworks for her in his heart for a long time that day. And Qin Gu was the person who had been with her the longest in the past 3 years. He opened a flower shop, working from 9 to 4, and studying flower seeds and vegetable seeds all day. The Agricultural Institute hired him as a guest expert. Qin Gu took the initiative to ask for a basic salary, and never went to work in the institute. He just often sent the excellent varieties he cultivated over there. Both sides felt that they were making a lot of money. Whenever Qin Gu had free time during the day, he would chat and edit text messages on his communicator. Liang Ran didn't want to talk to him at first. She really didn't know how to date him in her current situation, but Qin Gu never gave up. He kept sending messages like this for half a year. Liang Ran had been holding back from replying, but she couldn't help but check what he had sent today. Did he eat something delicious, met an interesting guest, or heard a nice song? As she thought about it, she drifted to his house. When she wanted to leave, it was too late. She saw that there were many more knitted dolls in Qin Ji's house. This time, they were not kittens, but cute clouds. Qin Gu had knitted golden tassels on their corners. When he held the clouds in his hands, the golden tassels would shake, as if they had life. Qin Gu piled the clouds together, and brushed the floating velvet with a small brush, saying seriously, "I like it this way." Liang Ran felt that she was caught by Qin Gu. That day, she replied to the other party's message with a guilty feeling, and sent a greeting emoticon. When Qin Gu picked up the communicator, his expression was stunned. Finally, he rushed into the bedroom, rolled himself in the quilt, and stayed there for a long time. Liang Ran felt that he was crying, and there was evidence. Time flew, and 3 years later, the high-dimensional body arrived as promised. They asked Liang Ran if he wanted to seal his mental power now, but because it could not be sealed many times in a short period of time, Liang Ran refused after careful consideration. When she left, the head of the headquarters was gone, and there was no one who could take over. Liang Ran stayed in this world for another 3 years. When Li Yu was 18 years old, the former outer city genius graduated early from school and officially entered the headquarters. She studied under Xian Yuping for a period of time, and finally Xian Yuping found Liang Ran. "Xiao Ran, it's okay. Li Yu lives up to her reputation as a genius. She has 2 very outstanding people in her same period. You can leave without worry. The era of children has come." A few days later, in the morning, the high-dimensional body appeared in front of Liang Ran again. She discussed some conditions with the other party. She confessed her identity as an outsider to her teammates, and Xian and Qin Gu a few days ago, and said that she wanted to leave. She did not have parents, but she still had grandparents. Grandparents were old, and had no one to take care of them. She had to go home to accompany them through the last journey of their lives. As soon as Liang Ran said that she wanted to go home, Song Shaniai took the initiative to say, "Give me 5 years. I have no relatives here. After 5 years, the church will not need me. You let the high-dimensional body take me away, or you come to pick me up, and I will live in your world until I grow old." Ji Chan raised her hand hurriedly, "Me, and me." Sharu shrugged, "I have no relatives and can leave at any time. Sui Yuesheng still has his mother here." He smiled and said, "Wait until I'm old, then go. I don't know if you can recognize me then." Qin Gu, needless to say, thought he could leave last night, and now he is even a little anxious. After Liang Ran finished talking to the high-dimensional body, he confirmed the feasibility of this matter, and walked in this world in the form of flowing clouds for the last time. She shuttled through the crowd, passed by the vendors selling candied haws, and walked through the sea of flowers. At the end of the road, she met a child who had just got off the car, and was held by her grandfather to the door of the kindergarten. The child is 5 years old this year. She was born after the end of the world. She has not experienced the end of the world, and has not seen alien species. She is curious about everything her grandfather said. Wow, alien species are so scary. How did they disappear? Depend on the unity and efforts of all mankind. Her grandfather replied softly. Of course, Commander Liang Ran played the biggest role. She made a huge sacrifice in exchange for the restart of the world. Look at the 12 statues in the central square. The leader is Commander Liang Ran. Because of the various deeds of different people in the Doomsday, we now have many more commemorative days compared to the old world. Later. The little girl couldn't wait to ask, later what? Her grandfather said seriously, later, we call the day when Commander Liang Ran walked back from the contaminated area.